Welcome back to Novel Explanation. Before we dive in, if you're new here, we bring you full story explanations, audiobook style, one part at a time. Let's get into it. Chapter 101 Core. Any thoughts Damien had were blown away and his mind became clear. The clarity he felt was exhilaratingly pleasurable. He watched as the two unique types of magic power fused into one before infusing into the link that connected them. As more and more mana entered the link, it slowly solidified. Although the connection was still ethereal in its nature, Damien had the feeling that no matter where he went in the universe, no matter how far he went from Earth, he'd always be able to feel this connection. It wasn't just a link anymore, it was more apt to call a bond. Damien was so caught up in the sensation that he didn't even notice that his concealment had been blown away. He was standing in plain view of the scientists, who panicked about his presence. Who is he and how did he get here? Someone called backup. Meanwhile, Lynn looked at Damien with interest. They might have missed it, but I saw that burst of magic power. He must be the source of the connection. Lynn thought for a minute about what to do before a sly smile crept onto her face. Everyone, run away. He's trying to destroy the bunker. After her words registered in everyone's heads, the scientists immediately bolted for the exit. They no longer cared about the experiment, nor did they care to alert anyone. They just wanted to preserve their lives. Looking back at Damien one last time, a strange glint appeared in Lynn's eyes. And then, without another word, she left as well. At this time, Damien was still basking in the sensation of this new connection. He felt he could exert his will on this planet with ease, and things would get accomplished. The scale was unknown, but he felt that he could even create natural disasters if he so felt like it. Congratulations. You have become a Star Master. A Celestial cannot be titled as such if they simply gained a connection to celestial bodies. They receive this title due to their ability to bind and become the master of these celestial bodies. Each and every Celestial walks a path towards domination. Damien read through the system window with wide eyes. He knew that it would be important when he bound the Earth, but he didn't think it'd be anything this major. From a simple act of binding the world, he felt that his mana capacity had drastically increased. He wasn't aware of what other benefits he received, but that was something he'd need to find out in the future. He was just a fledgling Celestial, and the Earth was just a fledgling world. In the first place, the reason the Earths were requested to be bound was out of sheer instinct. As a world's will, the most important thing to it was survival. And something attracted it to Damien, telling it that he was the key. Damien also knew that he wouldn't get answers from the world's will, so he figured he needed to try something else. Would a Pyrons will accept this? And is it old enough to have proper sentience? Even if it wasn't, Damien wouldn't fret. There were countless worlds in the universe waiting for him to conquer them. I don't even want to be an emperor, though. That's way too much responsibility. But since I have to conquer worlds anyway, can't I just leave all the political stuff to the people in those worlds who already know the political stuff? He liked that idea. What was the point in replacing the emperors that already ruled those worlds? Damien had no interest in upsetting the power balance due to his pursuit of power. Damien tried to summon his magic power, only to realize that he had used it all to bind the Earth. However, this wasn't a problem. Now that he had become the Star Master of Earth, he felt there were certain perks he could use. Raising hit hand, Damien made a cutting motion through the air, and following that motion, the atmospheric mana became a massive blade and destroyed the equipment that was drilling into the Earth's core. He didn't even need his own mana reserves while he was on Earth. Is this what it feels like to have infinite mana? But he quickly shook off this thought. His mana was nowhere near infinite, nor was it immeasurably vast. The privileges he had on Earth would stay on Earth, so he couldn't get too conceited. Not to mention, the Earth still needed to grow. He couldn't go wantonly using its mana as if it would immediately regenerate it. A world's mana capacity might be leagues higher than any other existence, but since Earth was still in its early stages of development, he needed to be more careful. Especially because those old fogies from the cloud plane were going to be stealing some of the atmospheric mana. At this time, another change began to occur. Within Damien's body, his mana heart began to thump wildly. Bazoom! Bazoom! Damien clutched his chest. Every last bit of the mana surrounding him was absorbed into his body as if by a starving beast. And this mana was directly from the world core, containing the mystical properties Damien had sensed previously. He had a gut feeling that this mana wasn't supposed to be used by humans, lest they kill themselves. But his body wouldn't listen to him. The mana kept rushing towards him as if it had been waiting for this moment. The usually formless energy took shape and drilled into his mana circuits, injecting itself into his bloodstream. Damien let out a strange grunt as he tried to hold himself back from screaming. The mana raged through his body like a wild beast, attempting to destroy him, but also rebuild him. And then, something that hadn't happened in ages happened once more. Damien's void physique acted, sucking in every last bit of the mana within Damien's body. Damien heard an audible crunching sound from within his body that continued for a minute before the mana re-emerged. Rather than the gaseous energy or the solidified pieces the mana became earlier, it was now a stream of liquid. This liquid poured into Damien's mana heart before revolving through the circuits he had created. It was almost like he gained a second type of amethyst-colored blood. Damien didn't know exactly what this meant, but when he summoned his raw magic power, it felt denser and heavier. He felt that the destruction he could cause with a simple mana-infused punch was much greater than what it was before. A single line of text appeared in his line of sight. It was then that Damien finally remembered his specific goal when creating his mana circuits. They evolve when I evolve. It's a system I'll never need to replace. The evolving mana circuits he'd created had even become a trait acknowledged by the system. It was just that since it didn't have any active uses, he had nearly forgotten about it. If he took this into consideration, it made sense for something like this to happen. The evolution of his mana circuits did indeed increase his power. It wasn't a boost, but more of a fundamental change. The density and purity of mana running through one's body had a direct correlation to the damage output one could produce. Shaking off his thoughts, Damien used his power as a Star Master to locate Rose and Elena. They were currently on the 90th floor, pretty close to reaching him. I don't know if the commotion I cause has alerted those third classes yet. I guess I should summon those old men, so we can properly destroy this place. Damien directly teleported outside of the Nibelheim headquarters and summoned Rose and Elena before also summoning the old men from the cloud plane. This kind of teleportation wasn't too taxing for the world core, and Damien could even use his own magic power to perform it. He simply used the world core as a medium to expand his range to cover the area he needed. All 5 of those who were summoned wore confused expressions on their faces, but Damien didn't give them time to think. Even though the immediate threat to the world core had been removed, the entire thing wouldn't end until Nibelheim was destroyed. Xiaozhan was currently in an extremely wary state. He felt the spatial fluctuations surround him, but he was unable to resist them. He didn't know how it was possible, but he didn't like what it insinuated. The other 2 old men were the same. It was only when Damien's voice rung out that they were snapped back to reality. All right, since everyone's here, let's talk about Nibelheim. First, we'll discuss what we found inside, and then we can start the important part of the plan. It's time to destroy this annoying pest of an organization. Chapitre 102, Destruction 1. It didn't take long for the others to get swept up in Damien's momentum. His current attitude, combined with the mysterious ability he had used to gather them, was enough to lead the flow of conversation. Damien started first, describing the scenes of the 90th floor as well as the topics he heard the researchers discussing. He also mentioned their plans for the world core, but left out information on its location and his newfound bond to it. Even if he had established that the old men from the cloud plane were allies, it didn't mean he'd place his full trust in them. He'd wait until later to explain these things to his companions. But the lack of crucial information didn't make his discoveries any less shocking. To the girls, it was the sheer scale of the plan and the madness of it all, but to the old men, it was something more. These were the enemies they were facing on their own planet as well, and seeing the depths of their schemes left a sense of foreboding within them. After Damien, the girls also shared their findings. Even though they had stayed within the bunker for the same amount of time, they had seen much more. It couldn't be helped since they descended almost 30 floors while Damien went directly to floor 90. They spoke about the lumps of flesh they saw being researched, the tubes filled with deformed beings, and the experiments that turned these beings into abominations. After that, they spoke about the 80th floor down to the 90th, which functioned as a prison area for those who would eventually become test subjects. Damien could sense how uncomfortable the girls were with what they witnessed, so he moved to cut them off, but he also noticed Rose hesitating as if she wanted to add something. He lightly grabbed her hand, hoping to give her some small form of assurance. Rose looked at him gratefully before opening her mouth to speak. Those syringes filled with that mysterious substance, it looked awfully similar to the body of the Nox. A solemn atmosphere descended. Not only was Damien serious, but also the old men. The Nox was a common enemy that all of them had. They very well may be the common enemy of many worlds. Damien already had an inkling that the Nox would be involved, but even this slight confirmation was still incredibly serious. Looks like we need to move as soon as possible. He looked at the three old men before continuing. I hope you three can help us fight against the three from Nibelheim. Xiaojin nodded, and with his approval, the other two didn't disagree. All right, we don't need to destroy every single one of those villains in there, since that'd be overkill. As long as we kill the third classes, the rest is light work. After their deaths, I'll destroy the facility. Everyone nodded once more. To be honest, this was enough planning. The fight may have been delayed a bit, but it was their inevitable victory. Without another word, all 7 of them, including Zara, released their full auras. Within the 3rd floor of the Nibelheim bunker, Halder and the other 2 were alerted by the sudden influx of aura from the peripherals of their base. Gathering, the 3 looked at each other solemnly. Let's go. The 3 of them don't have a chance against us anyway, and nothing can be allowed to stand in the way of our plans. Let's eradicate them before we finish this world. The other 2 nodded before they all left the base, arriving before Damien's group. Looking at the new players arriving, Damien's first feeling was disgust. Rather than the manly forms they showed outwardly, Damien was seeing their true bodies. They were grotesque, black, goblin-like creatures with bat-like wings. Their pointy noses and beady eyes, filled with greedy resolve, served to send a chill down the back of anyone they made contact with. These were the dark imp race of Nibelheim. Without any words, Damien drew his sword and charged. Void sword art first step. Bladeless, the air was cut in two as a massive crack formed in Earth's atmosphere, gushing with the deathly aura of the void. The 3 dark imps were forced to dodge hurriedly to avoid being cut. Damien charged directly for the one on the right, who went by the name of Isaiah. While the 2 began their battle, similar scenes took place in the different areas of the large marshy land. Elena and Rose charged together towards the other weaker one, named Weiss, while the 3 old men from the cloud plane ganged up on the leader. There's a reason for this. Although they weren't aware of it before, they were now. This man named Halder was at the peak of 3rd class. Even if they were powerful, none of them could take him individually. The 3 old men directly surrounded the dark imp and decided to hold nothing back. They had no desire to lose their lives in this battle. Sacred Eye formation. Lines of mana erupted and connected the 3 old men, forming a closed triangle around Halder. However, the dark imp simply watched everything with a calm gaze. From within the triangular formation, tens of attacks were launched. Wind from 2 sides and flames from the other. The elements combined into a massive fire tornado that threatened to swallow Halder whole. Yet, he didn't move. Opening his mouth, he let out a guttural screech like a beast. Cree! The wind was blasted apart, and the flame tornado was put in a disordered state. Halder's fingers elongated into claws as he began his assault on his opponents. The other 2 battles were much more favorable to Damien's side. He and Zara worked together to easily overpower Isaiah, while Rose and Elena somehow had great teamwork that did the same with Weiss. The 2 dark imps were already on their final leg. From across the battlefield, the 2 locked eyes. It was clear that they had the same thoughts. We can't let anything get in the way of our mission. Simultaneously, The imps distanced themselves from their enemies. Before either team could catch up, they put their sharp claws up to their chests and ripped massive gashes in their skin. I offer my body as sacrifice to the venerable one. I offer my body as sacrifice to the venerable one. They said one after another. Immediately, black beams of light left their bodies, encasing them in massive cocoons. It didn't take long for them to emerge. However, they were no longer the same as the ones who entered. Their previously 1-meter-tall bodies had doubled in size, and their eyes were hollow. If before they still attempted to maintain their human appearance, that was no longer the case. Their grotesque forms were plain to see, but they had become much worse. The inky traits of the Nox were prevalent in their bodies now, and it didn't seem like they possessed conscious thought. Damien charged once more, hoping it was just a physical change, but how could that be the case? As he relentlessly slashed and stabbed at the new Isaiah, he found that his body was eerily similar to the Nox they had met before. No matter how much he cut, the injuries would become ink and reattach to his body. But Damien wasn't the same as he was in the temple, and he also had the empowerment of the earth. Raising his arm, he spoke a single word: incinerate. A beam of light fell from the sky like a shooting star and pierced Isaiah's body. The dark imp roared with pride, as if something like this couldn't hurt it. But that was just hubris. The second the beam made contact, the imp's entire body was turned to ash. Glancing at the aftermath for a second, Damien turned to watch Elena and Rose's battle as well. The girls were doing great, and Elena's first combat against a Nox seemed to be even better than his. Her light element was specialized in purification and speed, directly countering the Nox elements of Weiss transformation. The light burned its body, similar to the beam Damien used, and slowly chipped away at its health. Meanwhile, Rose stayed at range, using her wind and illusions to keep it occupied. She hasn't used her illusory throne yet, but Damien didn't think much about it. Perhaps she was just training for situations where it was unavailable. The main problem was the 3 old men from the cloud plane. Even with their combined might, they were barely able to push Halder back. The final Dark Imp was leagues stronger than the other 2. He shot dark projectiles that corroded the old men's flesh and tissue while using his terrifying claws to aggravate the wounds. There seemed to be some sort of poison at work too. Yet, the old men still had the numbers advantage. Over the course of the past half hour, they had managed to corner the Dark Imp. Halder was fed up. Gritting his teeth, he made the same move as his underlings. I offer my body as sacrifice to the venerable one. Chapitre 103, Destruction en deux. Immediately, Halder's body began its transformation. The Dark Imp shed his disguise and revealed the abomination he truly was, uncaring about the consequences. Even when the cocoon broke and revealed his figure, Halder didn't move. Unlike the other 2, it was clear that he retained his sense of self after gaining the unnatural power boost. Coldly glaring at the 3 old men around him, Halder raised his hand. A stream of black energy coalesced and shot out like a beam. Injian's face paled as he narrowly dodged. If he had gotten hit by that attack, he definitely would have been severely injured. Halder's aura continued to rise. Even though it was clear his level was still at the peak of 3rd class, his aura was far above that. It might have been comparable to some entry-level 4th class beings. Damien's face turned solemn. The strength boost Halder received was much more than that of the other 2. Not to mention, Halder seemed like he could perfectly adapt to his newfound power. Before his eyes, Halder began to dominate the 3 old men from the cloud plane. Just like they had done to him before, he backed them into a corner with them barely able to put up a defense. His claws were faster than their eyes could follow. Black beams of energy charged toward them with the goal of obliterating their existence, and even Halder's bat-like wings seemed to have razor-sharp edges that attempted to raise them. As Damien watched, Rose and Elena arrived at his side. They were stained with pitch-black blood, but their enemy was nowhere in sight. Damien raised his eyebrow as if asking what happened, but he didn't get any proper response. The 2 only smiled at him before watching the ongoing battle. Heaven collapsing strike. Wind sunders the sky. Flame Emperor's Dominion. The three old men let out a barrage of attacks, not wanting to fall behind their enemy. Yet, they weren't able to do significant damage to the opponent whose body now contained properties of Nox. Should we help them? Elena asked with a worried look on her face. She had already been told their identities as otherworld invaders, but she still didn't wish to see them die. At the end of the day, they still helped protect the human race through Asgard. Rose also looked at Damien. She had figured out by now that Damien had made some sort of deal with them, possibly involving him going to their world, but hadn't said anything about it. She didn't know why he did so, but she didn't question it. There would be time for that later. Watching the battle, Damien slowly nodded his head. All right, I just wanted to make sure that monster strength wasn't too great for us. Let's go help out. The first to charge was Elena, followed by Rose and Damien. They entered a small formation around the Dark Imp, not giving him a path for escape. Zara had concealed herself within the shadows. She was waiting for the perfect opportunity to freeze him to death. Girls, it's probably the wrong time to say this, but this guy will be great to give us battle experience. Let's not go all out for a while. A transmission entered their heads, causing the girls to smile. Even against an opponent that seemed disproportionately stronger than them, Damien still considered it as a training opportunity. Rose drew her scythe, while Elena did the same with her sword. The girls then began attacking the Dark Imp relentlessly. From the front, Elena let out constant slashes imbued with the purifying properties of light element, burning the Dark Imp's skin. She also used her superior speed to dodge the oncoming attacks. However, the Dark Imp was also extremely fast. Elena was barraged with razor-sharp claws at every turn, being forced to parry continuously. Yet, her light element was still able to seep into the Dark Imp's body. From range, Rose swung her scythe in a beautiful yet deadly dance. The winds around her kicked into the air before smashing into the Dark Imp's body. This attack was a new one she'd created, but its main goal wasn't to damage. The wind moved rapidly and created a vortex of crushing pressure that crashed down onto the Dark Imp's body. He tried his best to subvert it, but his movements were slowed all the same. No matter which direction he moved, Rose would always accumulate and release her attacks to increase the pressure he was feeling. Within this pressure, Rose would occasionally send sharp blades of wind, chopping off small pieces of the imp's skin. Each time any slight damage was done, Zara would freeze that fallen area to inhibit the imp's regeneration. Damien watched this scene with pride. He didn't know how they had grown to work so well as a team, but he didn't care about that. He was just glad that their teamwork was enough to fight on generally equal grounds with such a powerful existence. Still, they weren't able to make any serious wounds. Damien flicked his finger, causing a small burst of flames to gather at its tip. Then, he pulled his arm back as if aiming a bow. Lightning coalesced in the space between his arms, superheating and forming a line of plasma that functioned as an arrow with that small flame as the tip. Damien focused on the vectors that made up this arrow's composition. Its speed, velocity, acceleration, direction, and even the force it would create on impact. Damien altered it all. Since he had first become a vector controller, this was probably the most effort he had put into controlling multiple factors at once. Once the arrow had been given the specs he wanted, Damien released it. Without needing to be told, the girls dodged out of the way, and the arrow struck true in the Dark Imp's chest. If it was a human in his place, they would have immediately combusted, and if they didn't, they would die from their heart being pierced, but these didn't apply to Halder. His body structure was completely different. Still, the arrow had its intended effect. Halder was about to resume his attack when his internal body began to heat up. Scanning himself, he found a small, almost imperceptible flame within his chest, growing bigger with every second. His face turned serious. He tried to put the flame out, but he didn't have the ability to do so. Perhaps if his elemental affinities were a better counter, he'd be fine. But this wasn't the case. Halder was well aware of what this meant. If he wasn't able to kill them before this flame expanded, he'd die a meaningless death. There was a famous saying that a cornered animal was the most dangerous, and Halder proved it true. He disregarded everything else as he aimed solely to kill. His body was torn to shreds since he didn't care to block, but he kept going. His first target was the 3 old men from the cloud plane. They were in the distance recuperating their mana and injuries, but they were suddenly barraged with tens of black lasers. One of them drilled directly through Qin Hua's shoulder, with him being unable to evade in time. He let out a grunt of pain as he tried to revolve his mana and close the wound, but to his horror, he was unable to. The wound was charred black, as if he had been burnt, but it didn't have the same properties as a burn wound. Instead, it corroded his skin like darkness. The wound was steady in its proliferation, not leaving him the ability to deal with it. In the end, he chose to ignore it and continue fighting. With the 3 from the cloud plane and the 4 on Damien's side working together, they were able to quickly deal with Halder. Especially since he was already being burnt from the inside. The task wasn't difficult, but it didn't come without a cost. Almost everyone was covered in bruises and bleeding profusely. Gashes covered their skin, ruining their powerful images. Damien was able to quickly heal through his regeneration, while Elena healed herself and the other 2 girls through life magic. As for the old men from the cloud plane, they took out small round objects that looked similar to balls of bubblegum and swallowed them. Their wounds began healing directly after this. The only problem was Qin Hua. No matter what he did, he was unable to stop the spread of that vicious corrosion that started from his shoulder. At this point, his entire arm had already become withered and black, no different from a corpse. Qin Hua had been inspecting his internal body this entire time. In reality, it wasn't just his arm that had been corroded. His organs were already starting to wither, and he felt the corrosion encroaching on his heart. Suddenly, a foreign mana shot from the black mass of energy that was corroding him and entered his brain. Qin Hua's eyes widened, but he was unable to even scream in pain. His eyes glossed over, becoming entirely black in color, with no pupils or irises to be seen. He began to let out bestial growls as he ravenously eyed the rest of the people around him. And then he fell to the ground dead. Behind him, Damien stood with his arm outstretched, covered in Qin Hua's blood. Chapter 104, Emotions. Damien's abrupt action shocked every single person there. "What do you think you're doing?" shouted Jian. He and Qin Hua had a relationship akin to brothers, and seeing him die without suspense like this threw his logical thinking out the window. A foreign mana invaded his mind. "He was already gone before I killed him," Damien replied indifferently. Just before Jian could charge at Damien, Xiao Zhen stepped in. "Stop. I would have made the same call. But don't say anything and think clearly. You saw his eyes, and you heard the guttural sounds that came out of his mouth. It's clear that Qin Hua wasn't himself anymore. But we could have saved him. No, you are aware of the kind of enemy we are facing. And this isn't the first time this has happened. Recall the last time someone insisted on saving the person instead of killing them, and then try to convince me." Jian was immediately silenced. He knew exactly what Xiao Zhen was referring to. In truth, this kind of incident had happened more than once in the past, but it was always dealt with before any substantial damage could occur. Besides a single instance. An instance where a benevolent person insisted on saving the person who had been infected by the Nox, and the result? A massacre that still sends shivers down the spines of those who heard of it, even hundreds of years after it happened. Jian couldn't find the words to rebuke Damien's decision. He knew that it was correct, but that didn't change the fact that he had just lost a brother. Without another word, he flew away from the area. Xiao Zhen watched him leave with a complicated look in his eyes before he sighed. "I will be going after him. Let us meet again in a few days' time to discuss things further." Cupping his fist towards Damien in a show of respect, Xiao Zhen left as well. Now all that was left in the area was Damien's group. Even the people within the Nibelheim headquarters had fled in every direction. This had happened near the beginning of the fight. Even if they didn't cause much large-scale damage, since most of the fight took place in the air, the shockwaves from their clash alone could wipe out those weaker beings. Looking at the nearly empty headquarters in front of him, Damien made a decision. Those who stayed did so because they wanted to fight. Anyone innocent was already gone. Utilizing his new bond with the earth, Damien took drastic action. He sent his awareness deep into the ground and first raised the earth to fill any passage leading to the world's core. The most essential thing he could do was to make sure nobody could reach it. After finishing, Damien decided to raise the Nibelheim bunker. At this thought, the ground began to rumble. Damien took to the sky, and even the girls were forced to follow after him. There was no stability in the tens of kilometers surrounding them. The earthquake intensified, and Damien directly targeted the support beams holding the bunker in one piece. With them gone, it was simple to destroy things. The bunker collapsed in on itself as the earth swallowed it back into itself. The dome-like structure above the ground cracked and shattered, while the floors of the bunker fell into each other. The abyss in the middle of the area was slowly filled with debris. Even the locked research areas were destroyed completely. Damien made sure to be extra thorough with these, granting death to the ones who were unjustly kept alive and tortured in Nibelheim's experiments. As for those who stayed to fight, they had either been crushed by the fallen pieces of the bunker or the earthquake that had just passed. The marshy land slowly regained its peace. So what now? Rose questioned. There wasn't anything left to do on Earth now that Nibelheim was no longer a threat. How about we head back to Apiron for a bit? I want to migrate my mother there, and we can also get Elena a better weapon while we're at it. Elena's ears perked up at the mention. She had long noticed the disparity between the artifacts Damien and Rose used compared to her own. Even in the battle they had just fought, her sword had cracked slightly and its edge had dulled. I don't know if your mother will be okay with moving, though, Elena suddenly said. Damien's brows furrowed slightly. It was true that the task of convincing his mother would be immense. She was basically still a normal human, not to mention that she actually cared about Earth. Damien could speculate that it had something to do with his father, but that was as far as he could get. No matter how he tried, there was no way for him to understand her thoughts on the matter. He could only shake his head and rid himself of those thoughts. It's not like his mother would ever tell him honestly. Ever since he was a child, she'd avoided the topic of his father. Even after they woke up from her coma, she was the same. How does she remain loyal to someone who disappeared on her and left her alone as a single mother? He truly couldn't understand. Is that how love worked? It was scary to think about. While on the topic of love, Damien couldn't help but glance at Rose. He was still hesitant about their relationship, even if they had already confirmed it. Well, he wasn't hesitant about having a relationship with Rose. Rather, he was hesitant about having such a bond with someone else. He didn't understand the concept of love, and seeing the way his mother was, he didn't want to. He felt that love could truly blind someone. It could turn people into different beings entirely. He didn't want to become like this, but he didn't want to end his relationship with Rose. The problem was with him entirely. They hadn't advanced past those small kisses they had shared, but just the slightest shows of intimacy when she cuddled into his chest or held his hand gave him endless satisfaction. And this was his problem. He felt like he could drown in that feeling. He felt that he could submerge himself into it and never leave. And he didn't like that one bit. He felt confused about his inner thoughts. After all, who would dislike the fact that they were happy? Even he found it absurd, but it wasn't something he could change. As they flew back to Damien's house, he stayed within his thoughts. He realized that it was worse than he originally expected. It only took some slight introspection to reach this conclusion. The thing that worried him was simple. It wasn't the old men rejecting him bringing companions that made him want to go to the cloud plane alone. It was himself. Maybe it was a defense mechanism, but he felt rejection towards this. He felt that if he stayed with Rose during every moment and every adventure, he'd lose his capability to function without her by his side. He had to admit it. He was scared. He was someone who would show no fear, even in the face of the strongest adversaries. But he was afraid of emotional intimacy. What a joke. I was entertaining thoughts of a harem, but I'm too scared to be intimate with the single girl I already care about. Maybe it was his inner weeb that drove his thoughts in the direction of a harem, or maybe it was his inherent desire for freedom. He didn't know. There was only one thing he was sure of. Whether it was a harem or only Rose, the key thing he needed to focus on was communication. He decided that he'd sit down with Rose and have a proper talk about everything he was feeling right now. Watching Damien, Rose felt a rush of complicated emotions. After spending years together as the best of friends, and as the one he'd crossed that boundary with, she was the one who could understand his emotional state the best. His hesitation in their relationship was clear to her. He hadn't even tried to lay a hand on her yet. It was a weird feeling for her to be the one prepared to take the next step while her man was lagging behind. But at the same time, it was refreshing. In the culture she had grown up in, women were always meant to submit to their men. They were supposed to support from behind, while some were just trophies. She never felt like this with Damien. When they interacted, he's always treated her as an equal, and even if she supported him, she did so by his side while he did the same for her. She liked this kind of thing better. She wondered if they would stay this way if he ever added more women to their relationship, but she tried her best to suppress that thought. She had seen both harem life and monogamous life in her travels through Apiron, and she didn't have a strong opinion towards either. In the first place, she never expected to fall in love before meeting Damien. They unwittingly looked over at him to find him doing the same towards her. With both of them thinking about their relationship, their gazes ended up melting as they stared into each other's eyes. Only Elena was left watching from the side, her thoughts known only to her. Chapter 105, Emotions. The group reached Damien's house and separated into their own rooms, with Rose following Damien to his. It wasn't abnormal for this to happen, so nobody questioned it. Entering the room, Rose went directly to the bed, patting the spot next to her as if asking Damien to sit. He was a bit flabbergasted by her actions, but did as she said anyway. It was strange to him that she would act like this before he even said anything. So, it was pretty obvious on the way here. What did you want to talk about? Damien's eyes widened. He was sure he had kept his facial expressions as deadpan as possible so as to avoid dropping any hints, but it seemed he didn't do as well as he originally thought. Although he had built up the resolve to communicate with Rose about what he was feeling, it was different when they actually got to the point. Damien was feeling incredibly nervous for no real reason. Thinking he should communicate and actually bringing himself to do so were two different things entirely. When it came to introspection, he considered himself well-versed. He could figure out his problems quickly if he just immersed himself in thought. But sharing them was something he had never done before. On Earth, he hadn't shared with his mother about the bullying he endured at school because he didn't want to burden her. Even when he used to share with Elena, he would only vent and didn't take any of her advice seriously. He was simply too preoccupied at the time to listen to anyone else, even if it was his best friend. It was incredibly selfish of him, but that didn't change the fact that it was how he acted. Still, he collected his thoughts and steeled himself, telling Rose about his concerns, about how he felt constricted when he felt intimacy, about his fears when it came to relationships, and everything else. Throughout the whole ordeal, Rose's face didn't change. She kept watching him with a warm smile as he poured out the complex feelings he had penned up since they had begun their relationship, maybe even before. When he finally finished talking, an hour had passed, and he felt truly relieved. Even if she hadn't said anything to him yet, he felt like just talking to her about it lifted a massive weight off of his shoulders. Why was I so scared to do this? Looking at Rose, whose gaze was gentler than a calming spring, he wondered where his hesitation came from. He didn't know, but he was glad he decided to take a step forward. And Rose didn't wait for him to get anxious for her answer. I already knew. Her smile never faded as she answered. Well, I'm not a psychic who can know everything, but I could clearly see your hesitation a long time ago. Damien's eyes widened, but Rose didn't allow him to speak. Instead, she grabbed him and gently brought his head to her lap. Damien was in a slight panic from her earlier words and didn't resist her at all. Before he knew it, he was using her lap as a pillow as she calmly brushed her fingers through his hair. He had already frozen long ago, silently accepting her actions. You know, I grew up in a generally awkward family situation. After all, my father has over 100 wives. 100. Damien's eyes practically bulged at this. He wasn't even able to pay attention to her story anymore because of this ridiculous number. Rose lightly smacked his head, regaining his attention. Pay attention, silly. As I was saying, the sheer number of women in my father's harem made life confusing for me. As a child, I always wondered if I was truly loved by my parents, or if I should feel disgusted at the thought of 100 women sharing a single man. This thought was only amplified when I learned about the existence of monogamous families. At that time, my father was rarely able to spend time with me due to his duties as an emperor and some issues that were taking place within the empire, so my doubts were even more exemplified. And so, I started becoming scared. I was scared that one day I'd end up in a situation where I found a husband, and he ignored me like I saw my father doing with his wives. I was just like every other little girl, dreaming about a Prince Charming who would swoop me off my feet, but felt like my dreams were being shattered. It got to the point where even when he came to visit me and my mother, I would hide from him, unable to look at his face. And then, my childhood was robbed from me. There was a small coup that was planned by some old ministers of the empire, and due to their jealousy, some of my father's wives joined their cause. My mother was his favorite, his first wife, and one of the few he truly loved. That night, they poisoned her and killed her while she was sleeping. Reaching this point, Rose's face became pained. Still, she endured her sadness and continued talking. After that night, I lost my ability to trust anyone. I secluded myself in my mother's room and cried myself to sleep every night. I would lash out at anyone who tried to get near me and cause trouble wherever I could. And you know the part that hurt the most? It was the fact that my mother was still smiling when she died. She smiled as if she knew this would happen, yet didn't move to stop it. And her final words? She told me to never blame my father for what happened. But that didn't stop me. Who else was I supposed to blame? I hated her for that for a few years of my life. I was disgusted by the fact that she loved such a man who caused her death. I abhorred the concept of a harem, because if my father had stayed loyal to only my mother, she wouldn't have died. And the family situation at the time didn't help in the slightest. Even if the coup was stopped, its aftermath still lingered. One of my half-sisters thought that it would be the best time to get rid of me as well. Even at a young age, we were still aware of the fight for the throne. One day, this sister I thought was my biggest support pillar took me to a secluded place and attempted to have me killed by a beast. I didn't know at the time, but if not for a shadow guard that my father had assigned to protect me, I wouldn't be standing here today. Time passed like this, but I never got better. I turned 15, the marriageable age in a Pyrrhon, and countless sons of noble families came to court me. But that's also when I began seeing these threads and colors that connected every single being. I was able to clearly see their feelings. The fact that they were either there to increase the standing of their families or out of pure lust. I rarely saw one who truly loved or even liked me. And since I had been surrounded by filth, I even pushed away the ones that truly cared. I was never able to get rid of the nagging thought that they would someday betray me as those women did with my father and how my sister did to me. I ran away from the castle, wanting to get fresh air and escape my responsibilities, but even that was disallowed. Within a few hours' time, my father found me and promptly took me back to the castle. It was that day when he first showed how much he truly cared. Rose began reminiscing. She remembered her father's words from that night clearly. Instead of taking her back to the castle, he had taken her to the highest peak on a Pyrrhon to watch the stars. You know, he said, Agata always had a knack for predicting the future. It was almost like she was performing divinations. The emperor stared at the stars, his gaze melancholic and filled with pain. I felt there was something wrong in the weeks before her death, but regardless of any persuasion, she wouldn't tell me. I found out what was going on too late. She had already reached the point of no return, but she sent me one final mental transmission. Do you want to know what she said? James looked at his daughter with a loving gaze, hiding his sadness. She simply told me to look after you, to make sure that the two of us never drift apart, and to make sure we live our lives filled with love. I truly don't understand how such a caring woman ever fell for me. Rose remembered looking at her father. She could feel his pain in his words, and through her eyes, she could see the endlessly red string that connected him to the ground. Even after her death, Rose's mother still retained her father's deepest affection. Rose looked at Damien, who was intently listening to her story with a similar yet entirely different loving gaze. We talked for hours after that, about his love story with my mother, her countless quirks, and what made her the powerful woman she used to be. It was that day that I finally began to heal. Chapter 106, Emotions. Damien simply lay in her lap as he listened to her story. It got to the point where he even forgot about his own problems while he immersed himself in hers. As it turns out, Rose had similar issues as him. The only difference was that she had been on the path to fixing them much longer than he was. Rose continued telling Damien about her past in the final 6 years before they met each other. It was definitely heartwarming. After their conversation on the mountain peak, James took his daughter back to the castle. The two of them became much closer after that. Rose wasn't able to immediately set aside her prejudices and doubts, but she was now open to the idea. Any arrangements for her marriage were canceled, much to the chagrin of those noble families, but James didn't care. He only thought of the well-being of his daughter in this matter. It was then that his favoritism for Rose started to show. She disdained most of her father's other women, who were simply there due to political marriage, so she started to explore the lands of Apiron. And in those explorations, she discovered her love for adventure. Rose began training as much as she could, quickly showing her talent and stunning those in the upper echelon of the Empire. In just 6 years, she had reached second class. She had joined the Adventurers Guild and taken on quests, evaded many assassination and kidnapping attempts with her own prowess, and made achievements that set her apart from the crowd. She far surpassed her other siblings, but she held no desire for the throne. This left them to wallow in their jealousy without an outlet to remove it. In consequence, the battle for the throne became fiercer, but Rose didn't care about this. She ignored everything else and focused on what she wanted to do, only returning to the palace a few times a year to meet with her father. And on her most recent trip back, she met Damien. The rest was history. It was a true coming-of-age story that made Damien feel like Rose was the protagonist of some anime. She overcame trials both physically and emotionally until she could stand before him as her powerful and unbridled self today. Frankly, he was amazed. His respect for Rose was already high before this, but it felt like it had peaked after knowing her full story. He felt ashamed to face the same issues with much less strenuous circumstances. But who could blame him? Even if trauma came into being on a mortal Earth without the same strife as it had after mana was introduced, and even if the problems could now be considered mundane, that didn't mean it would suddenly fix everything. Mana was miraculous in every sense of the word, but it wasn't omnipotent and it wasn't biased. Even with such a drastic lifestyle change, it was impossible to just throw away old trauma. His father leaving him while he was still a child impacted him heavily, even though he was in his 20s now. Regardless of the circumstances or how much Damien knew it was for his own good, the fact that he didn't feel any familial love from his mother due to her busy schedule also left a deep impact on him. The bullying he endured at school and the way people would lead him on simply to push him down later left him with trust issues. And these were only further amplified by the fact that he was betrayed and thrown into the dungeon to die. In those 2 years, he lived as a beast, messed with his mental psyche. No matter how fine he may seem at the moment, it was simply because he didn't have an outlet or a situation where he snapped. The closest thing to this would be when he basically bombed downtown LA because he couldn't hold back his thirst to kill Jean. Damien and Rose spent the whole night talking. Their intimacy had reached an entirely new level as they threw away their inhibitions and opened up to each other about everything. It was a cathartic feeling for the two of them. They ended up getting immersed in each other's warmth, sharing some physical intimacy as well before the night ended. And finally, they fell asleep hugging each other. Close. The wholesomeness of the time they spent let them enter their dreams with happiness and ease. In another part of the house, Claire was sleeping in her bed alone. However, she wasn't able to maintain the same peace as the previous two. She hadn't told the kids yet because she didn't want to worry them, but every night when she fell asleep, she'd have strange dreams. These dreams varied from simple life experiences of her own to fantastical scenes she could never even imagine. It took her an entire month to even have an inkling of what was going on. Tonight, she was having another strange dream. Yet, this one was leagues worse than the rest. She was in a place filled with darkness. The only reason she could see was that she had adapted to this environment. She walked through a dense forest alone, but she could feel something following her. She arrived at an abyss and was confronted by a wolf. She tried to run, but it tore into her legs, preventing her movement. Luckily, this was a dream, so she couldn't feel the pain. There was one thing that was clear to her, however, and that was fear. Pure, unadulterated fear. She looked down at her body, which was currently that of a boy's, and saw 2 swords in her hands. When she looked back up, she was already attempting to fight the wolf. But it was futile. The wolf was simply that much more powerful than her. It tore into her body, leaving her hanging on the precipice between life and death. And then, she charged once more. But this time it was more crazed. It was the move of an insane person. She watched as the body she occupied tore into the wolf, and she watched as one of its arms was torn off and eaten in front of it. She watched as it climbed onto the wolf and used its single remaining arm to claw and scrape, and she watched as it tore its jaws into the wolf's flesh. The battle reached its climax as the human won, but the wolf charged into the abyss and fell, dragging the human along with it. Within this abyss, Claire saw a small bit of light that reflected off of the short sword still in her hand. It was then that she finally saw the appearance of the body she possessed. Short midnight black hair caked in mud, a face covered in blood, and a pair of piercing amethyst eyes. She knew whose face this was. Damien. Claire woke up from her sleep in a panic, her back drenched in a cold sweat. Tears streamed down her face uncontrollably as she realized what she had just witnessed. "My boy," she sobbed. "Just what did you have to go through?" When Damien woke up, he couldn't hide the smile on his face. The soft sunlight that entered his room through his window, the chirping of birds, and the girl sleeping by his side all brought him immense joy. Seeing how Rose was using his arm as his pillow, Damien decided to stay in bed a bit longer. He simply enjoyed the scenery outside the house as he waited for her to wake up. He wanted to look at her face a bit more, but he had no idea if he could suppress the urge to kiss her if he did so. Unbeknownst to him, though, she was already up, but thinking that his efforts to play it cool were cute, she pretended to be asleep. Within the hour, Rose finally opened her eyes. She similarly ended up smiling at the tranquil atmosphere that had enveloped them. There were a few more days that the two of them could spend calmly before they had to start moving again, so they planned to enjoy it. They left their room and headed downstairs to be greeted by Claire, Elena, and Zara, who had stayed with Elena during the previous night. She knew Damien and Rose were having an important conversation, so she didn't want to bother them. The group had a cheerful dinner as they talked about mundane things. They turned on the news, only to see stories of Nibelheim's destruction, but they paid it no mind. A week ended up passing idly while the group relaxed, but there was no way to keep this atmosphere forever. Damien and the girls sat on one side of the couch while Claire sat opposite them. The air around them seemed tense. Not being able to handle the tension, Damien finally spoke. "Mom, please move to a Pyron." Chapter 107, Brief Return. "Mom, please move to a Pyron." The words were simple, but Damien still felt nervous saying them. It was an unknown sensation for him, but it was something akin to disobeying your parents as a child. Claire looked into her son's earnest eyes as she pondered. After a few long minutes, she decided to speak. "Why do you want me to move?" If she spoke simply from her emotions, she would have immediately rejected the idea, but things were different now. Thinking back to the dream she saw last night, she couldn't help but see things from a more logical perspective. The Damien she saw in her dream was still a boy, but the Damien in front of her now was a man. Either this meant that her dream was false, or that it took place at the beginning of his journey. She was more inclined to believe the latter, especially with her system window saying her affinity was dream. She was sure it wasn't an illusion or anything. If that was just the beginning, then what did he go through after that? The single experience was harrowing to her. Not only was he left within an inch of his life, but he also watched his arm be torn off and eaten in front of him, and he was cast into that gnawing abyss by the dying wolf. She had some mild trauma from the dream, and she hadn't even felt the pain that came with all those injuries. She had, however, felt the emotions: fear, unwillingness, anxiety, and near the end, insanity. She felt it all and questioned how her son was able to sit in front of her with the demeanor of a normal person. She could only commend his efforts, and out of respect for that, listen to his suggestions. Damien, on the other hand, was mildly shocked that his mother didn't immediately protest. He had originally expected this to be a long conversation filled with begging, but it seemed it would be much easier than that. Relaxing a bit, he answered her question. I have a feeling that Earth will be subjected to many catastrophes in the future, and if there is any risk of something bad happening, I don't want you to get caught up in it. Although he knew she would have a hard time understanding, Damien proceeded to tell her about the happenings at Nibelheim. He explained what Rose and Elena found, and also what he had found about the World Core. He also talked briefly about the battle with the Dark Imps and their abilities. While on this subject, he also had to mention the Nox, albeit only slightly, so she could get a better idea of the bigger picture. And finally, Damien told her about what happened between him and the World Core. This was the first time he was telling the girls about it as well, so he gave more details on this particular matter. When I first achieved 3rd class and became a Celestial, I received the ability to use starlight as an energy source or an element. An example of this is how I can harness the flames of the sun. Damien flicked his finger, creating a small wisp of flame. But the power of this tiny flame was immense, letting the group understand his point. I thought this was it, with the rest of the class being an extension on my spatial element, increasing the possibilities. But I was wrong. When I was there next to the Earth's core, I ended up forming a bond with it. Well, I don't know if bond is the right word, but I essentially became the Star Master of Earth. Both Elena and Claire were aware of the term Star Master. Damien was heavily into cultivation novels as a teen, so he had ranted to both of them about various concepts he found interesting. Rose was confused by the term, being from another world, but it was quickly explained to her by the rest. Since the concept was generally straightforward, she didn't take much time to catch on. Son, does that mean you're the master of Earth or something? Claire asked curiously. But Damien shook his head. I don't think it's that simple, and I also don't believe that I have the power to claim myself to be the master of an entire world. But what I do know is that I have the potential to become one. And not just for Earth, but for countless worlds. This is the path that has been laid out for me. Claire's eyes slightly widened in realization. Only now did she figure out that her son would be leaving on a journey soon. And why do you believe Apiron is better than Earth? Didn't they get invaded long before Earth did? This time, Rose was the one to answer her. Auntie, Apiron is a world filled with peace. Even the beasts stay within their territories and don't rampage and slaughter needlessly. My father is the emperor of the largest human empire on the continent, so your safety can be guaranteed. Not to mention, it's been 1,000 years since the Nox invaded, and they haven't returned even once. I have a theory about this. Damien chimed in. The Nox faced heavy losses on Apiron during their last invasion attempt, to the point where they were forced to retreat and recuperate for hundreds of years before they could move again. If I'm not mistaken, I believe the Nox will not attack Apiron again until they have completed the conquest of various other worlds. Perhaps it's a safety precaution, or maybe it's just instinct. But at least for now, Apiron is safe. However, Earth doesn't share the same security. It's a small and new world that anyone can use for their own machinations. Just like how Nibelheim came, others will too. And if the force from the cloud plane didn't arrive as well, Earth would have fallen long ago. Claire was beginning to understand why Damien wanted her to leave. She was slightly distressed that he would be putting himself in danger again, but she couldn't do anything about that. She had been back in this changed world for long enough to gain a basic understanding of how things worked. Strength was king within this vast universe, and Damien needed to gain it. Even if Damien glossed over it, Elena made sure she knew how hard he worked for her sake. She wanted Claire to be proud of her son's achievements. And indeed, she was proud. Yet, she was also aware of how much of a burden she was. She was saddened by the fact that she would be a burden to him even after she had woken up, but she couldn't do anything about it. She could only suppress her negative feelings and comply. What would you do in this situation? She thought about the only man she had ever fallen in love with. A man who was as mysterious as the boundless cosmos and had more charisma than anyone else. "Claire, our son is destined for greatness," he once said to her. "No matter what, we must support him in his journey. We just raise him to be strong enough to fend off anything that could bar his path." Sighing, Claire slowly nodded her head. "All right, I'll move to a Pyron. However, you must come visit me once in a while, or I'll find some way to leave and come spank you like I did when I was little." Damien shivered a bit thinking about those childhood days. He knew what his mother was like when she was angry, and he didn't want to see that side of her again. Damien nodded hurriedly in compliance. Now that he had convinced her, he didn't have any more reservations to move forward on his path. The group stayed on Earth for another day, with Claire lacking her necessities as if she was going on vacation before they gathered in the backyard. Once again, Damien used the connection he felt with the Pyron to open a portal. The difference was, this time the portal was only big enough for their group to enter together. "It seems like the portal size depends on us. So Zara's extravagance was the cause last time." Damien smiled wryly at this. At least he could be discreet when he used the skill normally. He was a bit flustered last time when they made such a grand entrance. The group stood in a line, while Zara stayed in Damien's shadow. Although their safety was guaranteed, they still made sure to hold each other so they didn't get separated. Claire watched the portal in trepidation, but feeling the firm hands of her son and Elena, she steeled herself. "I can't show them such a weak side now, can I?" With one final look at the house she had spent so many years of her life in, and with one last reminiscence of the old days, Claire stepped into the portal. Chapter 108, Brief Return. After spending what felt like hours in the void, the group was finally able to exit the portal. Damien's mana capacity wasn't completely dry, but this was only because he already had some connection to a Pyron. He didn't know when this connection began to strengthen, but it was second only to Earth, much stronger than those he had with the random, celestial bodies floating through the void. Claire looked around with awe as she witnessed the sight of a new world. They had teleported directly into Damien's house within Aurora, so she was able to get a clear view of the city and the area beyond it. The bustling atmosphere that filled the city and its sheer size were enough to amaze her. Yet this was only the tip of the iceberg. When Claire looked around, she was able to see the majestic castle that occupied the center of the city, being larger than some towns on Earth. Her body seemed to rejoice at the mana density of the area, being at least 10 times denser than that of Earth. And with the enhanced eyesight of someone with her stats, she was able to make out the scenery in the distance past the city. The Titanus Mountains that stood tall in the background and the lush green plains helped her realize she was truly in another world. The entire experience calmed her, as a peaceful atmosphere pervaded the very air she breathed. "Welcome to a Pyron," Rose said with a smile on her face. Claire could only nod her head absent-mindedly as she stayed dazed by the sights. It was only around 10 minutes later that she snapped back to reality. "This place is breathtaking." Claire sighed with praise. She wondered if Earth would become like this after a prolonged period of time, but she knew she wouldn't be alive to witness it. After all, that was tens of thousands of years. "Mom, I'll give you some time to accustom yourself to this house and the surrounding city," Damien said as he pulled out a spatial ring. "This ring is filled with as much gold and silver as you'll ever need, and this house belongs solely to me, so you can do as you please. Also, this city is one of the safest places you could possibly be, even considering how peaceful this world is. I'm going to take Elena somewhere to get a new sword, and after we return, we can go meet Rose's father." Claire nodded as she looked at the house. It was much bigger than the one she previously lived in, and she couldn't imagine living in alone. Without another word, she went inside to explore. As she turned away, her expression hardened. The dream she had seen even the day before they left Earth had gotten much worse than what she saw previously. She had seen a maniacal scene of seas of blood and endless slaughter. Walking through the house she would be living in for the foreseeable future, Claire only had a single thought in her head. "I must adapt to the new world and become strong. As long as I'm strong, I won't be a burden to anyone for even a single second longer." She wasn't just thinking about Damien. The figure of a certain man popped into her head as she gazed at the bright blue sky. Meanwhile, Damien turned to Elena, whose excitement had almost reached the point of manifesting physically. "Why don't we fly there, so you can enjoy the sights of this world a bit?" Damien suggested. He was greeted with a quick refusal before Elena immediately nodded. "So, which is it? Yes or no?" Damien teased. "Yes," Elena responded. She was admittedly filled with too much anticipation to even listen to what he was saying. Damien wryly shook his head as he called Zara out of his shadow. Then, the three of them mounted her and took off. "Well, let's go visit an old friend then, shall we?" It only took an hour for the group to reach Archdale with Zara's improved speed, and Damien looked at the city with a smile. "It hasn't changed at all since the last time I came here." It had only been 2 years since he last stepped into the city, so the line was a bit cliché, but he said it anyway. It brought a slight smile to Rose's face, so he felt it was worth it. Zara returned to Damien's shadow, once again adopting her previous behavior now that they were back around crowds, and Damien led the group to a familiar old building that smelled like melting metals. Without suspense, they entered the shop. Elena's eyes were immediately drawn to the lines of weapons that occupied it. There was still nobody at the desk, but sounds of metal clanging could be heard from the back room. Damien simply stood as he watched Elena browse the weapons like a child in the toy section. It was the first time Elena had seen weapons so pristine. Not only their design and sharpness, but also the aura they gave off. If she had to compare her old sword, it was like trash in front of a pile of gold. As she looked through the sword section, Elena was surprised by the many different designs. There were spiral swords, broadswords, and even things that looked oddly similar to katanas. Some of the swords were shaped in ways she had never seen before, but that made sense since they were no longer on Earth. "Damien, I want this one," Elena said as she tugged on his sleeve, pointing to a specific katana. He hadn't seen her drop all pretenses like this in a long time. It seemed her love for swords was on a whole different level. Looking at the sword she wanted, Damien saw a sleek katana whose blade was almost translucent. But no matter how fragile it looked, its power couldn't be underestimated. Damien nodded his head, understanding her choice. As someone who specialized in the light element, her greatest strength was her speed. A heavy sword would only be detrimental to her. "All right, just give me a second," Damien said as he hopped over the counter. He pushed open the thick metal door to the back room and directly entered. "Yo, old man, you in here?" Damien's entire manner of speaking seemed to relax to a new level when he entered the back room. "Oi, who the hell is coming in air without knocking?" A grumpy voice shouted. Vormek grabbed his hammer and waddled to the door, wanting to pound the head of the fool who interrupted him. However, when he got there, he saw a familiar yet unfamiliar man. Although it had only been 2 years since their last meeting, Damien had grown up a lot. The silver streaks in his hair had become more prevalent, his height had grown slightly, and his overall look had become more mature. Not to mention the expensive clothing he was wearing, a complete turn from the sweatpants and shirt he wore when they first met. What are you doing, air boy? Don't tell me you already broke the sword I made you." Vormek chastised, yet the smile on his face wasn't hard to spot. Damien smiled as well. "What? You won't believe me if I said I just missed you." Vormek rolled his eyes, but got straight to business. All right. Let me get a look at your sword and start fixing it." "Nah, I'm actually not here for myself today. I brought a friend whose weapon I want you to craft." Still, Damien pulled out his sword. "But you can consider this as your payment. Trust me, you'll be interested in what happened to it." Vormek raised his brow in clear interest as he grabbed the sword. Just from a glance, it was clear how the sword had changed. Its blade had elongated to be around 1 meter long, and its edge had considerably sharpened. Its entirely black surface gained a more glossy finish, and the purple lines that patterned it was now conjoined with a pristine gold. It was only when he took a deeper look that he realized the significance of these changes. "Boy, who reforged this sword for you?" Vormek asked. It was sheer curiosity, not even caring that Damien broke their contract. Whoever reforged the sword was clearly better than him. Nobody did, old man. The sword did that to itself. Damien then proceeded to explain the process where the sword devoured an SSS rank artifact in the Legacy Tomb and evolved to the same rank. Vormek's eyes widened, but as he continued inspecting, he realized the truth in Damien's words. There were no signs of tampering, as if the blade had evolved rather than being reforged. And as Vormek did before, he saw every change within the blade, using it to improve his own understanding of his profession. He saw the records of the countless battles the blade had gone through, leaving him excited at the prospects. After around half an hour, Vormek finally spoke. "All right, boy, this was definitely a great payment. Bring your friend back here so I can get the specs they want." Chapter 109, Brief Return. Damien promptly called Elena, who was still admiring the katanas in the front, and rose to the back of the shop. When they entered, both of them wore similar expressions to Damien when he entered for the first time. Their noses scrunched up from the intense smell of smoke and metal, and they felt slightly uncomfortable due to the extreme heat. It wasn't the heat itself that was uncomfortable, since their bodies were long past being affected by drastic temperature changes. Rather, it was the atmosphere brought by the heat that irked them. Looking at the two girls that entered the shop, Vormek's eyes showed an understanding light. Nudging Damien slightly, he teased, "You've been busy these last few years, haven't you?" Inwardly, Vormek was genuinely surprised. The blue-haired beauty was one thing, but the other one had pink hair and ruby eyes, a trait that was possessed by only a single family within the entire human domain. 2 years ago, when we met, the boy was just another traveler in scrappy clothes. How did he end up seducing a princess in that short time? Still, he was a professional, so he didn't voice out his thoughts, just subtly teasing Damien about it instead. Looking at Elena, Vormek then asked the important question. "So, what can I do for you, young lady?" Elena's eyes brightened as she nodded. "Yes, sir. I like a blade similar to this one, but I want it to be lighter and slightly longer." She pulled out the sword she took from the front room for Vormek to see. He only took a glance before nodding. "All right, I can do that for you, but I'm gonna need you to show me something first." Turning to Damien, he continued, "Boy, you remember what I had you do last time, no? Take us to that field again." Damien wryly shook his head at the fact that Vormek was using him as a taxi driver, but still complied. The group was covered by Damien's spatial mana and taken to a familiar grassy plain. Looking around, Damien was still able to see the scars and destruction he had made in this area when he was first practicing his sword art. Back then, he barely understood bladeless, and his dance of the void was in its rudimentary phases. He smiled thinking about how far he'd come. "All right, young lady, take the sword you took from the shop and show me some of your moves." Elena nodded with complete seriousness. Seeing the weapons in the shop that transcended her understanding had made her view Vormek as some sort of respectable elder. She made sure to be extra polite with him, and Vormek seemed to enjoy this feeling. Well, until he got a smack to the back of the head. "Calm down, old man. If you keep that creepy grin on your face, people will think you're a perv." "Boy, you brat. Who you calling a perv? If you want a taste of my fists, I'll give it to you." "Oh, and how are you planning to do that? Can you even reach my face if you get on your tiptoes?" "Brat, don't go too far." Vormek was at best half of Damien's height, as it seemed he possessed some dwarf's bloodline, and his height had always been a sore spot for him. Seeing the two argue as if they were quarreling siblings, Rose ended up having a good laugh before Elena cut them off. Ahem. She let out a clearly fake cough. Damien and Vormek quieted down shortly after as they watched her prepare. Not wanting to disappoint or underwhelm, Elena let out her strongest move. Judgment was a more versatile skill than Elena had previously shown. A blinding yellow light covered her sword blade, letting off a suffocating pressure before Elena swung it with her full power. Swoosh! Bang! The light covering the sword became a massive beam that subsequently split into 5 parts that zoomed through the air. Even the wind was cut by their blinding speed. And then, each of the 5 impacted a separate area of the massive plains, creating a large explosion of dazzling light. A dust cloud was kicked up by the force of the explosions, and small craters were formed in the ground. Elena was only second class, but The full power of her skill would be enough to contend against many early and mid-stage third-class beings. Vormek approvingly nodded his head as he watched on. None of the people next to this kid will ever be normal. All right, he said, let me get a look at that sword. Elena promptly handed it over, and Vormek inspected it in full. Every once in a while, he would nod his head or mutter some sort of blacksmith jargon that Damien couldn't understand. Good, I can do this for you, but it'll take more time than the other sword. The materials I'm in need for this will take a bit of work to get. Don't worry about that, old man. I didn't tell you this yet, but I'm pretty rich now. Yeah. I don't think you could court a princess of the biggest empire in the human domain if you were still the bum you were when we first met. This time, Damien was the one who received the critical hit. The two resumed their earlier squabble as Damien teleported the group back to the workshop. After a few hours, the trio left Vormek to his work. The new sword cost Damien a few white gold coins, especially considering that its rank would be higher and the materials were rare, but Damien still got the feeling that Vormek had cheated him. But he just shrugged it off. It wasn't like he needed the money on a Pyron. If he ever ran out, he'd just take a few SS-rank quests to make some more. Since it would take around a month for the sword to be complete, Damien and Rose took Elena on a small tour of the Adelaire Empire. Since Claire was safe within Aurora, they spent 2 weeks flying around and looking at the various sceneries of the empire. From its expansive mountain ranges to the beautiful forests it contained, they saw it all. They also took a brief trip to the academy and spoke with Malcolm for a bit before visiting the seas. Overall, they had a nice relaxing vacation before heading back to Aurora to meet with Claire. Claire had been living a comfortable life for the past 2 weeks, and she had been fitting in quite well among the denizens of the city. Claire had always been a very sociable person, and most of the jobs she worked dealt with customer service. Even when she was working corporate jobs, she always handled interpersonal relations. She would take weekly trips down to the shopping district and interacted with the locals, forming some connections and making friends. Even some of the nobles on the hill had come to greet her after seeing that she was living in the house belonging to Damien, who was widely known as the winner of the previous Nexus event. There were originally some hiccups due to her lack of strength, but once it was learned that she was Damien's mother, she didn't encounter many problems. Some even decided to curry favor with her. Though she didn't care much for their attempts, she was glad to learn more about Damien's feats within this world. She was told dazzling stories about his domineering performance and how he had won a legendary medicine called Elixir. It was then that she finally understood the amount of effort he had put into healing her. She almost teared up on the spot, but made sure to hold herself back. With the way everyone adored her son, she couldn't show her weakness. The only thing she showed was the pure, unadulterated pride that she felt. And so, Claire had been living nicely for 2 weeks before she heard a sudden knock on her door. Opening it, she was greeted by a man in full-plated armor with a stern expression on his face. "Miss, you have been invited to the palace as a guest. Please follow me." Claire was frozen in place for a bit, processing the man's words, but when they clicked, her surprise ended up vanishing entirely. That's right. Little Rose is a princess in this world. With the Emperor being her future in-law, Claire felt it was her obligation to meet him. It wouldn't be a talk between an emperor and his subject, but rather one between fellow parents. Claire went back into the house and got dressed for the occasion, wearing a beautiful black dress that exuded formality, but not to the point that it was rigid. She then followed the guard to the palace. Entering the massive entrance hall, Claire couldn't help but be fascinated. Even the castles on Earth held no comparison to this one. It was another dimension. As she marveled at the sight, she followed the guard to the massive set of double doors that stood at the end of the hall. I wonder what kind of demeanor a real-life emperor would have. Chapter 110, Brief Return. When Claire entered the throne room, she was further introduced to the extravagance of a true ruler of men. From the ornate decorations to the glimmering thrones, all of it seemed like something fantastical. Truthfully, Claire had been slightly infected by Damien's interests when he was growing up, so she knew a thing or two about those novels and animes, but seeing it in person was very different than its animated counterparts. I wonder how he felt when he first came here. She smiled at the thought. Walking through the hall, Her gaze landed on the large pink-haired man on the throne. Although his eyes were serious, they contained a hint of strangeness she couldn't quite pinpoint. James had been able to sense her as she entered the castle, so he knew her measly strength. He had made sure to conceal his entire aura so as to not create any problems. "Nice to meet you. My name is James Adelaire, Rose's father." His introduction was unbefitting of an emperor, but he still went forward with it without qualms. He was approaching Claire as an equal, since in a sense of the word, they were. And Claire responded in kind. She felt slightly suffocated by his presence, even if he wasn't exuding aura, but she powered through. "Yes, I've heard so much about you. My name is Claire Watson. I'm sorry if my son has caused you any trouble." "None at all," James smiled as he said. "In fact, the boy has brought my daughter a joy she has been missing since her mother's passing. I can only say that you fostered a great child." Claire smiled at the compliment, but felt a little conflicted. After all, had she even done anything to raise him? Damien wasn't the only one who felt regretful about the way their family was in the past. James stood up from his throne and invited Claire into a separate dining hall where they both took their seats. Since the formalities were already out of the way, they went straight to conversation. Being parents must bring some sort of change to people's mentalities, since these two spent the majority of their time solely talking about their kids. Claire also spoke about Earth a bit, while James introduced her to more of a Praeran. Only half an hour had passed before Damien's group arrived at the castle. They were a bit confused when they were led by the servants to the dining hall, only to see a puzzling sight. James was roaring with laughter while Claire was doing her best to stop her giggles, albeit unsuccessfully. That's right, he would always go into our yard and start yelling these crazy phrases even before we had men on Earth. You wouldn't believe the kinds of things the neighbors were saying. Haha, this doesn't compare at all to Rose, though. The way she used to run around the palace and cause mischief would always bring me loads of complaints. Damien and Rose could only stand there with their jaws agape, while Elena tried her best to not laugh audibly. The scene of the Emperor laughing so happily was a surprise in itself. But when the two realized the topic of conversation, they immediately rushed into the room. "Mom! Dad!" they yelled in union, causing the two to look over. "Oh, Damien, you've arrived? We were just talking about the past a bit." "The past, my ass. Did you have to go revealing my black history to others?" On the other side, Rose was having a similar conversation with her father. Yet, both parents simply smiled at their children's antics. It took many minutes for the scene to become less chaotic before Damien's group also sat around the table. Food was quickly brought in, and everyone ate and laughed happily. Even Elena, who wasn't a part of the family, was included wholeheartedly. The group enjoyed their time like this until night fell and everyone retired to their respective rooms. Since they would be leaving soon, they opted to stay within the castle instead of returning to Damien's, or rather Claire's, house. Within their room, Damien and Rose laid in bed peacefully. Neither of them said a word, but it was clear that they were both awake. "I haven't seen my dad laugh so happily in a long time," Rose said, breaking the silence. It's the same with my mom." It seemed like a large weight had been lifted from her shoulders. It was a good idea to bring Annie here. I feel like our parents will be much happier in each other's company. Rose had another thought when she said this, but she didn't voice it. Truthfully, her father had never been the same with his harem ever since his mother's death. There were only a few left that he loved sincerely, but even they were pushed away. Now, she didn't expect her dad and Damien's mother to get together, or for Damien's mother to fill the void her father's heart, but she figured that a good friendship would help him regain his smile like what she saw today. Damien and Rose spoke for a bit more before they headed to sleep. It became something of a routine to get proper rest every night, even if they didn't need it, since they had been living a mundane life for the past few months. And their mundane life continued for another week before it was time to leave Apiron. Damien was happy to live peacefully for a bit, but his entire being craved excitement. He couldn't withhold that urge for much longer. And so, the second he received word that Vormek had finished Elena's blade, he got prepared to leave. "Boy, here's the sword for you, lady friend. Make sure she doesn't scratch it up too much, since I doubt it'll work out the same as the one I gave you." He was naturally referring to the evolving feature of Damien's sword. As it turns out, Vormek wasn't the one who added that feature, so he had no confidence in creating another blade that could replicate Damien's. But Elena was extremely satisfied with the sword she received. Similar to the one she picked from the front of the shop, the blade was almost translucent, looking like it was made from glass. Its length was just short of a meter, and it was single-edged like a katana. Its hilt was an intricately designed material that looked like wood, but had hardness far surpassing it. Its guard was patterned like a flowing river. The sword weighed next to nothing, which Vormek explained was a quality of the material. It was a perfect supplement for Elena's speed-based fighting style. And after that was finished, it was finally time to leave. Their first destination would be a brief return to Earth, and then they would follow the old men to the cloud plane. As for that matter, it had been mostly settled after Damien's talk with Rose on that fateful day after Nibelheim's destruction. She knew his worries, but didn't want to separate for him. So she came up with a solution. They would all go to the cloud plane together, but they'd have their own separate adventures. Rose would take Elena, while Damien and Zara would go together. As for Elena's part, it was her own decision to follow them. Just like Rose, she had also guessed that Damien would be leaving soon. Even Claire had been able to reach this conclusion with her limited knowledge. And so, in the 2 weeks the group had been traveling Apeiron, Elena made it her personal goal to convince the two to allow her to accompany them. It almost took the whole 2 weeks to do so. Unlike Damien and Rose, Elena didn't have experience living in a place where powerful beings were prevalent. She was essentially a frog at the bottom of the well. The only way she would be allowed to accompany them is if either Damien or Rose was by her side at all times. And for this situation, it would be Rose. Currently, Damien and the rest stood in front of Claire, who could barely withhold the tears in her eyes. "Damien, I know I don't have any right to say this since I left you alone for so long, but please be careful out there." Damien smiled. "Of course, Mom. Do you think I have a nerve to die? If I don't come back, wouldn't you drag my soul from the afterlife just to beat me up?" Claire chuckled a little at his words. "Yes, that's exactly right. And I'll make sure to become strong while you're gone. So it'll be the fiercest beating you ever received." There was a certain glint in her eyes as she spoke that almost made Damien shudder in fear. Still, her intent was well received. Damien strongly hugged his mother, inwardly grateful that he could be berated by her in such a manner, before opening a portal back to Earth. It was finally time for his adventure to continue. Chapter 111, Cloud Plane. When they arrived back on Earth, Damien wasted no time. Their group immediately headed for the Asgard headquarters that stood tall in the middle of Los Angeles. "The mana density of the atmosphere has dropped intensively," Rose commented as they were on their way. Damien couldn't really feel the difference since the planet itself provided him mana as long as he was present on its surface, but when he actively attempted to tell the difference, he noticed that around 50% of the ambient mana in the world was gone. This must be the work of those old men, so they should be ready to leave. While communicating with the World Core, he was able to tell that it didn't really mind the drain of mana that occurred. It could simply produce mana to make up for the difference, even if it took many years to do so. It was a planet, after all, time that counted as lifetimes where humans could barely even be regarded as milliseconds to it. Not to mention that the World Core had only recently gained sentience. It had no attachments to the beings who lived on its surface besides Damien. It only thought about its own survival and progression. Thinking about the World Core, Damien remembered something important. In my rush to feel some more action, I forgot to check if I could bind Apeiron as well. He already confirmed that he had a stronger connection to the world than any other planet besides Earth, so he wanted to try his hand at gaining power through it. He even had plenty of free time in the month he spent on the planet. His thoughts were so preoccupied with the future that he'd overlooked such an important task. "Well, I haven't even explored the full benefits of binding Earth, so I guess it's fine. Plus, I can just go back to Apeiron at some point and see what I can do." Damien snapped out of his thoughts as the group arrived on the balcony of the Asgard skyscraper. They were greeted by the two old men that still remained. "Come in," Xiao Zhan said with a smile. Let me introduce you to our cloud plane before we leave. Jian still looked like he held a slight grudge, but it wasn't anything major. He was aware of the necessity of Damien's actions. He just didn't agree with the speed at which he took them. There weren't any signs of hesitation in his eyes, but their plan had already been set in stone long ago. There was no need for any extra talking or negotiation. When everyone had taken their seats within the meeting room Damien had seen on his first visit, Xiao Zhan began his speech. Compared to what I've seen on this planet, our cloud plane is far more advanced, and even our method of cultivation vastly differs. For starters, what you call classes have different names in our world. First class is called the Foundation Establishment Realm, where one begins their journey to strength. Second class is called the Elemental Comprehension Realm, where one feels their uniqueness and decided on the direction of their future path. From here, it gets a bit more technical. The realm you call third class is actually two separate realms for us. There are the core formation and core expansion realms. To explain this step, I must explain a few other facets of our world. Our denizens are born with pathways within our bodies called meridian pathways, and we practice cultivation manuals that show us how to circulate mana throughout our bodies. The meridians act as gates for mana and aid in the efficiency and potency of our mana output, and the cultivation manuals have varying efficiency as well. The lowest grade is common grade. These are the ones possessed by the common populace who never end up reaching the Foundation Establishment Realm. Next comes black grade, then earth and sky grade, and finally heaven and divine grade. Each has increasing rarity, with divine grade meridians signaling heaven-defying geniuses and divine grade cultivation techniques able to turn someone with common talent into a relatively powerful genius. The reason I mention this is because these are important for speaking about the core formation and expansion realms. Although the meridians have the purpose of regulating the flow of mana, they aren't always enough for the higher levels of power, especially if one doesn't have a higher grade set of meridians. And so we form cores. The placement depends on the cultivator, but their core is essentially the center of their entire pathway. It helps with regulation, efficiency, potency, and even increases mana capacity. During the first 50 levels of what you call third class, we form and develop our cores to fit with the already existing system we have in place. And during the latter half, as the name implies, we expand them. And finally, what you call fourth class. This class is split into two realms as well, but they are much more complicated. They are the law connection and law sea realms. As for the processes of these realms, they don't need to be described as they are far away from any of us at the moment. The more Damien listened, the more he realized that the cloud plane was a true cultivation world. From meridians to sects to the heavens, all of them were prevalent there. It was as if the concept came from a novel, or maybe the novels were inspired by places like the cloud plane. After talking some more about the realms, Xiao Zhan spoke about the power structure of the world. There were 5 continents, 4 in each cardinal direction, and 1 in the center. The strongest power of them all was the Jade Heavenly Palace, which ruled the central continent and even had some say in the other 4 continents, which had their own rulers. The Jade Heavenly Palace had tens of fourth-class beings in the Law Connection realm, and even a few who entered the Law Sea realm. Meanwhile, powers like the Burning Sun sect that the old men originated from, which could be considered mid-sized powers, had only a single or a few Law Connection realm experts at best. Third classes, on the other hand, were spread far and wide without rarity. The world was objectively tens of times stronger than a Pyron. There were also various major clans and organizations, and too many sects to name, so Damien cut Xiao Zhan off. After all, learning new things as they came was part of the excitement. He just needed a general overview, so he wouldn't stick out like a sore thumb. To be honest, our Burning Sun sect isn't suitable for any of you. You'd already be considered at the level of an elder if you joined us. In my opinion, you should join a power in the central continent. Damien picked up a detail from the tone of his voice. Unlike before, when Xiao Zhan had said only he could join them in the cloud plane, he now included the girls as well. It seemed the power he displayed during their last meeting had changed his mind. All right, there's no need for more talking then. We already know the powers on the central continent, so we can choose which one to join when the time comes. For now, let's go to the world, Damien said, and Xiao Zhan agreed. They had already completed their mission on Earth, so there was no reason to stay. They only waited an extra few weeks for Damien. But Damien suddenly thought of something crucial. How did you guys even get here in the first place? He could move through space easily without any help, but that was only because he received Celestial as his third class. It wasn't extremely common for people to have this ability, or it'd be impossible for Earth to have remained secluded for so many years without outside forces invading. Xiao Zhan smiled slightly before walking toward the balcony. Come, let's go somewhere secluded first. The group flew to an empty plain well outside of the city before Xiao Zhan made a motion to take something from his spatial ring. Flash! In front of their eyes stood a large vehicle that was shaped like a mountainous sword. This is our flying treasure. The larger ones aren't very common, but they've been handed out by the Jade Heavenly Palace to those of us who receive these kinds of missions. Although this treasure is only at the sky grade, it can still take us to our world in the span of a few months. Only sky grade? Damien asked in confusion. Wasn't sky grade the third highest in their entire system? Yes, when it comes to flying treasures that can traverse the boundless space, sky grade is the minimum. Those heaven grade and the few divine grade ones in existence are much faster, have more defenses, and can even kill cultivators and the beasts that reside in the darkness with their specialized artillery. Damien raised his brow but didn't comment. He knew nothing, so it wasn't his place. Instead, he directly stepped into the massive sword treasure in front of him. It was time to see a new world. Chapter 112, Cloud Plain. Endless. The sea of darkness filled with shining stars that surrounded them was truly endless. It was like looking into a boundless abyss that could swallow everything, yet it was filled with life. It had been a month since Damien's group had left Earth en route to the Cloud Plain, and they were finally able to see how different the observable universe was from the previous notions on Earth. The Milky Way galaxy itself was no more. Instead, it had merged with the surrounding areas and created a massive starfield. Most of the gas planets that inhabited the galaxy were nowhere to be seen, and even Mars had all but disappeared into the void. When Xiao Zhan was asked about this phenomenon, his reply was simple. Not every planet has the ability to adapt to mana. Those planets that didn't have as much corporeal mass, or the ones that couldn't birth intelligent life, weren't suitable for a universe introduced to mana. The world cores of these planets weren't able to grow and facilitate this new energy, which led them to be either banished somewhere else within the infinite void or destroyed without a sound. Just thinking about these massive celestial bodies disappearing without a trace sent shivers down the spines of everyone present. But they quickly shook it off. They didn't have the power nor the ability to comprehend such large-scale destruction. Instead, they focused on the new worlds that inhabited the space around Earth. As it turns out, many discovered exoplanets were still remaining in the area, but hadn't developed as Earth had. There were also countless new worlds radiating life. In a short month that they had been traveling, they had already come across 3 other worlds that were either beginner worlds like Earth or middle worlds like the Cloud Plain. These classifications were also provided by Xiao Zhan. Apparently, they relied on both the mana density and purity and the strength and number of the beings residing in the world. Higher worlds, which none of them had ever seen, were said to contain tens of demigods and had ambient mana that would feel heavenly to people like them. But Damien didn't necessarily believe this. The mana purity aside, the fact that there were worlds with such large numbers of unascended demigods didn't sit right with him. Didn't they want to pursue more power? What would drive them to give up that path to stay within their worlds? Still, he tried his best to take his mind off the hypotheticals. The flying treasure itself was another marvel for Damien's group. It was similar to a luxury cruise ship with many built-in facilities. There were halls filled with bedrooms that could contain a few hundred people if they shared 4 to a room, and training and dining halls as well. There was also a sort of recreational center meant for killing boredom. Although Damien didn't visit it yet, he was slightly curious about what it held. Recreational culture would also differ between worlds. However, there was one thing he was most excited about. The ship had its own gravitational field, allowing the people on board to use the balconies attached to their rooms and feel as if they were truly standing alone in the vast space. Why was Damien excited about this? Well, it wasn't simply to sightsee. Rather, it was for training. Damien has known for a while that he could traverse space with his bare body already, and he had been dying to try it. The only problem now was that the ship was moving leagues faster than he ever could. If he simply left its premises for a few minutes, he'd get stranded. Although he could warp back on board, he had never tried this skill on an object without a fixed position, so he didn't want to risk it. As he told Rose about this, she reminded him of something crucial. Can't you just do that yourself through your vector manipulation? Damien smacked his forehead. His excitement had turned him into an idiot for not thinking of such an easy fix. Putting some thought into it, Damien realized that this was an even better option. If he got to control the gravity field, wouldn't he be able to train as he pleases? Still, vector control drained his mana, so he couldn't use it to form a continuous field as he had no idea how long he would stay training. It didn't take long for Damien to put his plan into motion. The very next day, he left the protection of the flying sword and sat atop its hull. The gravity here was still present, but it didn't isolate the ship as much as the areas on the balconies. This was probably due to the fact that the people who designed it didn't mean for there to be people sitting on this area of the ship. Still, this was the perfect environment for Damien. He hadn't even begun to comprehend what dimensional magic could do, and being in outer space was the best place to do so. As he entered a meditative state, Damien felt the presence of a larger volume of spatial mana than he'd ever felt before. Well, this was obvious since he was surrounded by the element. Is it even an element? This spatial mana seems to be much stronger and more profound than anything that could merely be called an element. He opened his eyes and tried to see the swirling ambient mana that always colored his vision, but he wasn't able to do so. Is it because the element is colored black like the space around me? Or am I too weak to see it? He had the faint feeling it was the latter, but it didn't make sense to him. His eyes had never failed him before this, so they shouldn't do so now. No, being overly reliant on them is stupid. Damien shook off his stray thoughts and went back to focusing on his surroundings. The mana around him carried its own ebb and flow, but the space itself was incredibly still. He wanted to compare the sensation he felt to peeling an onion, but that metaphor didn't do it justice. There were just too many layers to call it as such. What is space? He thought he already had a good grasp of the concept, but this experience was proving him wrong. It's ever-expanding, but it also constricts upon itself. If it collapsed, then the result would be chaos. Can time even flow without the presence of space? Time and space were two interconnected concepts. Without space, what would time flow? Time was sometimes said to be a concept only perceived by the mind, and it was something that was perceived differently by many beings. Could the difference in the processing speed of the brain contribute to how beings perceive time? Time continued flowing no matter what. It was like an immortal and unbiased river. It listened to no opinion and never slowed down. What changed was how people used their time and how much time they had. Damien remembered the murals on the ancient temple in the Eternal Secret Realm. Those demigods on a Pyrrhon lived for at least 10,000 years. How would they perceive time? The measly 21 years he had been alive would only be a drop in the ocean for them. They might even spend a longer period of time simply sitting in meditation as he was doing now. What would people do if they had the ability to stop or even reverse time? Revive the dead? Fix their mistakes? There were plenty of options, but would any of them lead to positive results? As he figured before, time was an unbiased concept. It was impossible for someone to manipulate it in a single instance solely for their own benefit without affecting anything else. Time was a river, and swimming upstream in that river would inevitably cause massive ripples. But would I still choose to change the past, ignoring these ripples? For Damien, the answer was a resounding no. His fall, the bullying he suffered, and even his father's disappearance were all events that led him to where he was today as the person he was today. Without those events, he wouldn't have become strong. Without those events, he wouldn't have met the people he cared about. He might not even have been able to heal his mother. But for others, he knew that there were countless people in this ever-expanding universe that would do unspeakable things for the chance to change the past. To turn the wheel of time on a universal scale for such a selfish action was absurd, yet oddly relatable. But what about controlling time within a smaller area? Does this relate back to space? The two concepts went hand in hand. They showcased duality and a balance in the universe. Without space, where would time flow? And without time, how could space expand? Why did I start thinking about time all of a sudden? His thought process had skewed so far from the original goal that he almost forgot he was meditating. However, unbeknownst to Damien, two different translucent types of mana began slightly stirring around his body. Chapter 113, Cloud Plane. 6 months later, the massive flying treasure had trekked through tens of star systems and witnessed many amazing sights, varying from desolate worlds that were plagued with death to worlds made entirely of a single element. Stars like the sun were essentially massive balls of fire, but there were even some worlds that were wholly made of water or even lightning. Rose and Elena had their horizons broadened by a maddening degree. Both had only seen 2 worlds in their entire lifetimes, which could already be considered more than any normal person. But now they had been enlightened to the vastness of the universe. Currently, they were sitting together at a table in the recreational hall of the ship, trying to relieve their boredom in any way they could. They quarreled often, they trained often, and they even lived lavishly like empresses for a bit, but their journey was too long for them to find any constant sources of entertainment. By now, the two weren't as opposed to each other as they were when they first met. Even fighting as they used to do could get boring nowadays. While space travel was fun in concept, it was always a prolonged endeavor. And the loneliness would have quickly become maddening if they didn't have each other to talk to. He still hasn't returned yet? Elena asked with a sigh. Nope, Rose responded. He used to visit every week or so to chat with us. But for the last 4 months, he hadn't left his position. Are we sure he didn't get stranded somewhere on the way? How could that be possible? If it really happened, wouldn't Zara be going crazy right now? Rose said as she pet the silky fur of the wolf by her side. I will be fine without him. He is just my best friend, that's all. Zara complained defiantly, causing both girls to laugh. They both knew that she could only talk like this if she felt his presence clearly. He hasn't said anything to me for a while, but I can still feel him in the same place he was last time. The girls sighed as they attempted to peer through the ceiling of the ship. I wonder what he's up to. Meanwhile, the person in question sat like an ancient monk training his patience. As the girls said, he hadn't moved from his spot in many months. Of the 2 currents of mana that surrounded his body, one had become a raging torrent while the other had barely changed, in no hurry to make itself known. Its presence was negligible to the point where even when Damien paused or re-entered his meditation, he never felt its existence. Opening his eyes once more, Damien let out a deep sigh. Dimensional magic is insane. It had been 7 whole months since he immersed himself in his training, but he had barely made progress. Well, that wasn't quite true, but it's how he felt. On the small scale, he had made immense progress. His existing abilities were further developed, and he was able to create the next form of his sword art. This was the new second form he had been thinking about for a long time. Its main concept was distance, and now to influence it through space. Its profundity was much higher than his previous iterations, but since it was a single target attack, he placed it as the new second form of his sword art. Since he was creating the art from scratch, this kind of thing was easy. His art focused on fluidity, but not in a sense where the order of moves mattered. Switching from any step to another step needed fluidity, ignoring any barriers. The problem was, even with his improvements, his dimensional magic skill was stuck at level 1. Even what he would have previously considered as major improvement turned out to not even scratch the surface of this new ability. Wondering the true extent of his power, Damien slowly stood up from his position. In the distance, he could see a massive planet that was slightly larger than even a Pyron. And judging from the direction of the ship, it was their destination. They had finally reached the cloud plane. Damien left his spot on the hull of the ship and joined the others. Inside, it wasn't just the girls, but Xiao Zhen and Yin Jian had also gathered. You finally arrived. I take it your training was a success. Damien nodded with a slight smile as he joined the group. Now that we're here, I have one more detail I need to confirm, Damien said. Do we need to use fake names? Or will we be fine as is? Xiao Zhen pondered for a bit, but shook his head in the end. It should be unnecessary. Although our names tend to bear similarities to the ones you call Chinese in your homeworld, it isn't uncommon for others to exist. There are a plethora of cultures in our world, some even sharing similarities with your own. And since you will be headed for the central continent, you will find a largely mixed population. It's the largest and most advanced of the 5 continents, and it's a place where many cultures converge. Damien nodded, hiding the slightly disappointed look in his eyes. It would have been fun to become Tianlong or Yang Lintian or something. Cultivation was one of Damien's favorite genres back in the day, so he held a decent amount of excitement to act as they did in those novels, but he shook away these thoughts. If my name is normal in this world, I can still do all of those things. First on the bucket list, offend a young master. Second on the bucket list, procure a jade beauty. As he thought nonsensical things, the flying ship entered the atmosphere of the cloud plane. Surprisingly, the mana density was a bit lower than that of Pyron, but not by a noticeable amount. Damien could only tell since he was already connected to a world core. This connection made him more sensitive toward ambient mana. This must be due to cultivation. With a large amount of the populace spending prolonged periods simply absorbing ambient mana in place of the usual method for gaining experience, the planet is bound to encounter setbacks. Damien glanced at Xiao Zhen. While with conditions like this, I can understand the need to usurp mana from other planets. Luckily, this world has a strong divide between the righteous and wicked path, with the righteous sects being in control. The righteous and wicked path were terms Damien had learned of not too long ago. While both paths were viable to gain strength, their difference lay mainly in morality. Wicked path cultivators weren't averse to committing genocide and mass slaughters for their own gains. They also practiced what was called vile techniques and manuals. These cultivation manuals would use various means to quickly increase strength, sacrificing foundation in the process. Some of these manuals even allowed people to steal experience from others, though they were rarely effective. The ones that could do this efficiently would most likely be considered as divine-grade manuals, but the ones most people used obviously didn't reach this level. As such, they needed more victims to proceed in their path to strength, leading to the aforementioned vile acts. Damien didn't want to imagine what would have happened to Earth if wicked path cultivators were more prevalent in this world. The righteous path could be considered as people with even the slightest bit of morality. Though Damien didn't believe this. From what he had read and experienced, the righteous path was usually just filled with people who schemed in the shadows rather than in the open. Well, he didn't want to generalize, as he was aware that there would be plenty of truly righteous people within this classification, while most of them would fall in the gray area like him. He also didn't mind people scheming in the dark. If anything, they'd help him grow his political sense and logical thinking. At the peak of these people stood the Jade Heavenly Palace. Its name was grandiose enough, but its status was even bigger. If the Jade Heavenly Palace told people to go right, there were very few who would dare to go left. Should I aim to join them? He definitely considered it, but he had just arrived in the world. It would be stupid to make a decision purely based on hearsay. While he tried to think logically, the ship finally landed on the ground outside of a massive city. The city itself was surrounded by a large wall, presumably to keep out beasts, and its whole aesthetic screamed flames. "Welcome to our burning sun sect," Xiao Zhen said as the door to the flying treasure opened. Smiling lightly as the varied scenes of the area were revealed, he continued, "And more importantly, welcome to our cloud plane." Chapter 114, Central Continent. Damien looked at his surroundings with clear curiosity. At the moment, Damien's group was on the western continent where the Burning Sun sect was located, as this was where Xiaozhan and Yinjian were headed. And just from the side of the city in front of them, Damien could tell how much Eastern influence this world contained. Well, it couldn't necessarily be called influence since the two worlds were never related, but to him who was raised on Earth, the sight of pagodas and Eastern-style architecture felt that way. But he felt that something was off. It wasn't the scenery itself that was different. Rather, there was something about the vibe that set the cloud plane apart from the other two worlds Damien had been to. He could feel it in the air he was breathing. It was like this world contained a spirituality that a Pyron didn't, let alone Earth. Earth was new to mana and the new observable universe, so it didn't contain this type of uniqueness. As for a Pyron, he hadn't noticed the difference until he stepped into the cloud plane. He had assumed it was just the increased quality of the ambient mana, but it wasn't just that. A Pyron's atmosphere gave a peaceful yet adventurous feeling that piqued Damien's interest. Meanwhile, the cloud plane's atmosphere felt more ruthless and thirsting for strength. Something about this atmosphere enthralled Damien, making his blood boil. There was no way this entire world was in a constant state of violence, but he felt that the amount of conflict and pressure he could encounter would be leagues ahead of a Pyron. Currently, Damien's group had already separated from Xiaozhan, as their cooperation finished when they arrived in the world. With Yinjian holding a slight grudge against them, and Xiaozhan having responsibilities within the sect, they most likely wouldn't meet again for a while, if ever. So, does anyone have ideas for how we should proceed? He asked. Judging from what we learned previously, we won't find any challenges on the 4 smaller continents, since we already qualify as elders in these mid-sized sections. It's best if we head straight to the central continent. Rose responded. Yeah, I also think we should go straight there. I won't get the chance to improve myself unless I experience some serious pressure. Elena chimed in with a resolute expression. Out of the 3 of them, Elena was the one least in her element. Everything that had happened in the past few months was simply surreal to her. Only during their extended trip to reach the cloud plane did reality finally sink in. First, she met Damien again. When it comes to him, she always tended to subconsciously avoid any issues. She had built a strong determination to meet him again that almost bordered on insanity, and driving this determination was her feelings for him. But when they met, he brought back a woman of his own. She was crushed, but did her best to put up a strong front. She started avoiding her strong emotions for him as they slowly settled back into the relationship they used to have. Yet, things weren't the same. Damien wasn't the same kid he was back then. He was always focused on something else, rarely ever having fun like he used to, and his entire personality seemed to shift towards something more indifferent. She missed the old Damien, but she didn't say anything about it. Did she even have a right to? She had no idea what he had experienced in the 4 years they had been apart, but she knew it was extreme. And so, she once again evaded the issue. She continued to live life like they did until the Nibelheim infiltration. At that point, she felt both excitement and terror. She thoroughly enjoyed the new feeling that came with entering danger with allies, but she also got the chance to realize the vastness and cruelty of the universe. The scene she saw that day still haunted her dreams sometimes, but she still ignored them. And after that, she traveled to a new world, saw its sights, was given a new sword, and even dined with a being whose strength seemed unfathomable. Throughout every ordeal, she just went with the flow. She decided not to think too deeply about things since she felt her brain would overheat if she tried. That is until she ended up on a spaceship to another world. She was given 7 months to herself, where her only company was Rose and Zara. During those 7 months, everything came crashing down on her. The reality she tried her hardest to evade finally caught up to her. As she looked out the massive windows of the ship and saw the glimmer of stars that surrounded it, she realized that in a simple 2 months, her life had flipped upside down. She wasn't okay with the fact that Damien was with someone that wasn't her, but could she complain? Frankly, she liked Rose too. Even if it was just as a friend, she finally got to experience what it was like to have a rival. Sometimes, she would wish that Rose was more arrogant and hateful, so she could justify her intrusive thoughts, but she forcefully suppressed that emotion. She didn't want to become some stereotypical envious girl. She tried her hardest to revert to just being Damien's friend, to be someone he could rely on, but was it ever a simple task to do so? Her crush on him had sprouted when they were still children. One could imagine how much those feelings evolved when she harbored them for 10 years. She was also made painstakingly aware of her own weakness, even though Damien and Rose never said anything about it. Even including her when they could, their subtle actions made her understand the gap. The fact that they almost didn't allow her to come with them on this adventure was testament to this. She was weak and still in second class while they were in third. She saw their power when they fought the dark imps of Nibelheim, and she also saw how unhesitant Damien was to kill. She knew that her current mindset wouldn't cut it in the future. She had only recently learned about mana circuits, and in a bid for strength, had created her own during the trip to the Cloud Plane. While Elena was happy, she also hated her situation, and when she thought of how she could change it, strength. This was the only thing that came to mind. If she was stronger, she could walk side by side with her friends, and if she was stronger, she could make her own decisions and be respected. Even if it was out of concern for her safety, Elena hated being patronized, and so she made it her goal to both catch up and surpass at least Rose on this trip to the Cloud Plane. She was aware that they'd be separating from Damien later, but she wasn't worried. All this meant was that she had to grow enough to impress him when they reunited. And then maybe she shook off the thought, thinking it nonsensical. In the end, nothing else mattered until she could contend with the others. Elena was firm in her resolve. Unlike their 4 years when she gained strength for Damien's sake, or to make sure she wouldn't end up in a similar situation again, this time she was doing it for herself. Sure, she wanted to be recognized, and sure she wanted to be praised, but this was all secondary. She wanted strength, so she could achieve what she wanted when she wanted. It wasn't a grand goal, but it was a resolute one. It was a goal that she could follow until she reached the apex. And now that she finally had a direction, all that was left was to implement it. Elena, you there? Elena was snapped out of her thoughts by a large hand that was continuously patting her face. I'm here. Stop being a weirdo, she said as she slapped it away. The hand was naturally Damien's. Sorry you were just spacing out for a while. It looks like we've finally reached the sea. Only then did Elena notice her surroundings. While she was in thought, their previous conversation had already ended. They made their way to the edge of the western continent to reach the sea before flying, but Elena was only following them subconsciously. Now that she was woken from her thoughts, she was finally able to appreciate her surroundings. The rolling waves of the massive body of water brushed against the sandy shore of the continent. This was the Cloud Sea of the Cloud Plane. The body of water took up much more of the world than the continents, so it was named after the world itself. Crossing this vast sea, the group would reach the central continent, where their journey would begin. Watching the calming scene in front of her, Elena only had a single thought. I will surpass everything. Chapter 115, Central Continent. The Cloud Sea was expansive to the point where many cultivators didn't have the ability to cross the whole thing, leaving them stuck on their own continents. In the first place, the 4 peripheral continents of the Cloud Plane were vast enough to where there wouldn't be a need to leave them if one didn't aspire to, so there weren't many that tried. But of those who tried, very few were able to succeed. Besides the distance that could diminish the mana pool of anyone attempting to cross the whole thing in one go, there were also the dangers of the sea itself. It wasn't just Earth where sea monsters ran rampant. If anything, Earth was a beginner example of this. For worlds as old as the Cloud Plane, the sea was bound to be even more terrifying. However, there were ships that people used to ferry to the different continents, but they were extremely rare and meant for only those in the upper class of society. Luckily, the sea monsters that resided near the surface were usually at the peak of third class at their strongest, so such a service was possible. But the risk of a much stronger sea monster rising from the depths was always present. Nobody could guarantee absolute safety within the Cloud Sea. Currently, Damien's group was experiencing these dangers firsthand. Zara was flying at a high altitude, causing the sea monsters to be unable to reach them, but didn't stop them from trying. They would often see massive beasts, some resembling animals of Earth, while some were completely mythological, jumping towards them, trying to swallow them whole. The sight was frankly amazing to watch, especially since almost everyone in the group could combat these monsters alone. They took the experience as a show, but they didn't drop their guard. Xiaozhen had warned them about the Cloud Sea and the monsters residing within it, pointing out one beast in particular. If you ever see a storm charging towards you, always run in the opposite direction. He had said, that is no natural storm. It is one of the massive sea dragons that will occasionally surface to hunt prey. The sea dragons were described more like huge snakes larger than most buildings, but they still fell into the category of Easter dragons. And while they were told to avoid them at all costs, Damien was anticipating the encounter, if it ever came. He had met a wyvern at the beginning of his journey, but he hadn't met anything that could be confidently called a dragon. And a dragon was something he desperately wanted to meet and potentially devour. Not even mentioning his skill, Damien hadn't evolved his body in a very long time. There simply weren't any suitable beasts to do so. Besides, at the level they had reached now, beasts were intelligent life forms who wouldn't wantonly seek conflict. Well, if it's conflict I want, I should be able to find plenty in the Central Continent. The Central Continent's major forces were mainly split into the 5 sects and 4 major clans. These sects were the Azure Lotus Sect, the Divine Dragon Temple, the Supreme Fairy Paradise, the Celestial Star Palace, and finally, in the Jade Heavenly Palace. The 4 major clans of the Central Continent were the Wang, Shi, Shui, and Long clans. Unlike the 4 major clans, which were relatively equal in strength, the sects had a ranking for themselves that followed the aforementioned order from last to first. They were based on the number and strength of disciples and the sect's placement in both the secret realm and regional tournament events. Sadly, the regional tournament was still 5 years away, so Damien most likely wouldn't get to compete in it, but he wasn't aware of the date when the secret realm opened. He already had experience in a secret realm, so he was excited at the prospect of entering another one. There were tens of smaller sects within the continent as well, but they were rarely mentioned, as their disciples came mainly from those who failed to get accepted into the top 5 sections. Besides them, there was also an alchemy guild whose influence spanned all 5 continents, as well as other auxiliary forces. However, these forces didn't strictly require loyalty, as one could join them even while being in a sect. Damien had also heard about a mercenary guild that functioned similar to the Adventurers Guild on Apeiron, but its influence wasn't near as large. It was counted among those previously mentioned auxiliary powers. Suddenly, Damien opened his inventory and took out a small piece of crystal that Xiaozhen gave him. Who would have thought that spirit stones actually exist? The currency of this cultivation world was actually spirit stones. However, they weren't exactly as they had been written in the countless cultivation novels he had read. They were made of crystallized mana, but they weren't rare in the slightest. It seems this world produced them from the very start when it was introduced to mana. Spirit stones couldn't be used to raise cultivation or mana capacity, though, as the mana inside of them wasn't pure at all. It was contaminated with various other forms of energy that resulted in the clear crystals that became known as spirit stones. Even without explanation, Damien was able to figure this out. After all, he had personally crystallized pure mana and seen its appearance and ability. Those mana beads he made worked like compressed bombs rather than harmless currency. As Damien slowly took his attention away from the spirit stone in his hand, he noticed the shadow of land in the distance. While they weren't exactly close, they weren't far at all. Truthfully, he thought they'd be in for another month of traveling, but Zara's speed made the trip much more convenient. It had only been a week, but he projected that they'd reach their destination in another day's time. However, it was as if the heavens didn't want them to have a smooth journey. How could they cross the cloud sea peacefully when everyone else was forced to struggle? From the distance, a massive storm approached them. It looked like a hurricane, with swirling winds whose speed reached the level where they could shred any weaker being, raging lightning that evaporated the seawater it touched, and roaring waves whose height reached the level of tsunamis. It was a true natural disaster, yet there was nothing natural about it. In the middle of that storm, Damien could make out a massive shadow that silently swam through the air. The Cloud Sea's famous sea dragon. They have the innate ability to control the weather, and their affinity lies in water and lightning. If one meets a sea dragon on their voyage, their only option is to pray for a quick death. Elena and Rose looked at the incoming storm in trepidation. Although they had some confidence that they could win the battle if they worked together, it didn't suppress the innate fear they felt as they watched the scene in front of them. Damien, it might be best if we speed up our journey so we don't encounter that thing. It looks like it'll be too close of a shave for us. However, Damien's thoughts didn't align with this notion in the slightest. He suddenly felt a thirst that he hadn't felt in a while, maybe even since his days within the dungeon. His eyes began to change, with the blood-red color overtaking the amethyst that it usually calmly interacted with. His teeth elongated into fangs, and his fingers did the same into claws. His muscles tensed, and his throat felt hot. He felt the undeniable urge to roar into the heavens. His blood boiled, as if there was something within him that refused to retreat from this encounter. And there was. The traits he had gained from the wyvern felt challenged by this beast that was also descended from dragons. It felt the need to establish dominance over the sea dragon. Damien's aura began to shift, its color mimicking the blood red of his eyes, as his bloodlust leaked, grabbing the attention of the sea dragon. Sensing its gaze, Damien's excitement grew as a certain feeling pricked at his intuition. It was a sense he had long forgotten due to its inactivity over the past few years. It was a sense that told him when he would benefit from devouring his prey. That power I wanted. Chapter 116, Central Continent. Boom! It wasn't the sound of an explosion or impact, but the sound of the shockwave released when Damien catapulted himself towards the raging storm in the distance. He could no longer wait for the upcoming combat. Sensing the bloodthirsty aura approaching it, the sea dragon roared in fury. "Human, you dare challenge me within my own domain." Damien responded with a wild grin as he reached the outer edge of the storm, thrusting himself into it without an ounce of hesitation. The entire sequence of events took place in mere seconds, leaving the girls stunned without the ability to react. "Hey, big guy, why don't you give me a good fight?" Damien yelled. "Oomph. I'll show you what happens to those who dare challenge my authority." The sea raged as the waves transformed into massive tornadoes that wildly moved through the storm. The lightning that had been randomly striking the sea began concentrating on Damien's location. Boom! Boom! Everywhere he went, he was greeted with another lightning bolt, but Damien didn't seem to care. His entire being radiated that blood-red color that craved destruction. Black lightning began crackling around his body. Unlike his previous lightning, this new iteration seemed much more threatening and wild. He didn't even try to aim, randomly discharging the lightning into the space around him to counter any attack thrown his way. At this point, he still hadn't seen the sea dragon's true appearance, only the faint shadow that presented itself within the storm. As Damien dodged another lightning bolt, a tornado of swirling water charged in his direction, enveloping him within it. Within the tornado, Damien was subjected to countless blades of water that barraged him from every side. It was clear that the dragon's strength was above his, as the damage it could do to him was quite severe. Cuts began accumulating on his body, but Damien laughed it off. He could feel his body regenerating, albeit slightly slower than the rate of injury. Realizing that if he simply charged out of the tornado, he'd get shredded, Damien summoned his sword before taking his stance. He widened his legs and bent his knees slightly, crouching in midair while his arm holding the sword pulled back, keeping the sword angled perfectly horizontal. Void Sword Art's second step, Horizon Break, boom. Damien's sword flickered as he thrust his arm forward, causing a massive hole to be punched into the tornado. Damien rushed out of this opening, smiling at the potential of his new attack. However, he wasn't given a moment of rest. The second he left the tornado, he was barraged by a series of lightning bolts, as if the heavens wanted to smite him. Boom! He avoided as many as he could, but some still hit their mark. Damien was flung back, and his shirt was torn open, revealing the massive burn mark that had appeared on his chest. Still, Damien was grinning from ear to ear. He wasn't a masochist by any definition of the word, but he was finally in a fight that he wouldn't automatically win. Deciding that he had enough fun with the storm, Damien charged for the sea dragon. He abused his teleportation, spazzing from one area to another with seemingly no pattern. Human, stop running and die for me. The sea dragon was losing its temper, but before it could do anything, it felt imminent danger. It quickly twisted its massive body at an impossible angle, watching a large gash be torn in the haze where it had been residing. Void Sword Art First Step. Bladeless now that he had reached a new level of destructiveness, especially after his training in outer space, the possibilities for Bladeless were immense. Yet, Damien used its most primal form, putting large amounts of mana into the strike to enlarge its target radius. With the haze removed, he finally got a good look at the sea dragon. Well, serpent was a better word to describe it. It was larger than even Zara, with its length being around 100 meters, and its entire body was covered in shining green scales. It had no limbs, and its resemblance to dragons resided in its head. It looked like a knockoff version of a Chinese dragon, just massive and terrifying. "You dare!" It spoke once again. Not once had it met someone who could make it past the storm. But it wasn't weak without the storm. On the contrary, its abilities hadn't even been showcased yet. Now that he had a clear picture of his opponent, Damien went straight for its head. He wanted to slice it off in one go, but that was never an option. The sea dragon whipped its tail, causing a loud clap as the air around it was pushed in on itself. Instead of teleporting away like he logically should, Damien met the tail head-on. He charged mana into his fist as quickly as he could, sending his mana circuits into overdrive as he punched out. When the two came in contact, another explosion resounded through the area. The tail was pushed back, cracks evident in its scales, while Damien was flung much further. His arm was dangling by his side, seemingly not functional anymore. His bones had been shattered in the collision, almost to the point of no recovery, but Damien was able to offset some of the damage at the last second. The sea dragon was surprised that the human in front of it had survived that collision, but it shook off its thoughts. It was already getting bored of this battle, so it wanted to end it as soon as possible. "Human, let me show you what it means to face a dragon." The sea dragon opened its mouth, gathering mana within it. A massive cerulean blue ball of water mana began forming within its jaws. "It's going to use a breath attack," Damien thought. "Then, let's compare that as well." He hadn't used his breath in a very long time, and he hadn't seen its capability after the change in his affinities, so he was anticipating the next clash. Just like the dragon, Damien began inhaling a massive breath. A translucent destructive mana gathered within his jaws as black streaks crackled along its surface. The two remained stationary, staring at each other with ferocious eyes as their attacks charged. Maybe it was out of respect, challenge, or because neither could be bothered, but they didn't interrupt each other in the slightest. And then, two resounding roars shook the cloud sea. A beam of striking blue energy that looked eerily similar to a laser, and a beam of translucent energy crackling with black light collided with each other. Boom! An explosion like no other was produced at their collision, but neither seemed willing to back down. They continued pushing at each other, attempting to overpower the other before their energy diminished. The sheer heat generated by the collision was enough to damage both of them. The scales on the sea dragon's neck began to melt, while Damien's skin also started to blister. If one looked closely, one would be able to see the red muscles underneath. But he wasn't even close to done. Even while the collision of the energy beams was ongoing, Damien teleported onto the dragon's head. Finding a crack in the scales, he thrust his sword down. Void Sword Art Fourth Step. Spatial Collapse. He initiated spatial collapse within the dragon's skin. Instead of the atmosphere twisting, it was the dragon's body itself. Roar! The dragon released a roar of agony at this feeling. It couldn't allow this human to continue, or it might truly die. The sky began to rumble as thunderclouds formed above the two. Without suspense, tens of lightning bolts began raining down. Boom! 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 Unlike before, Damien didn't even try to dodge. He stood firm on the dragon's head, pouring more mana into the spatial collapse as the lightning impacted his body. His head felt fuzzy, his skin was burned off, and even his muscles began to melt due to the heat. Yet he stood strong. If he didn't have innate lightning resistance because of his own affinity, he'd have been reduced to ashes already. But that was only a hypothetical scenario. Damien roared in pain, but he didn't budge. Grasping his sword with both hands, he twisted it within the wound, causing it to expand. Not wanting to stay stationary and be bombarded, he used all his strength, even using some mana to enhance himself, and dragged his sword through the dragon's body, carving a massive gash into its flesh. When he met with scales, he used sheet power and heat to blaze through them. He ignored everything else, only wanted to kill this damn beast. His body tried its best to regenerate, but it was piling damage too fast for it to work effectively. For the first time since the dungeon, Damien began accumulating scars. Pressurized jets of water shot towards him, drilling holes into his already breaking body, but he didn't care. He twisted his blade once more, deepening the wound he was causing. The dragon no longer had the ability to roar. Its internal organs had already been ruptured by the spatial collapse, and with the positioning of the sword, its brain was next. If it didn't do anything, it'd die here. The storm's ferocity increased, leaving Damien's regeneration insignificant. Both opponents were fighting death. Damien's eyes were filled with a light of madness. Something was driving him to these insane lengths, but he was none the wiser. He felt the pain, and he felt the threat of death, but it only made his blood boil with excitement. The battle seemed at a standstill, with both opponents knocking on death's door, but Damien still had a card up his sleeve. A bright flame enveloped his blade, its heat melting even the air around it. With his final push, Damien cut through the dragon's skull like butter. Crack! One final sound resounded in the area before everything went quiet. In the deafening silence that followed, only a single word could be heard. Devour. Chapter 117, Central Continent. The transition from the intense life-or-death battle to the point when everything ended was so drastic that the girls couldn't make heads or tails out of the whole situation. They only knew the intense fear they had felt from seeing Damien's condition. Even if it had been a while, Damien was still accustomed to the perilous situation that he had just gone through. So from his perspective, it was just an entertaining fight. To the girls who had only ever seen him dominate his opponents, though, the shock factor was intense. Realistically, he had almost died in that fight. His skin was torn off, his muscles were melting, and his regeneration ceased to function, but he took all the pain with a grin on his face. It was truly harrowing. What does someone have to experience to shoulder that kind of pain with a smile? The same thought was running through both Rose and Elena's minds. Rose especially was told the story of what happened to him in the dungeon, but hearing about it and seeing firsthand was different. He was bestial and insane during the fight. His aura and entire personality had gone through an immense change. He was like a different person, a person none of them had seen before. The only one relatively unaffected by the situation was Zara. Since she had been with him during many of the intense fights he went through in the dungeon, this wasn't anything new to her. She had also seen him at his worst when his humanity had all but escaped him, so she saw this behavior as normal. Her emotional intelligence hadn't reached a level where she could tell that this change was concerning. Damien had been slowly improving. Either that, or he had successfully suppressed his insanity after prolonged periods of human contact. But it wasn't something he could simply get rid of, especially when he finally met an opponent that could challenge him and a beast that could grant him another trait. He lost himself. Even now, after the battle had ended, he stood atop the sea dragon's corpse with the same light in his eyes. The light of mania. His muscles and skin were already healing, but they didn't look as pristine as they once did. Due to the fact that his regeneration had failed, the scars and burns of the battle stayed with him. Albeit they weren't grotesque, and were instead faded as if they were years old. They were still present. It was then that the girls heard Damien speak. In his voice, which was still hoarse due to his vocal cords being slightly fried, he said that single word, "Devour." An abyssal black fog materialized around him, wrapping around the sea dragon's head before expanding and covering its entire body. Slowly but surely, the corpse began to vaporize into motes of energy. As the energy entered his body, Damien once again went through a change. His organs, which had already been refined, were broken down and restructured to be more suitable for combat. A strong outer defense wasn't enough to get by. Even if the damage of an attack was negated, the force of its impact could still rattle the internals and kill a cultivator easily. Along with the hardening of his organs, the other areas of his body began to change as well. Unlike his previous evolutions that were mostly centered around one area to house the new trait he gained, this one was different. The storm trait of the sea dragon wasn't something that was concentrated on a single area of the body, but something interesting started to occur in his blood. Damien's beast bloodline was something he gained through his first mutation, and due to this it wasn't complete and evolved into something new every time he devoured a suitable beast. The last time it experienced this kind of evolution was when he devoured the wyvern on the 40th floor, and being the most powerful beast he evolved from until that point, its bloodline took priority. And now, Damien had devoured another subspecies of dragons. When the two bloodlines came into contact with each other, they immediately reacted negatively, seemingly fighting each other for dominance. Damien's blood literally boiled at the collision between the two prideful sources, causing his body to jerk and stiffen from pain. It wasn't an external impact this time, but his own body fighting itself. His veins bulged as he clenched his teeth, grinding them together hard enough to produce an audible sound. His body began to spasm as his blood burned. However, this collision wasn't allowed to continue for long. In some unknown location within him, Damien's void physique became active, sending its essence into his bloodstream. The second this essence met the two opposing bloodlines, they instantly calmed down. The effect was magical. The adverse reaction he was having stopped abruptly as his two dragon bloodlines began to calmly fuse under the guidance of this new essence. His eyes widened as his usual cross-shaped pupils continuously alternated to a more vertical and reptilian shape. Two bumps formed in Damien's skull, causing protrusions in his forehead that his skin couldn't contain. It quickly burst, letting two blade-like horns erupt. However, they were quickly evaporated into essence and returned to his body. The same happened with his skin. It hardened and separated into shining ink-colored scales before returning to normal. Now that his beast bloodline had tipped towards becoming a holy dragon bloodline, the physical traits threatened to show themselves. Yet, his void physique continued to disallow it. Any external changes to his body were destroyed and turned into energy to supplement the strengthening of his physical body. As the evolution process came to an end, any liquid within his body began to churn. Logically, this should have caused more pain, but that didn't occur in the slightest. Instead, the churning seemingly empowered him. It felt similar to the sensation of extreme anticipation, making Damien want to roar into the heavens. And so he did. The seas raged and storm clouds gathered in his vicinity. Thick black streaks of lightning danced through the air. Whirlpools formed in the water below him, and the waves once again peaked. No sea monster dared to go near the area. Even the ones who had planned to investigate after sensing the disappearance of the sea dragon's aura hesitated. The storm was much smaller than the previous one, but its intensity didn't lose out in the slightest. But after only 10 brief minutes, the entire thing subsided. Damien slowly opened his eyes, feeling refreshed. He hadn't felt such excitement in a very long time, not even during his time infiltrating Nibelheim. These kinds of head-on collisions were his favorite. With his battle finished, Damien flew back to the area where the girls were watching, not even aware of his changed state during battle. The blood-red aura had receded, and his eyes had returned to their usual yin-yang pattern of red and amethyst. He interpreted the extreme urge to kill that he had experienced as the thirst for battle he hadn't felt in so long, subconsciously avoiding the subject. Reaching the girls, Damien let out a light smile. Let's get to dry land now, shall we? Rose and Elena had a mountain of questions they wanted to ask, but seeing that he was stable again, they didn't want to push it. I have no idea what triggered that state, and I don't want to bring it up and induce such a thing again. Rose thought. She knew there was a problem, but she had no idea how to fix it. It was something that they'd need to talk about another time, but that wasn't now. Meanwhile, Zara was simply excited. That was awesome. Watch, I'll be able to do something cool like that, too. Damien smiled as he patted her soft fur. I'm sure you will. Even after so long, he had no idea what her bloodline was, and this spoke volumes. An unknown, yet powerful bloodline would surely grant her an overpowered trait. And the fact that she hadn't received one yet was testament to this fact. The group flew in relative peace for the next day, everyone in their own thoughts as they reached their destination and set foot on dry land once more. Finally, the Central Continent. Chapter 118, Separation. Unlike the sandy beaches of the Western Continent, the Central Continent bordered the cloud sea with massive, overarching cliffs. The waves of the sea crashed against these cliffs and created spiraling patterns on its surface. Landing on flat land, Damien and the girls took a moment to appreciate the air they were now surrounded with. It was odd that there wasn't a gradient that led to the change in atmosphere, but they didn't focus on this point. Instead, they focused on the cleanliness and elevating feeling the mana contained. It still contained that underlying message that the entire cloud plain followed, but its vibe was much loftier. It's crazy to see how different the feeling of mana is in different places, Elena commented. Rose nodded. Yeah, it's more obvious here since there are multiple continents unlike a Pyron, but it really makes you wonder if mana is just a random energy that simply exists. Are you trying to say that mana might contain some sentience? Damien asked, intrigued by the concept. I'm not sure exactly, but doesn't the records have at least a basic level of sentience to accurately manage every being in existence and cater to their individuality? Yeah, that makes sense. Still, I don't think any of us are qualified to ask such questions. There's that old saying about the truth being too dangerous for a reason. The other two nodded in agreement. Sometimes, knowing things could hurt more than it helped. It could deflate one's confidence and drive, and also drive them into despair depending on the truth they learned. Well, let's not focus on such an ethereal concept at the moment. We need to figure out the direction we want to take from here. At the mention of the future, Rose's expression became slightly pained. Although she was supportive of Damien, it didn't mean she didn't want to stay with him. She had much more fun adventuring together with him than when she was alone. Turning to Elena, she smiled lightly. Since you're going off on your own, I'll just have to settle with little Elena over here. Who are you calling little? Elena challenged as she puffed out her chest. She was slightly taller than Rose, so, with this move, she was able to slightly look down on her. Just because you're taller doesn't mean I can't call you little. Rose responded with her gaze focused on a certain area. Hey, as the two squabbled, Damien ended up looking in the other direction. Why did they have to bring up that kind of thing around him? If he inserted himself into the conversation, he would probably be labeled a pervert, but he felt that interrupting them would make him a buzzkill. We probably should have asked for a map or something before we left the Western Continent. They were in too much of a hurry to leave that they had disregarded some small conveniences like directions. Well, I guess I'll just let fate lead me, or something. Damien already had a goal in mind once he heard about the power structure of the Central Continent. Rather than the Jade Heavenly Palace, he was more interested in the Celestial Star Palace. After all, just from its name alone, he felt it was more suited to him. Are you guys planning to join a sect? He suddenly asked, curious about the girl's decision. Elena was the one to speak up first. We talked about it and decided we will head to the Supreme Fairy Paradise. That's right, Rose continued. The sect only accepts females, so we won't have to worry about any annoying young master tropes that'll cause us more trouble in the long run. Damien raised his brow. It turns out Rose had graduated from strictly watching anime and had read some novels in her time on Earth as well. You should still be careful, though. Even if you can evade the young masters, you'll still be subject to plenty of jealousy with your talents. Both of you need to stay cautious even within the sect. Yeah, don't worry. We can take care of ourselves. I thought we already proved that. Damien smiled wryly. Even if he knew their strength, he was allowed to worry, right? Still, he was glad they had confidence in themselves. If this world is anything like what we've read, arrogance is a good quality to have as long as we don't try to challenge the heavens as ants. Keep your heads high and bow to nobody unless they have earned your respect. There was definitely something mysterious about Earth. If it was just some fantasy novels, he could accept the coincidence, but the various genres and various theologies around the world were resemblant to real worlds that existed in the observable universe. But Earth wasn't in contact with mana before a decade ago, so it should have been impossible for this to occur. But from Damien's experience in Apiron, the fiction on Earth was generally accurate in its tellings of other worlds, at least when it came to power structure. But even as someone who bound the Earth's world core, he didn't have the answers. Whatever, it's not important right now. Looking at the girls, Damien felt slightly unwilling to part. He was surprised by his own feelings, but he disregarded them. He wouldn't go back on his decisions now, and he didn't want the girls to forego the plans they had made just because he changed his mind. Just be careful out there, Damien said lightly. Rose smiled at his change in demeanor. This big idiot really hates being honest with himself. Disregarding Elena, who was standing next to her, Rose embraced Damien tightly and stole a kiss. Unlike the chaste kisses they'd shared before, Rose made sure she got some tongue this time. Damien's eyes were wide as they darted between Rose and Elena, but in the end, he just closed them and enjoyed the kiss. He wouldn't see her for a while, so he would relish this small moment they could share. After a full minute, Rose decided it was enough and pulled back with a slightly red face. If you forget about me before we meet again, I'll make sure to beat you up until you remember again. Elena had been looking in the other direction, obviously not interested in watching their show of affection. But when she heard Rose talk again, she turned back around and took her chance to say farewells as well. Unlike Rose, she simply gave Damien a tight hug. Well, the hug wasn't too simple with how tight she was squeezing him. Damien was trying his best to ignore the feeling of her chest pressing into his when he heard her mouse-like voice. His hearing had advanced to the point where he could hear her clearly, even if Rose couldn't. We aren't the only ones who need to be safe, dummy. Don't do dangerous things as you did with the sea dragon. I don't want to lose you again. Damien smiled lightly and replied in a voice only she could hear. I'm glad you feel that way, and don't worry. I won't put you through that again. They hadn't really talked about their feelings when he initially fell, and he didn't know whether to be happy or sad that she had been affected so deeply. He was glad she cared for him that much, but he felt that he burdened her for the 4 years it took him to return. He really owed her a lot more than he let on, but he realized he had been neglecting her for a while. There was a reason for this, he just didn't want to admit it. He didn't know how to feel about her. He liked her before his fall, and his feelings for her increased after the Legacy Tomb trial. But he felt that those increased feelings were fake. Regardless of how accurate the representation was, that wasn't the real Elena. He didn't want his feelings for her to be based on an illusion. So, he had been subconsciously avoiding her to somehow rid himself of those false feelings. He didn't know how he'd treat her when everything was over, but he persisted. Still, he didn't admit this. He just comforted her slightly before they broke off their hug. With the farewells finished, the group slowly split up. Damien watched as Elena and Rose's figures faded into the distance, with a slightly forlorn gaze, before turning to Zara. I guess it's just us again, he said. MHM. Zara responded. Let's go, let's go. She was also saddened by the separation, but she was excited to spend more time with Damien. Even if she really liked the girls, she still missed the days when it was just them. Smiling at her excitement, Damien climbed on Zara's back. Maybe I haven't been giving her enough attention recently. Then let's go. We have a whole new world awaiting us. Chapter 119, Separation. For the next 2 days, Damien and Zara simply flew through the blue skies of the central continent as they looked out for any large cities near them. Well, it wasn't too hard like it was in Apiron. They managed to find a port city only a few tens of kilometers away from their starting location, but it wasn't what they were looking for. Instead, Damien just took a quick stop there and used the meager amount of spirit stones he had acquired from Xiaozhen to buy a map. He learned how expensive life in this world would be. I'm going to have to figure out some way to make money here. He had used all 10 of his spirit stones on a map that wasn't even detailed. However, it was enough for him. He only needed to know the location of the Celestial Star Palace, which, as the second-ranked sect in the entire continent, was clearly outlined on the map. But that wouldn't suffice for his entire stay in this world. He had no plans for leaving anytime soon, so he needed a way to make money and sustain himself. It's going to be a pain in the ass. For now, he chose to ignore it and turned his focus back to the map in his hand. With no surprise, the sect was located near the center of the continent, where the mana density was thickest. Although the Jade Heavenly Palace had the privilege of taking the exact center, the Celestial Star Palace wasn't too far from it. In fact, both sects had a long-standing relationship as rivals. The Jade Heavenly Palace had a firm hold on its title as the top-ranked sect, but the Celestial Star Palace always stayed directly behind it, waiting for an opportunity to overtake it. Their rivalry wasn't something Damien knew the full extent of, but for them to be located within such a close range to each other, it had to run deep. Being new, Damien also didn't know the scale of the map, which correlated to the size of the entire central continent. He just assumed its size based on what he could see. But in the following days, the world proved him wrong. In fact, the central continent was many times larger than he could have ever expected. Currently, he had spent an entire week traveling, and even at Zara's speeds, he was just beginning to see the outline of the central region in front of him. Thinking about it, this half of the continent was the same distance as the Cloud Sea that separated it from the western continent. He couldn't imagine how big the entire thing was. Damien thought to immerse himself in training to pass the time, but it was already too late for that. The mana density had been steadily increasing for the past day or so, and he felt it was reaching its peak soon. In the distance, he saw a coiling mountain range that corresponded to a picture on his map. It was the point of separation between the central region and the rest of the continent. Flying over these mountains, a new world was opened to Damien's eyes. Even though it was blurry due to distance, he saw massive cities that spanned larger distances than some small states in America. They were far from each other, but he was still able to see a few due to his current altitude. And even from this height, he could feel many strong auras radiating from these cities. So many third classes, and even fourth classes are appearing occasionally. If there was one thing he was supremely confident in, it was his aura-sensing abilities. They stemmed from his eyes, and with the kind of name they had, he was sure they wouldn't fail him. The vast difference in sheer manpower he sensed simply from this broad inspection was enough to shock him. After all, on a Pyron, there were very few third classes and even fewer fourth classes. Then why is a Pyron also considered a middle world? Frankly, he couldn't compare the two in strength or mana density. The Cloud Plane was leagues better. But Damien had seen the mural on the temple walls that showed a Pyron in its prime. He knew the conditions had to be different back then. Then is it because of the war? He didn't know how the war could have such a lasting adverse effect on the planet, but he could only think of this reason for its stasis. It had been 1,000 years since its end, but the world wasn't able to recover. However, the Nox who attacked it, he knew for certain they had recovered. Not only were they targeting the Cloud Plane, but also Earth and many other worlds by extension. They were his first thought when he heard about Val cultivators, but he had suppressed this thought. He didn't have enough faith in human nature to believe only Nox believers took such wicked cultivation paths, and some of them could even be hiding in plain sight. He didn't trust the righteous path purely based on its name either. From what he knew, the righteous path was simply where people schemed in the dark rather than in the open. He didn't want to discount the efforts of those truly good people that existed, but his worldview was pessimistic, to say the least. He has never believed that people could act purely out of the good of their hearts. Everyone had selfish intentions, even the best of people. He despised people who acted innocent on the outside, but were the worst monsters in reality. Noticing that his thoughts had skewed, Damien focused once again on the scenery around him. By this point, Zara had already taken him close to the general location of the Celestial Star Palace. From what the map says, the next city should be the closest to the sect. Let's stop there and see if we can gather some information before we leave. Damien said. Zara complied happily. Whenever he wasn't in his thoughts over the past week of travel, he had given her all the company she could ask for. Not only did they talk about various matters, but at one point they even landed and raced like they used to do in the past. When they reached the periphery of the city, Damien noticed that there was a long queue to enter. This reminded me of last time, he said as he reminisced on their entrance to Archdale. Unlike that time, though, the strength of the average person was much larger. Damien wouldn't be able to trailblaze his way into the city. Even among these common people that he saw, there were plenty of second classes. Zara shrank to the size of a normal carriage before entering the line. Tamed beasts were much more common in this world, so there was no problem. Or at least, that's what Damien thought. As he calmly sat in meditation on Zara's back, a commotion started taking place behind him. Make way! Make way! My young master has no need to stand in line with filth like you. A booming voice resounded, and the people did indeed make way. Seeing the symbol on the side of the cart, they didn't dare to even make a sound to express their grievances. That's the Wong clan insignia. That's right, they're cemented in third place among the 4 great clans. I heard that they have the backing of the Jade Heavenly Palace. I heard from my uncle that their young master is to be wedded to the Shui clan young miss. The carriage moved unimpeded through the hordes of people, unbothered by their murmurs before the driver spotted a large black obstruction in the distance. Make way, or don't blame this servant for trampling you. However, the obstruction didn't move. Damien, who had just exited his meditation, sat calmly atop Zara's back, suppressing the smile that was threatening to form on his lips. Is this my first young master interaction? Zara had her own pride, so even without Damien's instruction, she didn't budge. As the carriage approached, the murmurs of the crowd became more prominent. Who is that? I don't recognize him, but his beast seems very powerful. Maybe he's a secluded young master? To have a beast like that, he must have some status. He's quite handsome. Maybe this big sister can climb the social ladder through him. Don't dream, lady. If he has the guts to obstruct the Wong clan carriage, why would he fall for an ugly hag like you? What did you say? The carriage neared Zara, but as warned, it didn't stop in the slightest. In fact, the driver slightly sped up in a bid to cleanly dispose of the ones barring his path. The 2 lion-like beasts that were pulling the carriage ran at full speed with ferocious expressions, kicking up large gusts of wind that pushed back any cultivator it came in contact with. However, just as the beasts were going to collide with Zara, they stopped abruptly. It wasn't that they wanted to, but their paws had been frozen to the ground below them, almost fusing the 2 surfaces into one. If the beasts pulled a little too hard, their paws might cleanly separate from their bodies. From within the carriage, a massive thump was heard, followed by a billowing aura. Who dares stop this young master? Chapter 120, Separation. Who dares stop this young master? A relatively young voice yelled from within the carriage. From the previous thump, it was clear that the owner of the voice had been flung into the wall or floor due to the abrupt stop. The carriage door opened, and out stepped a young man with black hair and eyes. His build was mostly slim. However, his most glaring feature was his height. This guy's tiny. If Damien had to make a guess, he'd say the man in front of him was 5'2" maximum. He might even be shorter than that. Who gave you permission to stare at me? The man yelled angrily when his eyes landed on Damien. Is it a typical young master thing, or does this guy have a Napoleon complex? Still, Damien kept his mouth shut, choosing to observe before acting. He was still new to this world, so it was unwise to do anything stupid. Well, if I get some backing, I should be fine. The young man quickly became further incensed by Damien's lack of reaction, but his eyes suddenly lit up in realization. Oh, I get it. You must be some sort of country bumpkin. My name is Wong Ming. Now quickly kneel before me, so I can go on with my day. The whole situation was quite comical. Rather than a normal young master interaction like Damien was expecting, he had simply met a clown. Perhaps I really should kneel? Maybe only by doing this would we be able to see eye to eye. Faint giggles began spreading through the crowd as people understood the meaning behind Damien's words. Unfortunately, Wang Ming seemed to be lacking in the brains department as well. As expected, a trash like you. It's good that you know when to kneel. Recalling the conversations he heard in the crowd earlier, Damien began to feel sorry for the Shui clan's young miss. Unless she was equally stupid, it'd be a shame for anyone to have to marry this guy. Feeling disappointed by the interaction, Damien simply communicated with Zara to leave. Kid, you're too much of an idiot for this to be any fun, so maybe next time you should come back with someone better. However, Wang Ming naturally wasn't satisfied. Did I give you permission to leave? Without warning, he pulled his arm back and punched forward, sending a large dragon made of flames toward Damien. This kid is just a second class and still has the nerve to act like this. Is this what they call having eyes but can't see? Damien wondered. Still, he wasn't someone to take insults lying down. Since Wang Ming wanted to be humiliated so badly, Damien would just oblige him. Disregarding the fire dragon that wouldn't be able to harm him even if he simply stood there and allowed it to hit him, Damien pointed his finger at Wang Ming. Let's just do this then. Dropping his finger slightly, Damien adjusted his aim before shooting off 2 concentrated beams of lightning. Without even waiting to see the results, he turned and continued into the city, leaving a slight glance at the carriage driver as he left. With the line already being parted due to Wang Ming's earlier actions, he didn't have any trouble. As he entered the city, Damien heard a shrill cry from behind him, followed by the muffled laughter of the crowd. Any clothing below Wang Ming's waist had been burned to a crisp, becoming ash and exposing his lower body. The inevitable showing of his tiny member was what caused the crowd to laugh. While Wang Ming continued being comedic relief, the driver of the carriage watched Damien's receding back in interest. The second young master needs to grow up, so interactions like this are necessary. However, the first young master will not be pleased when he learns of this. He had seen through Damien's intent even before the lightning had been released, yet he did nothing. Damien was also aware of this, as the old man's aura concealment couldn't fool his eyes. That young man's talents shouldn't be small. Maybe the first young master might even find a rival. Without speaking another word, the old driver used his mana to cover Wang Ming's exposed legs and led him back into the carriage. As they departed into the city, Wang Ming was seething. A random trash bastard dares to humiliate this young master. I will find some way to punish him. I swear it. As he partook in his rage-fueled monologue, he finally realized the meaning of Damien's earlier jab. Damn it, he slammed his fist against the wall. I'll make sure first brother makes him pay. Meanwhile, Damien was curiously looking through the city. The atmosphere was just as bustling as major cities in a Pyron like Aurora, but there was something inherently different that he couldn't place his finger on. Still, this wasn't his focus. To his surprise, the talk of the town was perfectly in sync with his current goals. Quick, didn't you hear? The Celestial Star Palace is holding its disciple examination in 3 days. Really? When I grow up and become a strong cultivator, I'm going to join the sect. Stop dreaming. The Celestial Star Palace is the second best sect in the entire world. How could you get in? Well, I want to get accepted to the Jade Heavenly Palace. Second ranked is too little for me. As he listened to the various conversations, Damien couldn't help but be amazed at the impeccable timing of it all. Don't tell me fate is actually a real thing. It was only then he realized he hadn't even done proper research on the sect. Well, I have 3 days to do so. Plus, it shouldn't be too hard, right? What Damien had forgotten was that he was dirt poor in this world. He was so used to not caring about money that he forgot how necessary the resource truly was. For the next day, he didn't even take the time to enter a hotel or inn, simply spending all his time trying to gain information on the sect. And while he was largely unsuccessful, he was able to gain some general knowledge. As its name suggested, the Celestial Star Palace was highly focused on such concepts. Not only was it a martial sect that cared about offensive prowess, but it also had a unique specialization in divination. Now, Damien didn't necessarily believe in divination, but with mana, anything was possible. He couldn't simply write it off as falsehood, especially when such a large sect prioritized it. Not to mention, I don't really have anywhere else to go. Besides the fact that he was poor and had little knowledge of the cloud plane in general, he also found that the sect was even considered righteous among the righteous path. With its reputation, he didn't see a harm in trying to join them. He didn't have any knowledge of divination, but it clearly had some correlation to time. And from his previous meditations, he was already aware of how closely interlinked space and time were. The disciple examinations were open to anyone below the age of 60, which was still relatively young, especially in a world like this one. With the large number of fourth-class beings in the world, meeting people whose age surpassed 1,000 wasn't too uncommon. The sect was still a few days of travel away, so after he gained this knowledge, he immediately set out. I can't miss this chance to get free housing. To expand my horizons. Chapter 121, Disciple Examination. Built into the side of a magnificent mountain, there was a large city that could house tens of thousands of people. Its infrastructure was filled with pagodas of varying heights, all following a color scheme of blue and black. Within the city, various people wearing matching clothing were going about their days, some leaving to adventure the lands of the cloud plane, and some choosing to stay in their homes and cultivate. The city was just the base, though. Along the slope of the mountain leading all the way to its peak, there were lines of various facilities and houses, each of these belonging to one or many of the people in the city below. And at the peak of the mountain, there was a magisterial castle made of glossy black material. From its color scheme, one would expect it to look dreary or haunted, but it didn't fit this vibe at all. Instead, it was mystical, invoking a sense of wonder in all those who laid eyes upon it. The entire mountain was seemingly cut in half by a large looming wall that was patrolled by these similar black-robed people. And outside of this wall, thousands of cultivators stood in wait. This was the grand scene of the Celestial Star sect. Its entire presence, even the mountain it inhabited, was ethereal. It gave onlookers the feeling of vast space and profundity. When Damien arrived at the sect, he was astonished by its grandiosity. Even compared to the most lavish areas of Apiron, it was still far greater. The mountain itself was only slightly smaller than the God Park mountain Damien had visited in the Secret Realm. Even for one of the peak organizations in the entire world, isn't this too grand? Currently, Zara had returned to his shadow, and Damien was waiting amongst the anticipant crowd. Their excitement could be felt in the air as even the mana buzzed due to the congregation of intense emotions. 2 days had already passed while Damien traveled to the sect, and he had only arrived a few hours prior, but it seemed he wasn't the last. Even as he waited patiently, hundreds of cultivators arrived in various manners. This year's examination is going to be exciting, one of the guards said to his friend. Indeed, many geniuses from the large clans have shown up this time. Did you see the Earth Dragon that the Long clan's young master arrived on? I did. That was Long Chun, rumored to be one of the greatest geniuses the Long clan ever produced. But why would he come here instead of the Jade Heavenly Palace? It's not just him, though. Bai Ren from the Bai clan, and even Shi Ling and Shi Meng, the wonder twins of the Shi clan, are here. This must be a truly fortuitous year for our Celestial Star Palace, for so many geniuses to flock to us. Maybe we can finally take the spot of top sect from the Jade Heavenly Palace. Well, let's not count our chickens before they hatch. You never know what twists fate will bring to those who look down on it. You're right, senior brother. I apologize for misspeaking. Damien listened to their conversation with interest. Looks like there'll be plenty of competition for me within the sect. If there was one thing Damien feared about entering the sect, it was a lack of action. The entire reason he decided to travel to this new world was for excitement and adventure, so he'd be severely disappointed if he didn't receive it. Especially from that last interaction with Wang Ming, his hopes had been dashed. Even if it wasn't true conflict, he at least wanted some challenge. Maybe I can even find a proper rival in this world. The thought brought back the memory of his friend from Apiron, but he shook it off. Even if Ethan had the appropriate talent, Apiron itself wasn't a proper place to groom him. Maybe if he explored the vast universe, Ethan would be able to keep up. That thought got Damien wondering. Why is it that we didn't encounter other travelers in our 7-month journey to the Cloud Plane? It was odd to him for there to be no one capable of traversing space. Or rather, it was downright impossible. Even if they couldn't freely walk through space with their bare bodies like him, there had to be many worlds that were technologically advanced enough to pull off similar feats. No, the Cloud Plane has the ability to do it, so there are definitely other worlds that can too. The Cloud Plane wasn't even a scientifically driven society, and if they could discover space, travel using flying treasures, others could too. Welcome, young cultivators, to the Celestial Star Palace Disciple Examination. A booming voice interrupted Damien's train of thought. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged man floating above the towering walls. My name is Mu Chun, but you can call me Elder Mu. I will be explaining your examination today. The entire crowd, which now consisted of many thousands of people, stood silently, watching Mu Chun with rapt attention. Satisfied with their response, he continued. As you all know, our Celestial Star Palace is a large power, but that doesn't mean we simply accept everyone. Today, you will showcase your talent, your strength, and your wit to earn a spot among our ranks. Just like always, we will only be accepting 1,000 new disciples. So be aware of how competitive this exam will be. And for your own safety, be aware that there are some dangers you may face. If you aren't careful, you may be seriously injured or even lose your life. This is the nature of the cultivation world. Strength is king. You speak with your fists. The winner is right, and the loser must wallow in self-loathing. If any of you is afraid of this, you may leave now. Mu Chen's voice boomed through the surroundings. However, even after hearing his words, nobody turned away. Nothing he said was new to them. In fact, it was the rules they abided by every day. For Damien, these words resounded in the very core of his being. It reminded him of his days in the dungeon. That was the most primal version of the law of the jungle. Strength is king. This phrase alone made his blood boil in excitement. His beast side wanted to run rampant, inspired by the majestic intent of Mu Chen's words. If Damien had his way, he would roar to the heavens right now to exert his will. But he held himself back. Now wasn't the time to make a scene. He simply stood with the rest, the excited glint in his eyes never fading. In fact, even the aura he radiated changed slightly, becoming more unruly. The people crowded around him were forced to slightly make space, and the attention of many geniuses snapped to him for a brief second. Gazing upon the crowd, Mu Chun smiled. Good. You all have the spirit of true cultivators. Without danger, there can be no reward. Now, let me explain the many parts of the examination you will partake in today. Chapter 122, Disciple Examination. The disciple examination will be split into 3 parts. Mu Chun said, continuing his previous speech. The first part will be a simple talent test. You will learn the specifics after you enter the specified area. The second part will test your comprehension ability. As for the last part, well, you'll just have to find out if you reach that far. When he spoke the last sentence, Mu Chun had a devious grin on his face that created an ominous feeling in the hearts of the young cultivators before him. Before anything else, take these tokens. They will be used as your identifiers during the exam. It wasn't even a long process. Mu Chun simply threw a large mass of tokens into the air like candy, and seemingly without intervention, they landed in the hands of each participant. Damien looked at his number, which was 3416. Maybe it judges based on the order we arrived? Remember, this examination isn't simply to gain entry into the sect, but much more than that. If you are lucky enough, you may receive the favor of a sect elder and become their disciple. Upon hearing this, the crowd broke out into hushed conversation. We will actually become disciples of the elders. The pressure to do well just increased by tenfold. Damien looked around in slight confusion. Was being an elder's disciple that important? But he quickly berated himself for thinking such stupid things. The help he had gained from Malcolm after taking him as his teacher was immense to the point where it was almost unquantifiable. His lightning element had been supremely improved, and he had gained insights into mana circuits. Without the Anundus system that was currently infused into his body, Damien didn't think he'd be so well off in his cultivation path. Not only did it boost his mana regeneration rate and reaction speed, but it also multiplied his output enough to give him his current edge. It could be said to be half the reason he was still able to fight above his rank to such a degree even after becoming third class. After all, the levels in this class were much wider apart than those in the previous classes. All right, Muchin said. Now that I've given you this explanation, it's time to begin the test. Let me say in advance, I wish prosperity among those of you that will become new outer disciples of our grand sect. Right after his words fell, Muchin waved his hand, creating a large portal in front of the wall he was standing on. Enter through this portal, and you shall be taken to the testing grounds. May fate shine upon you all. The crowd of cultivators immediately rushed towards the gate, many of them wanting to be the first to get through. They didn't know if this was also a test for them. However, those true geniuses within their ranks waited patiently and walked calmly to the portal. They had no rush to prove themselves, as they had an inborn pride in their own achievements. Damien was among these geniuses. He simply walked forward as he admired the structure of the portal in front of him. Not just the structure, but the stability and functionality are leagues above what I can do. Damien had the eyes of someone trained in space element. He could clearly see the oceans of spatial layers that made up the world. He could also see the way they were distorted by the portal. There are so many pathways leading from this single portal. Just this single portal could lead to tens of different locations. Damien had no idea how it was done. He could only connect 2 points in space, and even in this regard, he was limited. Portals weren't something he was too familiar with, as he had only used them for world travel. Maybe I wasn't giving this sect enough credit before. He couldn't be blamed, though. Judging on reputation alone wasn't something anyone would do, even if they used it as reference for their evaluation. Damien wasn't aware of the Celestial Star Palace's feats or achievements, so he was subconsciously looking down on them. Well, it's to be expected from a sect lead by tens or even more fourth-class beings. As he wrapped up his thoughts, Damien stepped through the massive portal in front of him. When his vision was returned to him, Damien found himself in a slightly expansive room filled with other competitors. However, the number was vastly reduced. Out of the thousands that he saw in front of the gate, only around 500 were here with him. The scenery of the room was simple, yet confusing. There was a large lake filled with silver liquid, its surface reflective and depth unknown. At the end of the lake, there was a small island with a stone obelisk on it. After the entrance of a few more people, the portal to the room closed and a young woman appeared before them. All right, now that everyone's here, we can begin. This is the talent test, and it is relatively simple. All you have to do is walk across this lake as far as you can. Anyone who can take more than 45 steps will pass this portion of the exam. The participants looked doubtful, but didn't raise their voices. Every time the Celestial Star Palace held its disciple examinations, no word was leaked about the process. Even those who failed the exam would never speak about how they were tested. Number 2500, come forth. Out of the crowd, a young woman stepped forward. She stood at the edge of the lake with nervousness clearly written on her face. I just have to step in here and walk. She questioned. Yes, just walk forward until you can't anymore. Hearing the confirmation, the young woman stepped into the lake. The water only reached her ankle, and she didn't feel any change, so she continued forward. 5 steps, 15 steps, 25 steps, she was halfway through the passing requirement, and the young woman could already feel the purpose of this test. With every step she took, a minute amount of pressure bore down on her. And with each step further, the pressure would multiply. Now that she was at the 26th step, she felt like there was a large boulder placed on her back. 35 steps, 40 steps, 44 steps. She only had 1 step left until she passed, but she felt immense difficulty in taking it. With the pressure continuing to multiply, the previous boulder had been transformed into a small hill. However, with much difficulty, she managed to take the last step. Boom! The water in the lake pulsated due to her momentum, but it wasn't totally moved. with sweat covering her entire body. The young woman turned back and returned to the shore. "Good job. You may proceed to the next section," the lady in charge said. Another portal opened up in front of the young woman before she passed through it with a smile on her face. Disregarding this, the lady continued with the exam for the next few hours. Many people ended up passing, with some even going a few steps further than the goal, but the results were always the same. Before the 50th step, they'd always be forced to retreat. With the hours passing, the number of people left in the room dwindled, and Damien's turn was fast approaching. But before him, there was another genius who had to go. Unlike the others who simply had their number called, this person was called by name. "Long Chun, please step forward." Chapter 123, Disciple Examination. The man who stepped forward had flowing black shoulder-length hair and eyes that looked like a deep abyss. The second he made his presence known, the attention of everyone in the room shifted to him. It wasn't just his looks, but his natural aura was noble and heroic, commanding respect from those who gazed upon him. Looking at this man, Damien only felt one thing: strong. It wasn't the same indomitable strength he had felt from those far above him, but a strength that matched his own even though they were at the same level. This was a genuine achievement, as there weren't many who could keep up with him. Those he usually fought on equal standing were far above him in terms of level. When Long Chun was called forward, he didn't hesitate like the rest. Instead, he calmly and indifferently entered the lake and took his first steps. 10 steps, 30 steps, 50 steps, even at the distance that limited everyone that came before him, Long Chun showed no signs of struggle. He kept walking with purpose. 60 steps, 70 steps, 75 steps. It was only when he reached 3/4 of the way to the small island at the end of the lake that Long Chun slowed down. Although his facial expression didn't change much, the beads of sweat that began trickling down his body showed his struggle. 78 steps, 80 steps. Seeing him continue, various chatter broke out in the crowd. As expected of the scion of the Long clan, none can compare with his talents. Indeed, it's our bad luck to be put in the same testing room as him. Damien's gaze was intense, to say the least. As Long Chun continued, he slowly released his aura to empower himself. The threat Damien felt was similar to what he felt from Ethan back during the Nexus event. "This guy, I want to fight him." 85 steps, 89 steps. Upon reaching the 90th step, Long Chun finally met his limit. It was clear that no matter how hard he tried, he wouldn't be able to continue. But Long Chun wasn't the type of person to simply give up. With a loud cry, he released all his strength. The pressure that bore down on him had increased to the point where his skin began to crack, leaking blood into the pristine silver pool. "Break for me!" With a loud bang, Long Chun stomped his foot back into the pool, successfully breaching the 90th step. The entire room was silent, the only sound being Long Chun's rough breathing. And then, he turned around and walked back to the shore with a valiant look on his face. His firm expression, even while covered in his own blood, had its own appeal, making many of the women in the room swoon at the sight. However, Long Chun took no notice of this. Instead, his eyes were focused on a single spot. He sensed it, the concealed aura of a predator that had been locked onto him since he began his climb. At that time, he was too busy with the pressure to check who it was, but now he saw it clearly. At the back of the crowd, standing inconspicuously, he saw a man he had never seen before. The man's features looked foreign, unlike those he usually interacted with, but Long Chun didn't care. What he focused on was the feeling he was getting from that man. He's strong. He left the Long clan in search of experience. He was someone who valued cultivation above all else. And seeing someone blatantly provoking him, even if it was only evident to the two of them, made his blood boil. "I want to fight him." "Long Chun, you may now proceed to the next section of the test," the examiner said. However, Long Chun shook his head. "I will stay. There's something I need to see." His gaze stayed on the man in the back. Damien had been returning that gaze this entire time, and seeing that Long Chun wanted to compete, he would gladly oblige. Grinning provocatively, Damien walked to the front of the crowd. "I'll be going next." His move was immediately met with criticism, the crowd being naturally unhappy that some no-name cut the line, but their dissent was never even considered by the involved parties. Right, he's going next, Long Chun said to the examiner, who nodded her head. It didn't matter to her which order they went in, as long as they all did as they were supposed to. What's your badge number? She asked. This was the only information she needed. 3416. Receiving a nod from the examiner, Damien didn't waste any more time. He directly entered the lake and began walking. Just like Long Chun, Damien continued unimpeded through the entire walk. The 50th step that barred the path of many was nothing but a joke to him. The pressure that bore down on his body was great, but after all the pain he had gone through, it didn't even make him bat an eye. 70th step, 80th step, 90th step without suspense. Damien reached the same position where Long Chun had previously stopped. At this point, he finally felt the pressure was becoming great. It felt like he was carrying a small mountain on his back, but he felt he could do more. No, he had to do more. When he took the 91st step, everything changed. The mountainous pressure on his back increased exponentially, forcing his knees to bend slightly, but he didn't stop. Who is this guy? I don't know. He's not from any major family, right? Young Master Long seemed to acknowledge him. Maybe they know each other. The crowd had long dropped their dissatisfaction and was now fervently discussing the scene in front of them. Meanwhile, Long Chin's gaze was heavy. Not only has he surpassed me, but he's done it with ease. But he wasn't envious. It wasn't in his character to feel such vile emotions. Instead, his fighting spirit was burning. For too long was he fostered like some sort of holy son. For too long, he could never find someone he could match. He didn't feel envy, no, it was the complete opposite. Even the examiner was watching with rapt attention. For someone like Long Chun, she had no expectations, as his talent was widely known. If he did anything lower than the results he got, she would have been disappointed. Rather, seeing someone unknown overshadow the scion of a large clan, that was something she had to see. Taking out a communication jade slip, the examiner slowly spoke. Sect Master, you have to see what's happening here. As all this was going on, Damien continued his walk. Each step multiplied the pressure on his back exponentially, so these last 10 steps were harder than the previous 90 combined. Still, he persevered. When he reached the 95th step, his skin robes were slowly torn to shreds due to the pressure. With his muscular body revealed, his skin also began to crack. 96th, 97th, 98th, the blood that leaked from his body began to dye the lake red, but he continued. His body regenerated as fast as it broke down, so he felt no threat to his life. Almost there, from a 90th step, Damien had been using his mana to support him, but now it was gushing out like a waterfall. The amethyst aura around him slowly began to turn red as he continued without pause. 99th step, his aura flared and he let out a massive roar, shaking the pristine surface of the lake. With a final push, he stumbled forward onto the island in front of him. The 100th step. Chapter 124. Comprehension. Within the large palace that adorned the peak of the mountain on which the Celestial Star Palace resided, a meeting was being held. Sect Master, is it true that this year will be fortuitous for our palace? That's right. The prediction simply seems too grand to be entirely true. At the head of the table sat a woman with unparalleled grace that contrasted the indifference in her expression. Simply the natural aura radiating from her body could command the attention of anyone in her vicinity. It's true, the woman said. Not only did the divination speak of fortune for our sect, but it also spoke of calamity. Not just for us, but the entire world. However, the latter half of the prediction isn't set for the near future, so we only need to focus on the former. The gathered elders knew the accuracy of their sect master's divinations. They had personally bore witness to previous divinations come to fruition time and time again. We sincerely apologize, sect master. None of us dare doubt your divinations or ability. It is just a bit hard to process. One of the elders said, well, we have no reason to doubt the prediction. However, what makes this year so different? Ha ha! Suddenly a laugh resounded through the area. When everyone turned their attention to the source, they saw an inconspicuous white-bearded old man. However, none of them dared to speak against him. "Isn't that the reason we're watching the disciple examination this year?" commented the old man. "Let us be patient and find out with time." The attention of all those present subsequently shifted to the large screens that decorated the hall. On these screens were thousands of young cultivators currently taking the talent test. The amount of geniuses present in this year's examination is already high, and some are even like that long boy whose talent is one of the highest in the continent. At that moment, the sect master felt a vibration within her spatial ring. Taking out a jade slip, she injected her mana only to hear a frantic message. "Sect master, you need to see this." It wasn't hard for her to locate the source of the call, and when she did, she was forced to pay attention. Not only her, but the rest of the elders who heard the message as well. On the screen in front of them, they saw an unknown young man powering his way through the final steps of the talent test. "Impossible," one of the elders shouted as he stood up in shock. "Is he going to reach the obelisk? There's no way. That kind of talent wouldn't remain unknown for so long." "You're right, but he keeps pushing forward without pause." While the other elders discussed the scene, the old man and the sect master silently looked at each other, interest evident in their eyes. As they watched, Damien made his way through the final steps and pushed himself onto the small island at the end of the lake. "Oh," the old man said with a raised brow. "I think this boy might be worth paying attention to." Meanwhile, Damien was on his knees, roughly catching his breath while his body recovered from the injuries he had accumulated during his final push. Although they weren't deep, they were numerous. As he stood up to return to the shore, Damien felt a slight pull from behind him. Turning, he saw the small obelisk at the center of the island letting off a slight glow. However, he didn't immediately walk toward it. He remembered the last time he randomly touched an obelisk, and he didn't want to relive that kind of experience. But the obelisk didn't seem to give him a choice. From its center, a beam of black energy coagulated before shooting forward. The whole process was so sudden that he had no means to react. Without any intervention, the energy entered his body and disappeared. There was no flashy scene or great change. In fact, he couldn't even feel the energy's existence anymore. The beam was small enough to draw no attention from the others in the room, so he didn't cause any major reaction apart from him completing the walk across the lake. Calming his nerves, he slowly walked back to shore. The pressure seemed to only work one way, so his walk back was leisurely. He spent the time thinking about the black light that he saw, but he couldn't come to a conclusion. "I'll just figure it out later." On the other hand, Long Chen's gaze was practically drilling holes into Damien. He could accept the fact that Damien beat him, but for the difference to be this large, he was slightly indignant. "I have to train harder." He wasn't the type of person to have prejudice against those without massive backgrounds like him, but it was different with Damien. A genius of his caliber should be known, but for him to come out of the woodwork here and now, without any prior achievement, and crush Long Chen's score, was a blow to his pride. But he was still a cultivation fanatic. He made no plans or schemes to bring Damien down. Instead, he decided to see if Damien was a new goal for him to surpass. Simply having the talent didn't qualify him as such, so a battle between them was necessary. And he could feel the same fighting spirit from Damien. He could feel Damien's will to be challenged and pressure to grow simply from his aura and demeanor alone. If Long Chen was forced to state what his feeling toward Damien was after this first meeting, it'd be mainly admiration. With Damien's test done, there was no need for him to stay within the room anymore. And so, without delay, he entered the portal to the second exam. What an interesting guy, Damien thought as he reached the shore. Ignoring the stares of everyone present, he followed Long Chen into the portal. What entered Damien's view was an isolated space. Rather than a large room like last time, he found himself alone in darkness. While it felt like it expanded to infinity, it also gave off the feeling of a small enclosure. Since he was aware he was still within the disciple examination, Damien calmly walked forward to explore the room. But after only a few steps, he was forced to halt his movements. The space in front of him twisted and melded together before becoming a jumbled mess of things he couldn't understand. Words in ancient languages he couldn't read floated through the air, and various images flashed by and disappeared in an instant. The entire thing seemed random but planned at the same time. The entire room was filled with contradictions, confusing Damien's senses, but his eyes were focused on the floating words in front of him. There was something profound about it, but he couldn't quite make out what. At some point, without his conscious thought, he had sat down on the floor and slipped into a meditative state. As he focused on the scene in front of him, 3 large blocky words appeared in his field of view. Wall of Comprehension. Chapter 125. Comprehension. Wall of Comprehension. Although there were only 3 words in front of him, the intent behind them was vast. Sitting in front of these words, Damien was immediately made aware of what he needed to do during this portion of the exam. The Wall of Comprehension contains countless martial skills dating back centuries or even millennia. As for what skill you will comprehend from it, that is decided by fate. In 3 days' time, if you have not succeeded in comprehending 25% of the martial skill, you fail. The test seemed too simple at a glance, but he knew there had to be some twist to it. Still, he never doubted his comprehension ability, counting it as one of his strongest points. So Damien continued to stare at the words in hope of gleaning something from them. He was also curious about what a martial skill was exactly, as he had only heard about cultivation techniques, but there was no point in pondering about it. He'd find out soon. After he understood the underlying intent behind the 3 words before him, they once again scattered into the sea of characters. Sometimes these characters would come together as if forming something greater, but the second he focused on them, they'd once again scatter. It was like the skills in the wall were purposefully evading him. But Damien had just arrived at the wall, so he wasn't too concerned. With a relaxed attitude, he let himself sink into his meditative state as he stared daggers at the flowing wall. It only felt like minutes to him, but several hours had passed since Damien began meditation. Yet, he wasn't able to see anything of value. Wait, if there are thousands of years' worth of knowledge here, how is it supposed to just randomly give me a skill that'll reflect my prowess? He found the entire concept illogical. If he just sat there and stared at the wall, there was no way it could do anything. It was an inanimate object. Continuing down this line of reasoning, he made another assumption. I have to pick the branch of skill I want to learn. Whether it was a skill for his spatial element, his lightning, or his martial arts, each was a different category. It wasn't an easy decision, though. He had to consciously understand his strengths and weaknesses and figure out what he needed to improve. Yet, being unbiased in such a situation was difficult for anyone. After some serious thought, he understood what he had to do. The thing I haven't focused on much is my sword. Although I've been developing my sword art, all of those moves are centered around the space element. My raw sword aura hasn't been polished at all. In fact, he had almost completely forgotten about sword aura. It was something that helped him immensely within the dungeon once he had begun grasping it. But once he reached the peak of sword mastery, he didn't put any more attention into it. It's too conceited to say I've gotten to the peak of the sword path. I probably barely scratched the surface. Just because the skill was max level didn't mean his attainments matched it. He had to refine his sword style more, or would simply become a tool to display his spatial prowess. I want to be like those sword cultivators in the manhwa I read. Those guys could slash planets in half with a single swing. Imagining such a scene made Damien's heart race in anticipation. It might have been a bit childish to think that way, but he didn't care. Slowly but surely, he released his pure sword aura out of his body. Being something that hadn't improved since his dungeon days, this aura was different from most other powers he possessed. It hadn't been refined yet, and it hadn't been domesticated. It was an embodiment of the Damien who only knew the inside of a dungeon. The aura was colorless, but its undulation could still be seen and felt. If someone were to drop a sheet of paper within a 5-meter radius of Damien, it'd get shredded to dust in an instant. The sword aura surrounding his body was wild, untamed, and uninhibited by such concepts as morality. Its sole drive was to kill. Its only motivation was survival. As he basked in this feeling once again, Damien felt reminiscent. Not traumatized or sad about the past, but reminiscent of his days in the dungeon. It wasn't so obvious externally, as even Damien had subconsciously avoided noticing the fact, but he was still broken. He never truly took the time to heal from the dungeon, and it was unknown whether he ever would. Something had snapped within him during those years. A core part of his being was convoluted. Even as he bathed in his own sword aura, momentarily forgetting about the test in front of him, he avoided realizing this fact. On the wall of characters in front of him, many pieces began clicking together like a puzzle, as if reacting to the aura that had been released upon them. Characters connected to form words, and lines of text layered to become a paragraph. But this paragraph didn't last long. The myriad ways outlined in the paragraph condensed upon themselves to create another set of words that contained boundless intent. There were no more floating characters and no more flashes of scenery. In the empty void, there were only two things. One was Damien, and the other was the text facing him. When Damien opened his eyes once more, he was enraptured by the scene. Void Heart Sword Law. The second the words left his mouth, Damien felt his entire world fade to black. Back within the palace, another commotion was taking place. The young master of the Long Clan was chosen by 9 dragons roaring through the heavens. Yes, that technique belonged to an ancient dragon that once graced our sect. Considering the Long Clan's connection to the dragons, it isn't surprising that he would receive such a skill. Byron has also received a powerful skill. I heard she's practiced in Sound Law. Both the Sure Clan twins managed to receive the same skill. How is such a thing possible? I thought the wall's effects were unique based on the individual. What about that boy from earlier? An elder suddenly asked. He just got some random, unknown technique. Sadly, his comprehension must not measure up to his talent. Another elder responded. However, the old man from before had a completely different outlook. He had been watching Damien the entire time, and he saw the whole process that led to him receiving his technique. The Void Heart Sword Law. Such a skill should have never showed up here. He thought to himself, that specific sword law had a harrowing past in the Cloud Plane, but very few were aware of it. The historians had done everything they could to rid the world of its existence. Yet, it still showed up for that boy. His future. The old man didn't continue his thoughts, but he knew the fate of most who had previously practiced the sword law. With a hardened face that had endless sorrow behind it, the old man made a decision. Never again. I must take him under my wing and ensure that such a tragedy is never repeated. Chapter 126. Comprehension. Meanwhile, within the darkness, Damien was seated motionless, his eyes closed. All his senses were shut off from the outside world as his mind was transported elsewhere. When he opened his eyes, Damien was still within darkness, but something felt different about it. The darkness of the trial room was just that, dark. However, this darkness was much more abyssal. Damien didn't move. He had no idea where he was, and his mind was still focused on the sensation he got from the words earlier. Even within this abyssal space, he concentrated on comprehending those words. Void Heart Sword Law, he didn't know what it meant, but its name was overbearing enough to leave a great first impression. He did his best to delve into the mysteries of this sword law, but every insight he had was fleeting. The original sensation he received was disappearing quickly. When he tried to remember the feeling he got from those words, it had only vanished faster. Before long, he could barely remember it at all. You aren't doing it right. A cold voice echoed through the void. No matter how Damien attempted to locate its source, it was futile. Don't waste your time trying to find me. I ceased to exist long ago. The voice once again spoke. Despite the fact that it was talking about its own death, the voice remained emotionless. Then, what am I doing wrong? Damien responded. Everything. The casualness of the voice's response irked him, but he said nothing. When you hear the words Void Heartsword Law, what do you think of? The voice questioned. Damien thought for a moment. The name of the skill was unique, as it could be interpreted in many ways. The inflection of each word should clue him in on how to correctly interpret it, but the voice was so stoic and emotionless that such inflections were neglected. Void Heart Sword Law. What does it mean? From a first glance, he could only understand that it was a sword move, which was what he had already expected after releasing his sword aura. Still, he didn't think that's what the voice was referring to. You really are an idiot. The voice continued. Do not focus on the sword yet, for you have not even met the basic requirements to learn it. Do not focus on the sword. Damien didn't quite understand what it meant, so he took it at face value. Void Heart. What is Void Heart? Damien had plenty of connections to the word void, not to mention his last name. Even the physique that kept him alive at his weakest point was named Void. But even with this, he didn't know much about the concept. I have my space element, but space doesn't seem to be the same thing as void. To Damien, space was an all-encompassing concept. Everything existed within space, and space existed within everything. Void, however, the void is all-consuming. It was either a part of space or space was a part of it. But Damien felt that their purpose was completely different. When he imagined the void, he imagined emptiness or a black hole that swallowed everything. If I put that concept with the word heart, does the meaning change? Heart wasn't as elusive as void, at least not in Damien's mind. It was either a biological aspect or an emotional one. And judging simply on instinct, Damien felt it was the latter. All-consuming and emotions. If I put those two together, there was a major clue in front of him the entire time. And when he got to this point in his thinking, he finally realized it. Emotionless. That's correct. The voice said, Void Heart is emotionless, but that is simply the surface. A true void heart is free of anything. Desire, ambition, emotion, attachment, morality. It all becomes irrelevant in front of a truly void heart. The concept was terrifying. Someone who cared for nothing, someone who had nothing to lose, that was the scariest kind of opponent. That kind of person could do anything to achieve their goals, using even their own body as a tool. The Void Heart Sword Law is an embodiment of this concept. Your sword will be swung without hesitance, free and unfettered from all restrictions. For you to arrive here means you have shown compatibility with this ideal. Was he compatible, though? Damien didn't think so. He had plenty of attachments and things he cared about that he couldn't just sacrifice. But this sword law could be a game-changer in battle. If he could shut out any distractions and focus solely on what needed to be done, the benefits were unimaginable. Plus, something was steering him towards accepting. And how do I free myself of emotion? He asked. I'm not here to mentor you. Figure out yourself. However, I shall show you what it means to practice this art. The void was lit as the surroundings changed. Suddenly, Damien found himself on an expansive battlefield. On one side, a massive army adorned in all black, and on the other, an even larger army adorned in white. At first glance, they seemed like opposing forces. Yet, this wasn't the case. As he observed, Damien noticed that both armies were working in tandem against a third party. A single person. At the forefront of the battlefield stood a single man. His long black hair cascaded down his back like a midnight waterfall, and his eyes were like a deep abyss that could steal one's soul. His body wasn't large, but it was clear he had experienced his own share of battles. The man held a single sword in his hand as he faced both armies. The man raised his sword and swung. Without warning, thousands of black lines appeared on the battlefield, intersecting with each other countless times to create intricate patterns. As quickly as they came, they disappeared, but the effect they had was catastrophic. Anyone caught within those black lines was shredded to pieces, thinly sliced chunks of their bodies thumping onto the ground. Just like that, thousands of soldiers died. Why must you do this to us? We have wives, children, people we love. Why must you force us into death? The armies couldn't take it anymore. A similar scene had played out before them countless times, but they were never able to stop it. They pleaded and begged, hoping to be spared, but the man paid it no mind. You were in my way. It was his only response to their cries before he slashed out once more. The scene soon faded and Damien arrived back in the void, reflecting on what he had just seen. It was true ruthlessness, uncaring about circumstance and uncaring about consequence. Although he was frightened at the prospect, it also somewhat excited him. That scene, there was something familiar about it. He thought back to a certain scene he had once witnessed. A man standing before an army, simply raising his hand to cause a mass slaughter. That was the level of power he wished to achieve. And this Void Heartsword Law could give him that power. After many minutes of silence, Damien finally spoke. This sword law, I want it. Chapter 127. Comprehension. 2 days had passed since Damien witnessed the benefits of the Void Heartsword Law. For the past 2 days, he had done nothing but sit in a meditative position with his eyes closed. After expressing his desire to practice the sword law, he was sent back to his real body from the void space he was transported to. The emotionless voice he had heard said nothing else to him, but it wasn't without benefit. When his mind returned to his body, he could feel an immense wave of information imprinting itself onto his consciousness. The Void Heartsword Law actually wasn't very difficult to learn in theory. The main caveat of the art was the user's capability at emptying their mind of all emotion. Without passing this first step, it was impossible to practice the art. And even in these past 2 days, Damien wasn't able to complete this step. The first phase of the Void Heartsword Law is called Mind Prison. The description seems easy enough, but damn is it hard to actually do. Mind Prison wasn't an attack at all. Instead, it was a method to cage the user's emotions so they could effectively perform their art. Mana, in most definitions, was considered a form of energy. It could power technology, cleanse the air, and allow beings in contact with it to perform mystical feats. Yet, not everyone believes energy was enough to turn mana. It was something that could do anything. It was theorized that even true creation, creating something out of nothing, or even revival could be made possible through mana. And mere energy shouldn't be capable of such feats. Instead, some people theorized that mana was something akin to the fabric of the universe. It was something that created reality itself. And if that was the case, then mana could be used in a much larger variety of ways. Mind Prison was a concept that capitalized on this theory, and in some sense, proved its truth. Thoughts, emotions, ambition, all of these things were conceptual. There was no way to give them true form, even when taking into account the chemical responses of the brain. However, Mind Prison was designed to do exactly that. It used mana as a base to cage those illusory concepts like emotions into a specific area, contained until they were released once more by the user. However, the method to create a mind prison was never mentioned in the information implanted within Damien's mind. According to it, each individual had different aspirations and created different mind prisons to cater to their goals. Damien couldn't even begin to understand how to cage emotions, as that didn't make any sense to him. So instead, he focused on designing a structure for his mind prison. At first, he tried to structure it like a jail cell, something he'd actually seen before, but that didn't work well at all. The things he was trying to contain didn't have physical form, so bars weren't ideal. Next, he tried something similar to a white room. It was a completely solid box with no defining features. If a human was forced to live within such a construct for a prolonged period of time, they'd go insane with 100% certainty. However, there was a problem with this structure as well. He found that if he used this white room, he'd have a hard time releasing his emotions once again, regaining his full self. Damien's view of the void heart concept was like he was splitting himself in two. On one side was his rational mind, and the other was his emotional one. He didn't know what state he would be in once the two separated, and he didn't want to take any risks. What if his rational mind refused to release his emotions? What if his emotions, trapped within the white room, become chaotic and self-destructive? He didn't want to take any chances. He needed to make sure there was a way for both exit and entry from both sides. He viewed both sides of him once he activated the mind prison as conscious beings. And so, Damien began experimenting with other shapes. On the second he finally settled for something akin to a soccer ball, connecting hexagonal panels. That created a circular construct. With this structure, he could effectively seal his emotions, leaving no clear exits for them to seep through without permission. Yet he could install a backdoor for emergency situations. He had learned long ago to be prepared for any situation, which is why he had rarely been surprised by the developments that took place since he left the dungeon. With a structure in mind, Damien immediately wanted to get to work, but he was still clueless about where to start. Should he crystallize the mana and make a solid structure, or would it be more ethereal like mana circuits? He was charging forward without knowledge, and although he was aware of its dangers, he didn't stop. He had gotten so used to simply bulldozing his way through obstacles that it became second nature to him. Damien focused his awareness into his mind. He was trying to find something like a sea of consciousness that he could use to root the mind prison. But he only saw darkness. After searching tirelessly for what felt like days, he came to a realization. Wait, I'm seeing darkness? Logically speaking, he shouldn't be seeing anything. This was inside his mind. The only thing he had ever witnessed here was memories. But the fact that he was seeing darkness, could this be my sea of consciousness? Rather than that, it was more like a mind space. There wasn't anything established within it yet, but its existence couldn't be denied. Damien called forth his mana and led it to the location his awareness was currently at, and it actually appeared in front of him. Staring at the shining amethyst energy before him, Damien smiled. I finally have a starting point. Without delay, he started working. Since he had already thoroughly planned the structure beforehand, the actual creation process wasn't too difficult. But the process itself was enlightening to Damien. He was using mana to create an ethereal construct inside a space he didn't know truly existed. The process made Damien aware of how versatile mana truly was. Time passed in a flash as Damien continued this process. The single hexagonal panel he created at first multiplied a dozenfold until it became 64 panels of equal size. Then, he carefully attached them together in a process similar to welding metals. When the spherical prism finally took root, Damien could feel a specific feeling in his mind that he couldn't quite place. However, this feeling confirmed the existence of the mind prison he had just painstakingly created. Just this was enough to make him want to leap with joy. Just because he was working without pause didn't mean he held no doubts about his methods. The entire time, he wondered whether all his hard work would collapse like an illusion once he wasn't concentrating on it. But it was there, a fully formed construct that embodied his completion of the Void Heartsword Law's first phase. Chapter 128, Final Exam. Damien wanted to quickly move on to learning how to cage his emotions, but the opportunity was denied. His body was soon bathed in the warm sunlight as the darkness receded along with the wall of comprehension. Looking around, Damien noticed that he was in the middle of a vast field surrounded by thousands of people who he assumed were the other cultivators taking the disciple examination. Each of them was separated by around 10 meters of space, creating a semi-isolated area around them. This must have been the space that the last examination area took up. Within a few hours, the rest of the cultivators also woke up from their meditation and were made aware of their new location. But Damien didn't feel any joy about the fact that the test was over. He felt that he most likely failed it since he had barely completed half the first phase of his new art. He was fully prepared to leave and try his luck at joining another sect. Young cultivators, welcome back from his second exam, a familiar voice greeted. Looking up, they saw Mu Chun floating in the air above them. I understand that many of you are confused, so allow me to give a brief explanation. The Wall of Comprehension is a unique treasure, and the skills you were granted were done so by fate. Although not all of you have passed this test, you have all benefited from its contents. For this reason, I advise you not to share the process of our examination if you do not gain entry to our sect. You could try if you wish, but you should first question why news of the process has never been leaked to the outside. Damien finally realized why the Celestial Star Palace was able to remain secretive. It wasn't simply due to respect, but also fear and quick decision-making. Anyone who attempted to reveal their information was promptly dealt with. As for how they were able to track anyone who did so, Damien could only shudder at his own wild assumptions. Now, if the area below you lights up red, you may leave back to your homes, but if it is green, stay in place as you have passed on to the final phase. Damien looked down, fully expecting a red glow to emanate from the ground, But the result was the complete opposite. The lush grass below him shone in its own color, illuminating his square green. I passed. He wondered. He felt that there was no way he comprehended 25% of the entire Void Heartsword Law in such a brief period. Young man, an aged voice suddenly rang out in his head. Do not question the results. If you can succeed in this final segment, the answer shall be revealed to you. For someone to send him a mana transmission that went undetected by those around him, they had to be extremely strong. So Damien simply nodded indiscreetly to show his affirmation before focusing his attention back on Mu-chun. All around him, cultivators were showing different reactions to their squares. Those who passed were jubilant, some even crying tears of joy, while those with stature like Long Chun stayed indifferent. The reaction of those who failed was the complete opposite. Some simply left with downtrodden expressions, but others cried and begged, hoping to gain sympathy. Others simply didn't accept the results and tried to revolt, but they were shut down without hesitance. Anyone who overstayed their welcome was forcefully removed from the area, and although no deaths were incurred, plenty of injuries were handed out. Although the scale was much smaller, their tragic scenes reminded him of what he saw in the vision about his sword law. Cries and pleas, unwillingness, and hope were all disregarded. That's right, this whole world revolved around such a principle. The Void Heartsword Law is simply the peak of such a thought process. To those of you who passed, welcome to the third phase. The rules of this phase are incredibly simple. All you have to do is survive for an entire week within the forest to your right. Anyone who doesn't arrive back at this area once the week ends will be disqualified or counted dead. Now all of you may go forth, and may fate allow you to keep your lives. Mu-chun immediately moved on to the next portion without sparing a glance at the failed cultivators. Hell, he didn't even pay attention to the states of those who passed. While the others stood confused, Damien didn't hesitate to move. Without even doing a rough sweep of the forest, he charged in. Long Chun, who saw him move, quickly did the same, followed by the rest. Only after entering the forest did Damien notice its strangeness. The towering trees and lush vegetation, although normal on the outside, contained too much life force to be simple. Not only that, he could feel the aura of countless beasts roaming the area. Everything living here can be considered an enemy, but Damien didn't care about any of it. I have a week of spare time I can use to finish the first phase of my sword law. He was still hung up on this. For some reason, he wasn't apprehensive at all about closing off his emotions. It wasn't even something new to him. For Damien, he lived his whole life burying and suppressing his emotions. The few years he spent with Rose were the only ones where he let himself roam free. But that alone wasn't enough to change his personality. He was still running from his problems. It was the reason he had separated from Rose and Elena in the first place, and it was most likely the reason why the concept of Void Heart appealed to him so much. He hated the control his emotions could have over his life. While he loved the time he spent with Rose, Elena, Zara, and his mother, he felt that in other situations his emotions were usually a burden. They were something he reserved only for people he cared about, and he wanted a way to make them exclusive to those people. Why should others be allowed to sway me? He didn't want to be swayed by beauty. He didn't want to be swayed by pity, and he didn't want to be swayed by trust. Trusting people wasn't something Damien was ever willing to do. And while he was aware that running away from his emotions would never work as a long-term solution, he didn't care. He would rather call himself a hypocrite than solve his emotional problems. In this case, he was the opposite of his usual self. For someone who charged unhesitatingly in the face of danger to avoid it like this was a sight to behold, but it wasn't funny in the slightest. The trauma he developed on Earth followed him everywhere. It haunted him even in his relationship, forcing its development to halt. There's a reason he and Rose didn't act much different than they did in Apeiron when they were simply friends. It was entirely his fault. These emotions, I don't need them. Without his conscious effort, some ethereal concepts floating within the blackness of his mind space migrated into his mind prison. And then, click, it trapped them within. Chapter 129, Final Exam. In the dense and eerie forest, a single man walked with relaxed yet calculated steps. His eyes were entirely emotionless, as if everything around him was irrelevant. Boom! The man waved his hand, causing a large explosion to occur. A few meters to his left, a massive crater was formed. Its shape was perfectly round, as if someone cleanly removed that portion of land. And in fact, they had. The man kept walking forward, and a few seconds later, a massive chunk of rock fell from the sky and crashed into the ground. On that rock, there was a large plant. However, each of its petals was coated in razor-sharp blades that looked like a mouth. On landing, that creature was squashed into paste. Feeling the experience enter his body, the man continued walking. He had no purpose besides to find life forms and kill them so he could level up. The goal is to survive, but such a thing is too simple. The man thought merely surviving wouldn't cut it. He wanted to gain something beneficial out of this time. However, he only cared about his goals. In order to gain experience at a faster rate, he made his way as far into the forest as possible. There was no rule about not harming other participants, and they were the closest source of EXP in his vicinity. But he thought further. There will be problems in the future if I commit mass slaughter without cause. But it didn't mean he wouldn't do it. He just wouldn't go out of his way to do it. Instead, he would kill anyone who was unfortunate enough to run into him. As the man continued to walk, he suddenly felt movement to his right. Twisting his body at an unnatural angle, he dodged an incoming claw. Behind him stood a massive panther, retreating after its attack failed. "You made a grave mistake stepping into my territory, human." The panther hissed while releasing its full aura. The beast was clearly a third class, just like him, only it was somewhere in the mid-levels. However, Damien said nothing in response. He waved his hand, retrieving a large, shining sword from thin air. In the next second, he swung it down. A massive sword wave was released when he struck, cleaving its way towards the panther. The ground rumbled as it was split in two, and even the air whistled as it was torn apart. Sensing danger, the panther quickly dodged to his right. However, even this was of no use. Just the simple move made the panther feel lightheaded. Wait, that wasn't right. He was a proper third-class beast. There was no way for him to get exhausted from such a small movement. Upon making this realization, the panther looked down at his own body. To his shock and horror, there was a small hole within his chest, leading directly through his heart and out the other side of his body. Looking up at the human standing across from him, he only saw the man's hand on his sword hilt as he stared on with those cold, emotionless eyes. With this scene, its consciousness faded to black. Void Sword Art's second step. Horizon Splitter, the concept of distance became irrelevant with the use of this move. Without giving another glance at the beast, he continued walking. Next prey. Meanwhile, Long Chun was having a different experience from Damien. "Long Chun, I dare you to move against us. Now that we're alone, I can finally take action against you," a black-haired young man said. From his facial structure alone, it was clear the two were related. Looking at the crowd of people that had formed around him, Long Chun stayed calm. "Long Bai, you should be aware that you gain nothing from this. Even without me, you won't receive the successor position." "Shut up," Long Bai screeched. "With you out of my way, the rest are nothing but trash. Today is the day you meet your end." Long Bai signaled with his arms, causing all 10 of the goons he had brought to charge as he watched from a distance. "Young master, forgive us, but we are loyal to the Luo branch." "Humph," Long Chun snorted. "The Luo branch is simply a bunch of trash wishing for death." Reaching out in front of him, Long Chun withdrew his sword from his spatial ring. Unlike Damien's, it was a large broadsword. Its design was ornamental, its blade shining in the sunlight that peeked through the foliage. The hilt was covered in golden designs on a white base. A long golden streak ran through the middle of the double-edged blade, whose length was around 2 meters long. With such a large sword, one would expect equivalent weight. However, Long Chun wielded the massive blade with a single hand. "Come then, allow me to show you the difference between us." The surrounding cultivators also drew their weapons, simultaneously attacking Long Chun. Heavenly Cloud steps. A small white fog materialized beneath Long Chen's feet. Slightly pushing against the ground, he shot through the crowd of cultivators. His movements were light as a feather, yet contained speed faster than the eye could see. He seemed to blend with the air with every step, randomly appearing in a different place. His elusive movements alone were able to spread panic within the crowd. Soon enough, attacks were being thrown into empty space, none being able to touch his figure. Fire pillars rose from the ground. Shards of ice and spikes of earth charged toward him. With such a large crowd, it was impossible to use large-scale destructive attacks, so they were stuck using smaller ones. Still, the power contained within them was nothing to scoff at. The last time it was recorded, Long Chen was only at the peak of second class. With this group of second classes and my own strength, he has no chance. Long Bai thought as he watched the battle. Even seeing Long Chen's mind-numbing skill, he had no fear. He was confident that Long Chen's mana reserves would run dry soon. But as time passed, he felt an ominous feeling rise in his chest. It had been half an hour, but Long Chen was still actively evading every attack thrown at him. Continuously using a powerful technique should have emptied his reserves already, but he wasn't even sweating. Suddenly, Long Chen spoke. "I'm getting bored already." Making distance, he changed his stance into a more offensive one. "Try taking my moves then." 9 dragons soar through the heavens. Grabbing his sword hilt with both hands, Long Chen swung it down with all his might. His muscles bulged at the pressure of his swing, becoming visible through his loose-fitting robes. When the sword made impact against the ground, a massive earthquake erupted. The ground shook and cracked, segmenting into hundreds of different parts. From the space below 9 of the cultivators in the group, fear-inducing roars could be heard. The earth exploded, letting forth 9 holy white dragon phantoms. Their jaws opened wide, clamping shut on the 9 victims before they continued soaring into the sky. Long Chen quickly appeared behind the final cultivator and cleanly severed his head from his body. The last thing that cultivator saw was 9 dragons in the sky, opening their mouths to let out mighty roars into the heavens. And out of the mouths of those dragons, 9 lifeless bodies falling to the ground. Paying no mind to the falling corpses that were soon to become meat paste, Long Chen turned to Long Bai, who was attempting to slowly back away, with a twisted smile on his face. Chapter 130, Final Exam. "Did you think Long Chen was some sort of easy target?" he said, although his face stayed indifferent. The pride infused into his entire being was almost palpable. "Did you think you could simply ambush me and succeed? You truly are a fool, Long Bai. Don't come over here." Long Bai stuttered with fear evident on his face. He wasn't the type to spend his time training. Rather, he would spend it scheming. How he reached his current level with such a mindset was inconceivable to Long Chen. But he knew that Long Bai had no actual skill besides raw strength. After all, for a 3rd class to kill a 2nd class, raw power was usually enough. But Long Bai had underestimated Long Chen. He didn't even spend time cross-checking his information to prove its truth. The second he saw that Long Chen was a 2nd class, he assumed it would be an easy feat to stomp on him. But the current situation wasn't playing out how he expected. "You know who my father is. Do you really want the Grand Elders to turn on your Yin branch?" Long Chen paused briefly, but continued walking as if his hesitation was never present. "Your Luo branch turned on our Long clan the second you decided to fight the clan rules. You simply don't know that you were dead a long time ago." Long Chen reactivated his movement technique and appeared directly in front of Long Bai, causing the latter to fall on his butt in horror. "Let me show you why I am titled as a peak genius of this generation. Let me show you what it means to be young master of the Long clan. Let me show you what power is." Just like before, Long Chen raised his sword into the air, taking a similar posture. But the way his mana moved was entirely different. Divine dragon roars to the heavens. The sound of thunder tumbled through the area as thick dark clouds began to gather. Any living being, whether magical beast, plant life form, or other cultivators, all scrambled away from the vicinity. Kaboom! Pillars of lightning descended faster than the eye could see and impacted the earth, causing massive craters in the surroundings. Trees were charred, and then reduced to dust. The lush greenery on the ground had been incinerated, making way for a barren wasteland. A 20-kilometer radius around the duo was nothing but scorched earth, but no attack had landed near them. It was clear the amount of control Long Chun possessed. Boom! Lightning descended once again, this time striking Long Chen's sword, which was still pointed skyward. A strange scene occurred. The lightning was absorbed by the sword, causing it to glow ominously. Long Chun swung the sword, eliciting another massive roar from the sky. An eastern dragon, made entirely of lightning, emerged from the clouds. Its destination was directly on Long Bai's body. Following the path of Long Chen's sword, the dragon descended, piercing Long Bai through his chest before entering the ground. Seeing this scene, Long Chun flew into the air, where the thunderous clouds had begun to disperse. When the dragon entered the ground, it signified the end of this battle. A bright light shone inside the cracked earth, illuminating the already bright day. Following this light, many pillars shot out of the ground before the entire thing erupted. Sound seemed to have been put at a loss for what to do, as the actual sound of the explosion only rang out minutes after it had already happened. The previous 20 kilometers worth of scorched land had been torn to shreds, creating a large sinkhole whose depth couldn't be seen through. Looking at the destruction he caused, Long Chun slightly shook his head. He attached no significance to the event. Instead, he lifted his gaze to survey the land around him. Now would be a good time to fight that man from earlier, he thought. But first I should recover my mana. For days had passed in the forest, and currently, Damien could be seen seated on the massive branch of a tree. Within his mind, a careful process was taking place. Damien sent his awareness into the black area he had, titled his mind space. He was currently watching a formless aura trapped within an ethereal cage. This is my emotions. It's time to revert to normal. There were no other thoughts in his head. He simply used the exit he created to open the mind prison. As soon as he did, that formless aura was released and it dispersed into his mind space. Damien felt a rush of emotions. Excitement, anger, intrigue, and many more wild feelings plagued his mind, causing him to grab his head in pain. Luckily, his feelings were mostly positive, or he couldn't imagine the side effects. It took an entire half hour before Damien's raging headache calmed down, allowing him room to think. That was intense. The feeling was completely different from what he imagined. He didn't feel trapped in his own body as logical thought took over. Rather, he was completely himself. It was surreal. He could act like a completely different being, and since his emotions were sealed, he felt no guilt or dilemma from doing so. He was left without room to even question himself. He had spent the last 4 days killing anything he came across, soliciting him an increase of 5 levels. This was barely anything, but it made sense. Third class was always said to be much harder to cross than the previous 2. This skill could be extremely dangerous if used incorrectly. The main problem he saw was that he had no ability to change his actions from the logical ones he took. If he felt he made a mistake, there was no turning back. And if, for instance, the emotionless version of him decided that abandoning those close to him was the most ideal scenario, I don't even want to think about what would happen. He didn't have a goal in mind while activating his mind prison, so the chosen goal was his deepest desire to grow in strength. After the 4-day killing spree, his rational mind decided that there was no need to use the mind prison to take such actions. Due to that, Damien ended up in his current position, finally regaining his true self. If he had to judge it, he felt that overall it was a positive experience. The only problem was that he still had no idea how he managed to seal his emotions in the first place. All I was doing was suppressing them as hard as I could. There's no way it could be that easy. Yet it might have been exactly that. Damien wanted to test it out once more when he suddenly heard rustling from the tall grass on the ground. Whoever the newcomer was, they weren't trying to hide their presence. Damien spread his awareness to check who it was before a smile emerged on his face. Well, I didn't expect this to happen anytime soon. The figure finally exited the grass, revealing its form. It was a familiar black-haired man whose valiant and battle-hungry aura was on full display. Chapter 131, Power. You understand why I have come, don't you? Long Chun said as he gazed at Damien. His eyes were as sharp as his sword, indicating that he wouldn't take no for an answer. But are you sure you want to do it now? Damien responded. He was also feeling the desire to fight, but he didn't want to do so now. He still had a few things he wanted to test after exiting his void heart form. But Long Chun didn't seem to care. Let's fight. I want to truly test my prowess, and you seem to be the only one here that might have the capability to do so. Damien scoffed. Don't underestimate me too much, or you won't know how you lost. How about this, on the final day of the exam, we meet back at this spot. That will be when we fight. Long Chun thought for a moment. It was more convenient for him to fight on the final day, as well, since he still wasn't sure Long Bai was the only one out for his head. This way, the crowd they'd attract wouldn't have time to make any sudden moves. If anyone wanted to strike them when they were tired, it'd be impossible unless they wanted to fail the exam. Well, Long Chun didn't know about Zara, so this was the security he felt. Very well, I will see you in 3 days, he said. He had taken so long to find Damien that he got a little too excited and caught in the moment. It was a strange feeling that Long Chun hadn't experienced before. Perhaps my search for a rival has gone on for far too long. It was the only reason he could think of for his recent actions. He didn't think or plan, just acting on will alone. Then I will spend the next few days increasing my level and training before a confrontation. Damien and Long Chun weren't the only ones present in the vicinity. Many other participants and beasts had been attracted by the clash of their auras and had come to find the source of the commotion. Due to this, news of their upcoming duel spread. Did you hear? The young master of the Long clan is going to duel some random guy on the final day. What? Why would I be interested in that? The other guy will obviously lose to Long Chun. But you don't understand. I personally saw them clash in aura, and the other guy didn't lose out in the slightest. What? That's impossible. It's true. If you want to see it, just come watch the duel. I'll judge the truth with my own 2 eyes. Many similar conversations took place, everyone having their own goals. Some simply wanted to reach the gathering spot to kill off their competitors. Some wanted to kill Long Chun, and some simply wanted to watch the show. Within a shadowy area of the forest, a black-haired man was talking to a group of what seemed to be his followers. Long Chun will be tired out after this match. That idiot Long Bai and his group failed to kill him, so it's up to us. Don't fail me when the time comes. Yes, young master. As all of this took place, Damien flew around in search of an isolated area within the forest. There was something he wanted to try. It was unrelated to any training or technique he created, but still equally important. What does the full power of a 3rd class look like? The question was an interesting one, as Damien should be able to feel his exact power level. The problem was that he had never seen large-scale destruction to use as a basis for what he could do. He had estimated his power back in a Pyron, but never had the chance to test it out. Reaching a lush area without too much wildlife, Damien began charging his attack. He wouldn't use any new techniques, but he wasn't simply going to use pure mana. He would use his most destructive attack for this test. The 4th form of his sword art, Spatial Collapse. When he previously used this move, he always encapsulated a few kilometers at best, but there was a reason for this. It was the amount of mana he poured into his attack. He usually did this instinctually, never thinking about the mechanics behind it. He didn't know whether it was a natural talent or a benefit of evolving, but he was always able to naturally tell how much mana he needed to put into an attack. Due to this, he never used his full power or overused mana even when he was going all out. Besides this fact, he also never had a reason to use large-scale destructive force. But today was different. He still had 2.5 days before he needed to fight Long Chun, and that was more than enough time to recuperate his mana. Not to mention, he had Zara who could guard him while he was recovering. Damien took out his sword and began channeling mana into it. Since he was testing his all-out force, the amplification feature on his sword was a necessity. 5-meter long blade of the sword, causing it to shine iridescently. Damien slowly moved his arm, bringing it above his head. As the sword passed through the air, ripples occurred in space. It wasn't quite strong enough to cause spatial cracks, especially with the resilient atmosphere on the cloud plane, but its strength couldn't be denied. As Damien continued to pour his mana into the sword, the area of the spatial ripples spread, causing a phenomenon to appear in the air. Clouds became small boats floating on an ocean of space, the sky ebbing and flowing like waves. Just like before, many people witnessed it, but none dared to go forward. Damien's mana capacity at the moment was nearing 17,000, and although he didn't know the unit used to quantify it, he had more than 10x the mana he had at second class. He couldn't imagine the sheer power he could produce. It took around 5 minutes, even at Damien's fastest speed, for all his mana to enter the body of the sword, but once it was done, the sword itself looked like a second sun. Void Sword Art 4th Step. Spatial collapse. He didn't hesitate any longer, swinging his sword down in the air. His target was space itself. Even though it only hit air, the sword made impact as if it was a solid surface. The sky beneath its blade cracked and became a massive black crevasse in the air. Within seconds, the crevasse expanded to cover a wide area. But other than that, there was only silence. Thousands of beings watched the crack in the sky with fear, not knowing its next move, but they weren't forced to wait long. Boom! It was chaos. The sky continued to crack, creating a massive black hole that began to relentlessly pull its surroundings. The sky twisted into the ground, and the ground became walls. Trees were uprooted and fused together as their molecules collided. This fusion phenomenon occurred in the grass, the ground itself, and even a few unlucky beasts as well. The grassy land cracked and splintered, unable to resist the terrifying gravitational force of the black hole. As theorized by scientists, even light was pulled into this gravity, creating a massive shining ring around the void that slowly became filled with rocks resembling meteors. Everything went to hell. The beasts that were remaining in the area were shredded to pieces by the opposing gravitational forces or pulled into the black hole, never to be seen again. The ground no longer existed, leaving room for a massive abyssal chasm with no bottom. The world tried its best to repair the sky, but as long as the black hole existed, it was impossible. The scene of devastation carried on for an entire 10 minutes uninhibited, and by the time it was over, nothing existed within the area. The black hole slowly became smaller and smaller, turning into a pin-sized, before disappearing into the air. Silence once again descended, not only in the area Damien was in, but through the entire area of the massive forest that bore witness to the event. 1,500 square kilometers worth of land was gone just like that. That number didn't mean much out of context, but it was a plot of land slightly larger than Los Angeles. His full power was at the level where he could reduce an entire city to dust in a few minutes. Damien simply stood in the air, basking in the sensation he felt. He needed to take time and understand why he had so much power, as none of his previous fights had been so large-scale. It almost didn't make sense for him to be this strong if he went all out. But other than that curiosity, he only felt one thing about this experience: the feeling of having this much power. It was enlightening. Chapter 132, Power. The most prominent question at this moment was, why was Damien so powerful? With the way every fight of his had gone so far, one would expect the collateral damage to have reached city level, or at least something far more destructive than it had. However, the answer was simple. For starters, Damien needed an entire 10 minutes of charging his attack to reach the city level. It was a widely known fact that the difference between second and third class could be considered the first true milestone in one's cultivation journey. Unlike the previous two classes, third class was an evolution of one's being. By the time one completed their leveling and forged the legends necessary to class change once more, they would gain more power over the natural law. Damien didn't understand much about this natural law that was mentioned every time someone talked to him about fourth class, but he was intrigued to figure it out. At the moment, his powers were at their weakest point, at least in the grand scheme. His elements were just that, elements. They had no power to manipulate reality and perform truly grand feats. Just thinking about how the spatial mages of Apiron were able to turn an entire world into a secret realm for the sake of their future generations, Damien could feel the massive power gap between classes. He had met a few fourth-class beings before, and none of them really gave him the same feeling as those he heard tales about from Kurt's remnant soul within the temple. After much thought, he understood the reason for this. Why would a fourth-class being be unable to conceal things from someone much weaker than them? It didn't make sense. Even if his eyes were extremely powerful, they weren't reality-breaking. What he saw from Malcolm or James in Apiron was simply what they wished to show him. And the power he felt during their altercations wasn't even enough to be considered the tip of the iceberg. The after effects of many fourth-class beings going to war on Apiron was almost the total extinction of the world's population. If that wasn't enough to showcase how much power they could truly possess, nothing was. His thoughts ran a little wild, considering that there might have been other continents on Apiron that were totally destroyed and sunk during the war, but that was just his own fantasy. Every time he had asked Malcolm about the reason for such a wide gap, he was told nothing. Even those elders from the Burning Sun sect kept him in the dark about it. But that didn't curb his curiosity, instead making it burn with even brighter passion. Strength and power were things Damien loved, and learning about how they worked was something he'd set his mind to. One way or another, he'd figure out how it all worked. Other than that, he simply had no need to use such levels of power. Back when he was fighting the leaders of Nibelheim, he had the elders of the Burning Sun sect with him to offset a majority of the pressure he might have faced, not to mention his companions. If he had to fight those dark imps alone, he would have been forced to go all out, maybe even getting killed in the process. On Apiron, he simply didn't have any major conflict. The fight with the Nox in the ancient temple might have been much more destructive than any of his other fights, but he didn't have a major part in that one. With the sturdiness of the palace and Rose's mitigation of damage through the use of her illusory throne, the collateral of that fight became underwhelming. No matter how focused he was on his goal, or how strong his resolve to crush those in his path was, he needed true enemies for that to happen, and Damien had never been one to wantonly make enemies. The funny part was, the one time he actively sought enemies, he met the laughingstock named Wang Ming. He didn't know whether he should praise his luck or curse it. His personality craved for battle. It craved for life or death situations, but he was left largely unfulfilled. If his 2 years in the dungeon were counted, he had more than enough life or death to last him many years, but it wasn't. The reason being that his time in the dungeon was what caused him to develop such a mentality. Since it developed that trait, it couldn't be considered as fulfilling its desires. However, he wasn't insane. Damien didn't just hop into situations that'd lead to his death due to his urge to feel that riveting sensation of walking the line. If he was that dumb, he would be finding some Nox-infested planet and charging in head first. At the end of the day, what Damien wanted was more opportunities for destruction like this. He loved the feeling he got from causing it, and he loved the sight of it. He actually felt like he comprehended something elusive just moments ago, but he couldn't recall it no matter how hard he tried. All he knew was that destruction was something closely related to him, as the core of his being reveled in its sensation. He felt like the question marks in his affinities section were slowly revealing themselves, with one set being glaringly obvious to him. He just didn't know how to proceed with comprehending it enough to truly gain an affinity. While he thought of these things, Zara flew him to an isolated area so he could recover. Truthfully, he had almost dropped out of the sky, unable to sustain himself due to the overuse of his mana. And directly after everything had ended, he fell deep into his own thoughts. His behavior could be seen as stupid and self-destructive, but in another vein, it could be said that he had immense trust in Zara. After finding an indiscreet cave, Zara quickly scared away the beasts living in it with her aura before taking Damien inside. "Damien, how did you do that?" Zara asked, intrigue evident in her eyes. She had similarly never witnessed such a scene, and it made her faith in Damien almost turn to worship. "What do you mean?" Damien chided. "If you try your hardest, you can probably do something like that as well. After all, my Zara will be the strongest beast to ever exist. Zara nodded, happily prancing around the cave. Inwardly, she was swearing to not neglect training, wanting to do the same as Damien one day. Without much action, another 2 days passed. The sun rose over the horizon as the day of the duel dawned on those present. Everywhere within the general vicinity, large movements could be seen. Crowds of surviving contestants all made their way over to the tree where the meeting spot was set. This was a duel involving a peak genius, so they had to witness it. When they arrived, they saw a black-haired man floating in the air, his aura radiating serenity. It only took 10 minutes for his opponent to arrive, causing his eyes to snap open. Finally, let us see who is stronger. If you're enjoying this story, don't forget to like the video and subscribe. It really helps this channel keep growing. Alright, let's continue. Chapter 133, Power. A 50-kilometer radius surrounding a massive tree was crowded by slightly more than 1,000 people who made up a large crowd prepared to watch the upcoming battle. In the air above the tree stood a heroic man whose flowing black hair and robes fluttered in the calm wind. His sword-like eyebrows were calmly set above his closed eyes. He didn't do anything special, but his presence captivated the attention of everyone in the vicinity. From the distance, another aura emerged, flying at high speeds towards their location. Most of the crowd was only able to see an amethyst light approaching them. When it finally arrived, the figure it encased was revealed. Another man whose aura was equally valiant, leaving no obvious discrepancies between him and his opponent. His hair was tied in a ponytail, the silver streaks within its deep black looking like shooting stars in the night. His brows were equally sharp, drawing attention to his mesmerizing eyes. The two colors that made up his irises swirled hypnotically, causing his cross-shaped pupils to look like a small boat amongst a raging storm. His clothing was styled much differently from those people were used to, giving him a unique and mysterious vibe. Floating above the rich greenery of the forest, these two men looked like immortal cultivators peacefully gauging each other's strength. However, this aura changed the second they met eyes. Their auras flared, starting their preliminary competition. An amethyst aura met a gold one, each displaying its own unique properties. Winds swirled around them as just the clash of their auras would have been enough to drop any second-class cultivator to their knees. "You showed up," Long Chun said, excitement slowly emerging in his tone. "Did you think I wouldn't?" Damien responded with an amused smile. But Long Chun shook his head. "I didn't take you for someone without honor. I am simply excited to see whether I can finally find a challenge." Among those who had witnessed the devastating scene that suddenly began in one portion of the forest a few days ago, Long Chun was one of them. Although most were unaware of the cause, he had a good guess. "Is there any need for more hesitation? Let's fight," he said. In terms of pure aura, they were almost equal, with neither of them being able to gain a true advantage. It was pointless for them to continue with these insignificant altercations. Long Chun chose not to draw his sword immediately, flying forward at speeds that caused small booms to resound through the environment as even the air was broken through. In a mere instant, he arrived in front of Damien, throwing a fierce punch directly at his face. But Damien wasn't perturbed. He slightly moved his body, allowing the fist to pass by him as he threw his own punch, his speed not slower than Long Chun's in the slightest. The two stayed in close combat for many minutes, maneuvering within the air as if it was solid ground. Still, neither of them had been able to land a proper hit. Separating for a moment, they once again charged, their fists connecting. Each connecting punch resulted in a sonic boom. As they were in the air, they didn't cause any damage to the surroundings, but their clash resulted in fierce winds that attempted to shred the branches of the trees below them. They moved around the 50-kilometer stage that had been prepared for them at a rapid pace, unperturbed by any damage they might cause. At this point, the only way they were using mana was to empower their fists, so they hadn't been able to damage each other. Still, they were having plenty of fun. Each time they connected a hit, grins would emerge on their faces. Both of them felt the refreshing feeling that came with talking with fists. However, they didn't have all the time in the world to play. At the end of the day, they still had to pass the disciple examination. After 15 minutes, they finally separated once more. It's impressive enough for you to match me blow to blow with fists, but let's see if you can do the same with your sword, Long Chun said as he pulled out his massive greatsword. Damien grinned in response as he withdrew his own weapon. The difference in size between the two was glaring, but the aura they gave off didn't lose to each other. Damien knew his sword itself wasn't as refined as it could be, but he had confidence in the arts he created. Let's go then. Gold and amethyst covered their blades before they charged again. As their blades made contact, a loud screech could be heard from the grinding of metal. As their exchange continued, Damien slowly lost ground. As he expected, Long Chen's sword mastery was leagues above his. However, he wasn't perturbed. Void Sword Art Third Step. Dance of the Void. Damien's figure quickly became ethereal, flashing in and out of existence, randomly appearing in different places around Long Chun. His movements were patterned in such a way that soon, Long Chun was surrounded by tens of afterimages. With the addition of his spatial magic, Damien began gaining ground. Seeing himself get put at a disadvantage, Long Chun grinned. Using techniques? Let me join you. 9 dragons soar through the heavens. Just like before, the ground erupted, leaving way for 9 white dragon phantoms that charged toward Damien. Seeing the incoming dragons, he grinned. Putting his palm out, Damien pushed down. Long Chun suddenly felt the air around him get heavy as his movements became sluggish. Even his dragons were slightly struggling against the pressure. Gravity, he exclaimed within his head. This fight won't be as simple as I assumed. Heavenly Dragon Domain. A golden light expanded from Long Chen's body before encompassing a 20-kilometer radius around him. Naturally, Damien was included in this. Within the domain, Damien felt that his line movements were slowed to match Long Chen's under his gravity. Soon enough, those 9 dragons made their way to him, clamping down their massive jaws. First blood had been drawn, and Damien was the loser. The dragon phantoms attempted to tear through his body, but he soon teleported out of their grasp. He no longer had the freedom to relax. Void Sword Art's Second Step. Horizon Break. Long Chen suddenly felt immense danger coming from an unknown direction. He twisted his body at an impossible angle, but he was unable to fully dodge. A massive gash formed on his left side along his ribs. Grinning at Long Chun, Damien smugly declared, "Now we're even." Ignoring the pain, Long Chun grinned back. Even though their fight hadn't become serious yet, he knew. He met an opponent he couldn't simply destroy if he didn't show some of his cards. But as if it was an unspoken agreement between the two, they didn't use their most powerful attacks. As their clash continued, they only used the moves they had already shown each other. Blood continued to spill, staining the green forest with blips of red, but neither fighter paused their movements. It was time for round 2. Chapter 134, Power. At the edge of the forest, a meeting of elders was taking place. Not all the elders previously in the palace had assembled, but the ones willing to take disciples from the new batch of outer disciples were gathered. Have you heard the news? Right, that long boy is having a duel with the kid from the talent test. I think it'd be good if they could develop a healthy rivalry. Right, the Long clan might not have the same influence as us, but they are near the top of the 4 great clans. It won't be bad for us to make connections to them. Exactly, if the Long boy find a rival within the sect, their clan will be much more favorable towards our disciples. As these miscellaneous conversations took place, someone raised a concern. Shouldn't we be monitoring their duel? We can't have either of them getting too injured, or even worse, crippled. They are both top geniuses that will benefit our sect greatly, so naturally they can't be allowed. However, we don't need to worry. The old man is already taking care of it. He moved personally. I wonder which of them caught his interest. Even though they addressed him causally, respect and adoration could be felt in the tones of these sect elders as they spoke about the old man. Nonetheless, after learning that safety was already taken care of, the sect elders resumed their idle chatter. Meanwhile, The fight between Damien and Long Chun had escalated intensely. Unlike their previous bouts, they both had serious expressions on their faces. The lush scenery of the 50-kilometer radius around them had already been destroyed. The ground was cracked, and many of the plants in the vicinity had been charred or incinerated. The crowd of onlookers was forced to scatter since the battle had escalated past the point where they could stand close by and watch. Some decided to eliminate their competitors during this time. So many small skirmishes were taking place in the area. Clang! The sound of swords impacting each other was heard once again, but this time wasn't so simple. A wave of lightning crashed into Long Chun, obliterating everything in his vicinity, while the same occurred with Damien. As it turns out, Long Chun also had a lightning affinity, so after many hours, they had decided to compete on whose was better. Damien's crackling black lightning contained properties of destruction, while Long Chun's gold lightning felt more pure and authoritative. When the two waves of lightning collided, a massive explosion engulfed the entire 50 kilometers around them, pushing both of them back. Turning his head to the side, Damien spit out a mouthful of blood. With their clash becoming more volatile, there was no way to remain uninjured. Well, at least it isn't as bad as the sea dragon. Thinking about it, Damien got an idea. He hadn't been able to test his new trait on any opponents recently. Heavily, but still looked in generally good shape. Long Chun checked his own condition. I can continue fighting for many more hours, and my mana capacity is still 3/4 THS full. But we can't fight forever. Very well, the next move will be the last. Since they were finishing it here, he might as well go all out. This was Long Chun's thought. And although he didn't want to use his trump card, he felt he had the perfect attack for this confrontation. Both fighters nodded at each other in mutual agreement before their auras flared. They gushed out mana at an incredible pace, putting everything into their final attacks. Only leave enough mana to protect myself. This was the thought running through both of their minds. Above Damien's head, the sky once again raged. Thunder boomed so loud that it could even be heard by the elders on the outskirts of the forest, and black lightning crackled through the storm clouds that began to gather. It was like a heavenly tribulation, but much more destructive. But Damien wasn't done yet. If he was going all out, he'd truly go all out. He slowly began inhaling as a small black dot formed in his throat. On Long Chun's side, a similarly catastrophic scene was taking place. Heaven and earth rumbled as pillars shot down from both, connecting in the middle with such force that small space cracks formed. These pillars were entirely gold, forming an illusory golden palace around Long Chun, with him sitting on a throne of swords. The earth cracked apart and gave way for the hot lava within, which rose to create golems that guarded their king. The sky cleared, and the sun shone through the dark clouds, illuminating Long Chun's figure like a heavenly immortal descended upon the mortal world. Damien's eyes slowly turned entirely red, while Long Chun's became vertical slits of a reptile. Looking at each other, they both yelled at the top of their lungs. Heavenly Dragon God's Descent. Storm Dragon's Fury. On Damien's side, a beam of destructive black light thicker than any tree trunk shot out of his mouth and entered the storm clouds, empowering them with its strength. Soon after, the rumbling clouds became pitch black, causing a massive hole to be opened in the space above the battleground. Through this hole, an even larger beam with the thickness of a building shot forward towards Long Chun's throne. However, the beam was destined to be obstructed. The tens of magma golems protecting Long Chun fused, becoming a massive dragon made entirely of molten rock. The gold beams creating the structure of the palace shifted their aim and entered the magma dragon's body, covering it in light. Finally, the shining sunlight converged to create a golden dragon hundreds of meters in length. The dragon opened its massive maw, shooting out a golden white beam that didn't lose out to Damien's in the slightest. The scene of carnage could be viewed by anyone near the forest. One pitch black and the other gold. The two beams collided looking like an epic clash between good and evil. But the destruction it caused had no morality. The world was bathed in light that swallowed everything in its path, including Damien and Long Chun. The light incinerated everything. Even the third-class competitors that were too close were immediately turned to ash. This was the result of a combination of Damien and Long Chen's power. As for whether the two of them could survive it, it was entirely unknown. Chapter 135, Celestial Star Palace. Many hours passed, and the surviving cultivators made their way to the entrance of the forest. They rushed with whatever power they could muster, as there were more than 1,000 that would be selected who survived. Due to this, the first ones to reach the meeting point would be chosen. But even while moving at such speeds, most of their minds were preoccupied with the massive explosion that occurred a few hours prior. After the event, some had even chosen to go back to that area to witness the scene, but they found nothing. There was only a massive crater several thousands of kilometers in diameter, the bodies of neither Damien nor Long Chen being present. Looking at the cultivators who slowly showed up in front of him, Mu Chun smiled. He got to witness many interesting scenes today and found many talented youngsters for their sect. Observing the kind of power the new generation could hold was one of his favorite pastimes. Especially those two. His mind drifted to the two that could be considered as the peak geniuses of this class of outer disciples. One had immense status, while the other was entirely unknown, but neither failed to make a grand entrance. Taking his mind off of them, he once again gazed at those who had gathered. All right, to the 998 of you that arrived first, welcome to our Celestial Star Palace. Your badges should have lit up green by now, so you know who you are. You are allowed to return to your families and say your goodbyes if you'd like, but remember to be back at the sect with your token in 3 days' time. As for those who didn't pass, you can always try again during the next exam. The cultivation path is endless, and there is always a peak above the peak. If you don't have the fortitude to cope with this loss, you do not deserve to be titled as a cultivator. Some voiced their dissent, but in the end, they didn't do anything. At least, most of them didn't. Senior, I counted myself, and I was the 1,000th person to come out of the forest. Why is my token red? A black-haired man shouted. He was the same man who had plotted with Long Bai earlier in the exam. Indifferently glancing at him, Mu Chun spoke. I said clearly that the first 998 cultivators gained entrance. So why are you complaining? But the exam was supposed to allow 1,000 of us. Don't think my Long clan will take this slight sitting down. Long clan, Mu Chun said with a questioning tone. The man's face became smug. That's right. I am Long Hao. I will be sure to inform my elders about what occurred here. He said. Long Hao clearly believed he had the upper hand, becoming more arrogant with every word he spoke. But Mu Chun didn't care in the slightest. Why would your Long clan lose face here? Your young master is already our sect disciple. Not to mention that your Long clan cannot harm us even if they tried. The humiliating words in the latter half of the sentence were completely disregarded due to the shock of the former. Long Chun is still alive. Impossible. Long Hao was part of the group that had almost been incinerated in that massive explosion. He firmly believed that Long Chun was dead, which was why he had the guts to act so brazenly. Whether you believe it or not isn't my problem. If you don't leave the area right now, I'll have to force you to do so. Mu Chen responded. Long Hao's face went red with rage, but he knew he didn't have the strength to do anything. I'll remember this, he said as he reluctantly flew away. Just like that, the disciple examination was over, along with most of the drama it brought. Many of the cultivators returned to their homes to wish goodbyes to their families, as they were aware they wouldn't leave the sect often, while others directly entered its premises. Within a certain building within the expansive city that decorated the Star Mountain on which the sect resided, 2 men could be seen lying down in beds. Their bodies were riddled with scars, and even with their healing factors, it was taking them many hours to heal. Days passed as these men lay motionless, and even after their bodies had returned to peak condition, they still hadn't awoken. Next to one of these beds, a large black-winged wolf was pacing nervously. She had been watching Damien for the past 3 days, hoping for some change, but she saw nothing. During that explosion, she felt that they would definitely die, but she had no qualms about it. As long as she died with Damien by her side, she'd be content. Yet at the last moment, she saw a blurred figure race in. After that, her vision went black. She didn't pass out, nor was she obstructed in any way. Her eyes simply couldn't process the speeds at which Damien's body was being carried. The next thing she knew, they were in this building. "Fear not, little one," came an aged voice from the entrance of the room. "Their minds are simply exhausted from all the effort they put into their duel. They should be waking up in a few hours." Zara simply nodded and went back to watching over Damien. By now, she was aware of the old man's presence. He was the one who brought them to this building and fed them the healing pills they needed, and Zara felt no malice from him. As for how she'd treat him, that depended on what happened when Damien woke up. And after waiting a few more hours, just like the old man said, both Damien and Long Chun began to stir from their slumbers. Damien groaned. The second his consciousness returned, he was met with a splitting headache. How the hell am I still alive? He didn't expect the outcome to happen as it had. At first, his only goal was to use his storm talent. Yet, seeing the grand palace that was built around Long Chun, his competitive nature arose, and he went harder than he should have. Long Chun was having similar thoughts. He only planned to use his golden palace and lava golems to attack, yet he ended up using one of his most powerful moves. The two reflected on their battle, and in the end, neither could conclude who had won that exchange. They both would have died if it wasn't for that shadowy figure that swooped them up at the last second. "Are you kids done with your reminiscing?" A voice resounded through the room. Even if they weren't in peak condition, they both immediately put their guard up. "Oh ho, it's good to see that you have the energy to look at me like that." In front of them stood an old man with flowing white hair and a similarly long beard. His look was the epitome of the old monster stereotype. "Well then, if you're doing good enough to be so vigilant, I might as well begin my introduction," he said. Shifting his gaze between the two geniuses, the old man once again spoke. "Welcome to the Celestial Star Palace, new Outer Court disciples." Chapter 136, Celestial Star Palace. A startled sound left the mouths of both Damien and Long Chun. They hadn't passed the last exam since they had fallen unconscious before leaving the forest, but they still gained entry into the sect. "You thought we'd allow talents, such as yourself, to fail?" The old man chuckled. Both of you had already passed the exam after the first test ended. The rest was simply for show. Now that he was back to his senses, Damien noticed something he disregarded previously. You're that voice from before. Finally recognized me?" The old man smirked. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Tian Yang, and I am the Grand Elder of this fine sect." The two men were both stunned into silence once again. The Grand Elder? Such a figure had status only below the sect master, and he was here taking care of them? "No need to look at me like that," Tian Yang continued. "I am merely an old man with status. I really have too much time on my hands, so I decided to have a bit of fun. Well, let's ignore that for now as I introduce you to the sect." Tian Yang waved his arm, causing two bluish-black tokens to fly into Damien and Long Chen's hands. "These are your disciple tokens. Not only will they indicate your status within the sect, they will also serve as communication devices and locators for various establishments on the premises. Our sect's facilities span this entire top half of the Star Mountain, so navigating can become quite difficult without such a guide." Damien and Long Chen nodded, paying close attention to Tian Yang's words. "As for the structure of the sect, it's quite simple. Since you are new, you will immediately become Outer Court disciples. The resources you will be distributed will be minimal, and the conditions are harsh. It is the gathering place for the majority of our sect's population. Every 6 months, there is an examination to enter the Inner Court. As for the requirements to do so, you can find out at the induction hall. The Inner Court is where the competition truly begins. Each disciple competes with each other for their place in the rankings, hoping to enter the Core Court. The both of you witnessed the pagodas lining the areas closer to the peak of the mountain, correct? Each of those is home to a core disciple or an elder. So far, our sect only has 10 core disciples. Considering how we have tens of thousands of disciples, you can imagine the difficulty and struggle it takes to reach such a level." Pausing for a moment, Tian Yang's gaze drifted to Damien. As Elder Mu mentioned at the beginning of the disciple examination, This year, the elders of the sect were looking to take disciples from the new entrants. Being the disciple of an elder will immensely raise your status, and even if you still need to work your way up the ladder, you will have a much easier time doing so. Not to mention, with an elder's backing and teachings, your realm progression and comprehension speeds will catapult. Young man, although I've talked so much, I'm still unaware of your name. Do you mind telling me? Even though Tian Yang's tone and phrasing was polite, like a gentle old man, it was clear that he wasn't simply asking. My name is Damien, Senior. Damien Void. His eyes flashed slightly, trying to see through even a hint of Tian Yang's power, but he failed to do so. Facing such a person with immeasurable depths, Damien decided it was best to be polite. Damien, is it? A truly odd name. However, this isn't important. What I wish to ask you, Damien, is whether or not you'd like to be my disciple. Although you aren't my only disciple, it doesn't mean I don't have the time to teach you. This scene was familiar to Damien, as the same had happened with Malcolm in Apeiron. A peak expert was willing to teach him. Not only would he gain status to protect him if necessary, he'd also be able to progress with breakneck speeds. It wasn't as if Damien blindly believed what Tian Yang had told him earlier. Rather, it was something he had felt personally. Even if he couldn't feel nor see any aura from Tian Yang, he could see the colorless mana that surrounded him. There were two types of such mana, and Damien felt familiar with both of them. He knew for sure that one was spatial mana, but the other, it was definitely one of the hidden affinities that appeared in his status sheet while he was in the ancient temple. Unlike the master-disciple relationships people had in the cloud plane, where it would be an insult to take another master, there was no such custom on Apeiron. Malcolm was a teacher at an academy, not a personal master. And although he trained Damien personally, it was mainly for the sake of the Nexus event. They barely retained such a teacher-student relationship after the fact, becoming more like friends than elder and junior. When considering all these facts together, Damien felt no need to hesitate. Quickly bowing his head, he spoke. Damien greets Master. Ha ha ha. Good. I like your decisiveness, young man. Such is a great skill to possess in such a world as ours. Raising his head, Damien suddenly looked over at Long Chun, who was watching everything go down with a slightly sour look on his face. Senior, what about Long Chun? He asked tentatively. What? You aren't calling me master anymore. Tian Yang teased, causing Damien to look away in embarrassment. Don't worry about him, he continued, turning to Long Chun. You are actually a hot commodity among the elders, young man. There are plenty of them who wish to take you as their disciple, and you can choose who to take as your master after you meet them. The only reason it was this simple with Damien was because it was me who wanted to take him as my disciple. As for where to find those elders, simply inject mana into your disciple token, and it shall show you the way. Long Chin nodded, his precious sour look gone. His face now contained a fierce determination. Standing up from his bed, he walked over to Damien. Damien, you're the first person I've met within my age range who was able to force me into a stalemate. Therefore, I refuse to lose to you next time we fight. As if I'd let you win next time, Damien smirked. I was going easy on you last time, so you got off lucky. Longchen couldn't help but smile back. Then, until next time we meet. With his parting words, Long Chun swiftly left the building they were currently in. I guess I shall leave as well. Damien, I will have someone sort out your registration and introductions. Later on, I will summon you when it's time to train. Without another word, Tian Yang vanished from the room. No trace of his existence remained, not even the residual mana from his teleportation. Left alone in the room, Damien wanted to take rest, but even that was disallowed to him. Instead, he was pounced on by a large black wolf, who he had once again worried to death. Chapter 137. Celestial Star Palace. Once he finally placated Zara's anger a bit, Damien stepped out of bed. Flexing his muscles that had gone slightly sore from overuse, Damien went and threw on the robes that had been prepared for him. They were a similar color to the disciple token, and the same ones being worn by those guarding the wall when he first came to the sect. Their design was fully black, looking like an endless night, but lines and swirls of deep blue that encapsulated its surface made it look more like a starry abyss. After admiring himself in the mirror for a bit, Damien injected his mana into his disciple token to see where he should be headed. The second he did so, a small sheet of information appeared in his vision. Disciple, Damien Void, status, Outer Court Disciple Master. Grand Elder Tion, Living Quarters, 17, a tap to open map. He realized that the Cloud Plane was more technologically advanced than he originally thought. They seemingly just preferred their old school customs. Clicking the map icon, he saw many locations highlighted in red, with one shining particularly bright. Induction Hall 6. This must be where that old man wanted me to go. Even if he had accepted Tian Yang as his master, he still hadn't witnessed the old man's capabilities. This led to him not recognizing him as his master any more than superficially. Still, Damien did as he was told and exited the building, walking towards the location that was outlined. Along the way, he saw many beautiful scenes. Disciples laughing and enjoying their daily lives. The lush greenery that lined the mountain and melded with the sect perfectly, and the sound of music that would occasionally resound from somewhere within the large city. The mana in the atmosphere was especially calm and ethereal. It was like the soft hum of a lullaby, but at the same time, the lively music of a Renaissance fair. The ambience was, in his opinion, a very accurate representation of the word celestial. It was otherworldly and uncaring for mundane affairs. It was something he truly appreciated. He felt that he should really explore this place at some point once he had settled down. As he enjoyed its products, he ended up smiling. The battle he fought with Long Chun brought him the excitement he was searching for when he had ventured to the Cloud Plane. But he also realized he had plenty of flaws. Thinking back to the battle, he realized that he really did have a lot of cards he didn't use very often, since he was always focused on improving his sword art or fighting at close range. Many of the abilities of his Vector controller class were collecting dust. Even his Vector field, which had the capability to offset much of the damage he took during that final impact, was mostly unused. It wasn't that he had forgotten about it. He simply didn't like using it if he wasn't fighting with his life on the line. His fight against Long Chun was purely a friendly duel. Even if the two of them had gotten out of hand with their final confrontation, it didn't change their original purpose. And in the end, Damien felt like he had lost. Logically, the two of them had tied, but it didn't matter. The only thing Damien had at the moment was brute strength. If his raw power was equal to or inferior to Long Chen's, it was impossible for him to win. Realizing this made him think about all his previous fights. He couldn't think of a single one where he won based on strategy or technique. Even his most recent fight with the Sea Dragon was purely based on raw strength. They had bombarded each other with devastating attacks until only one of them remained standing. Am I an idiot? His thought process always revolves around what was currently going on, never thinking about the future. Sometimes he would introspect and realize his flaws, but even that only had him reevaluate his past. He realized that his journey so far was genuinely without purpose. At first, all he wished for was survival. He needed to stay alive so that his mother wouldn't die a lonely death without ever waking up from her coma. But he had never truly believed that he wouldn't be able to save her. The only time when that thought could have possibly shown up was while he was in the dungeon. But back then, he didn't have the time for idle thinking. Why do I even want to gain strength? It was the core of his being, the desire to become strong, the desire to dominate everything and become the most powerful. Yet, there was quite literally no reason for it. He wanted strength because he wanted strength. He wanted to travel worlds just for the adventure and new experiences. He had no grand goals, and he hadn't experienced any true tragedy to drive him. But he had no intention to lose anyone, so he didn't know whether it was a good or bad thing that his life trajectory was going the way it was. A true goal. Motivation. It wasn't something simple to find. Life was easy on Damien. Perhaps it was fate or purely luck. Or maybe I just have some incredible plot armor. He didn't think so. He had worked hard to get where he was today. He spent years and years doing grueling work to achieve his current strength. But he knew it was naive to think it was all his own achievement. There were plenty of times when pure luck was the reason he could continue forth. Arriving here at the perfect time for the disciple examination, gaining a connection to Earth's world core, meeting Rose, finding Kurt's subspace in the dungeon, and even succeeding in his very first evolution after killing the first-class wolf. All of it could be considered as the machinations of fate or destiny. Everything was going so perfectly that he started doubting whether he was truly in control over his life or if some supreme being was steering him in a specific direction. But he shook off that thought. He wasn't nearly important enough for someone with the power to manipulate things like that to care about him. He also realized that he might be ADHD or something because his thoughts had skewed so far from his original intention that they were almost unrecognizable. By the time he snapped out of his thoughts, he was already in front of the induction hall. Its structure wasn't anything special, but it was clear that it was meant for large gatherings of people. When Damien opened the door, just like he expected, there were another 100 or so new disciples there as well. These were some of the others who passed the exam with him. However, when they turned back to see who had entered the hall with them, any and all conversation was hushed. Isn't that? Yeah, when they said there were only 998 spots, I thought of the possibility, but he is a supreme genius on par with Long Chun. Facing the countless stares and mutters about him, Damien indifferently walked up to the crowd. Chapter 138, Celestial Star Palace. Only a few minutes after Damien's accidentally grand entrance, a beautiful woman entered the room. In fact, the word beautiful didn't do her justice in the slightest. Her skin was pale white and smoother than even the finest jade. Her posture was akin to a swan in a crowd of ducklings. The grace she exudes captivated the entire crowd within the induction hall, forcing their attention onto her. Her long silver hair cascaded down her back like a river made of moonlight, contrasting her golden eyes that shone like two suns. Her face and body could make any man lose their sanity, but none would be stupid enough to approach her. If there was one thing that could be said to ruin her beauty, it would be the coldness of her gaze. She looked upon everything as if it was below her, not even bothering with the disciples that were going to be her junior brothers and sisters. However, even this added a sore charm to her. A woman who had the strength to back such undaunted arrogance was someone who would inevitably be coveted by many powerful men, and in a world like this one, many of them were destined to be caught by at least one of them. But the purity she radiated and the fact that she was able to keep her disposition made it clear that she wasn't one to fall to such destiny. This fact made it so not only were the men infatuated with her beauty, the women were in worship of her tenacity. Her clothes were also different than the ones they wore. They had the same black color as the base, but the lines outlining them were purple in color. It wasn't the same one as the elders, but it was clear that her position in the sect wasn't the same as theirs. Even Damien fell into a daze while watching her. Yet, his reasons were different than the rest. That mana, it's beautiful. What his eyes showed him was a sight he wanted to engrave into his memory forever. A cool silver mana with aura as cold and desolate as an apocalyptic ice age, but security like a loving mother. Damien didn't understand how mana could give off such a human sensation, but it was one he had never experienced before. He was so enraptured by the mana that he barely took note of the woman's beauty or grace in the slightest. Rose's mana was deceptive, as if it was never allowing one to know its next move. Elena's mana was holy, disallowing any impurity. Zara's mana was secretive, as if it wanted to evade anyone's senses. As for Damien's own mana, it was brutal and ethereal. It existed at its own convenience, yet could become vicious at a moment's notice. The feeling each person's mana gave off was partially influenced by its user, but the elements themselves also played a large part. It was why Damien's mana was ethereal, even though he as a person was always direct. This woman's mana was contrasting itself, but not in a way that created contradiction. Even if the two emotions were vastly different, they interlinked and formed a synergy with each other. What kind of person and what kind of element can create such a scene? Damien wondered, but he wasn't able to remain in his thoughts for long. He suddenly sensed an icy gaze on his body. His eyes lightly glowed as the two colors within them swirled. It was an automatic response that he had never had before. The trait simply acted on his own, but he didn't need an explanation of what it did. For a brief moment before his eyes reacted, he felt like he was naked, all his secrets being unraveled by that cold gaze that landed on him. Looking up, he noticed that same woman staring at him with a well-hidden look of disdain on her face. Even if she tried to hide it, he could still read it in her eyes. What did I do to offend her? Damien cried inwardly. He didn't know what kind of status she had, but her noble aura wasn't something that could be cultivated by a commoner. Her gaze didn't linger long, with the entire interaction only spanning a second at most before she continued to pan across the crowd. To anyone unaware, it didn't seem like anything special had happened. After a long silence, the woman began talking. You are now outer court disciples of our celestial star sect, so listen carefully to what I am about to say. As outer court disciples, you're the lowest of the low within the sect. Even if you choose to flaunt your status when you're outside, within the Star Mountain you are nothing. There are tens of thousands of outer court disciples like you, yet there are only a few thousand of us in the inner court. You can imagine how rigorous the test to enter will be. Your life as outer court disciples won't be monitored nor policed. What you do is your own choice. However, there are a few requirements you must meet. Every year, you have a mission quota. This quota ensures that you will contribute to the sect instead of being useless wastes after joining. As for the specifics, you can go to the mission hall to learn them. As for the basic rules, they're simple. Don't be a trash person. Killing your fellow disciples is not allowed. But if you have unreconcilable grudges, you may take the issue to the life or death arena to settle it once and for all. Also, if you try to force yourself on someone, you will be either expelled or killed. We do not allow filth within our ranks. You will have a monthly allowance of 100 spirit stones, with other resources being purchasable at the Star Plaza. If you wish to hire this amount, you have to work for it. Just for reference, we inner court disciples get 5,000 spirit stones a month, while the core disciples have an almost unlimited supply. I will neither lead you on a tour nor give you any more information. If you are worthy, you shall climb the ladder, and if you aren't, you shall rot within the outer court. As for where you will live, anyone who isn't an idiot among you should have already received such information from your disciple tokens. That is all. You are dismissed. With those final words, the woman swiftly left without another glance at the stunned disciples she left in her wake. Well, that was certainly something. Damien didn't think they were supposed to be left to do everything themselves, but he didn't care either way. The first impression that woman gave him couldn't be considered good, but he doubted they'd ever interact again. With how much she seemed to disdain the outer court, he shouldn't be seeing her soon. I wonder what the food is like in this world. Ignoring the rest of the new disciples, he left the induction hall to go explore the sect. Within a large pagoda near the peak of the mountain, a woman was sitting obediently in front of an old man. Master, why did you force me to do that? It is a task usually designated to other outer court disciples, so there was no need for me to go. The woman complained. Ha, if you didn't have such poor social skills, I wouldn't need to do such a thing now, would I? So how is it? It was stupid. I didn't gain anything from interacting with them. Not even one of them could stand straight in front of me. Oh, and what did you think about him? The old man pressed. The woman slightly hesitated. I was only able to see through him for a second before I met interference, but I briefly witnessed a field of stars slowly being formed within his being. Still, it doesn't make him worthy in the slightest. Oh, the old man uttered with an intrigued expression. Soon he slightly smiled. What an interesting junior brother you'll soon have. Chapter 139, First Lesson. A week passed by in a flash. During this time, Damien did his best to explore every corner of the sect that he had access to as an outer disciple, and it was much livelier than he expected. After that woman's explanation of the outer court, Damien's view of it changed, seeing it as a rat race to reach the better resources of the inner court, but he was sorely mistaken. Most people didn't mind staying at such a low tier. They were able to enjoy themselves and live comfortably with just the 100 spirit stones a month they were given. He realized the reason for this, though. While the sect promoted competition, they only wanted those who were worthy to thrive. By giving the outer court disciples a comfortable living environment, they could automatically weed out those without the drive to move forward. These people still had value to the sect. They'd always fulfill their mission quotas to keep their status as a sect disciple, and they'd take all the odd jobs necessary to keep the environment clean and friendly. These odd jobs also counted as missions, but they were more long-standing. Damien learned that even those disciples guarding the sect walls did so while earning spirit stones for their efforts. The buildings Damien found to be most useful for him were the Mission Hall, the Grand Library, and the Star Plaza. While there were other facilities, the ones that would help him progress in cultivation all cost more spirit stones than he currently had. The Mission Hall was structured similar to the Adventurers Guild, but without all the unnecessary parts. There was a large board spanning the entire back wall of the hall that was filled with different quests and missions. There were disciples who regulated who could take which quests, and a few elders that cataloged everyone who left the sect. There was also a disciplinary hall where the law enforcers of the sect gathered. However, selection for this position was harsh, and only a few were able to maintain it. Being a part of the disciplinary hall was something that could gain one plenty of adoration from fellow disciples. As for the Star Plaza, it covered a large part of the central area of the city. In the plaza, one could buy almost anything they'd ever need. Resources, beast companions, and even cultivation techniques were for sale at the various stalls that made up its area. The rest of the city was mainly housing and entertainment, functioning like any other city. The housing for outer disciples wasn't bad, but it couldn't be considered good either. Damien's room was about the size of a one-bedroom apartment. He didn't know if everyone was able to live alone or if it was a privilege granted to him because of his master, but he didn't mind either way. The living space was still nothing special. As for his favorite area, it was either the woodland areas surrounding the city or the Grand Library. He enjoyed the atmosphere that both areas had, and with the forest, he could go hunting if he ever wanted to. It was common for disciples to hunt within the mountain, and they could even sell the beast corpses back to the mission hall for spirit stones. As for the Grand Library, it helped him learn many things that he didn't previously know. He learned about the holy lands where every major sect was located. Star Mountain was one of them, and each was something akin to a mana hotspot. There were points in the world where the mana density peaked and ambient mana was drawn towards. He also learned much more about meridians and the cultivation system here. Based on his educated guess, meridians were actually another form of mana circuits. The difference was that people in the cloud plane were born with them rather than having to create them later. It was an interesting concept, but since the knowledge was only regarding meridians and didn't touch on the systems of other worlds, he wasn't able to test the veracity of his conjecture. Since he was waiting for the first lesson from his new master, he chose not to research anything on his elements. He wanted to see what he could learn as a clean slate when he went into that lesson. The Grand Library had 3 floors, and he only had access to the first one, with the second and third floors being open to inner and core disciples respectively. Although it was located in the outer court, it was a location where disciples of all 3 ranks gather. If there was one more location Damien was particularly excited about, it was the Star Tower. The Star Tower, from what Damien had understood, was a massive treasure. He didn't know who owned it or who put it on Star Mountain, but was said that it was there since the sect's beginning. The Star Tower was a place where one could be challenged and in return receive great rewards. He didn't know much else about it, since he didn't try to do any in-depth research, but he definitely wanted to try it at some point. With his exploration of the sect finished, Damien didn't really have anything to do. He spent his time in his small dorm room in meditation, attempting to comprehend more of that elusive new element he had been gaining small enlightenments about. At this point, he was very clear on its identity. It had begun after his long meditation during the trip through outer space, but he had been perceiving its flow in much more detail recently. It should have been obvious from the start what its identity was, considering how close of a relationship it has to his space element, but he didn't think he'd actually gain it. After all, having control over both of them was too up, right? But his thought process was always logical when it came to comprehension. He knew that the element would have many drawbacks if its power was vast, or there'd be many limitations on what he could do with it. It was only natural, since disrupting its flow could potentially lead to dire consequences. but he still wanted to comprehend it. He didn't leave meditation even for the smallest convenience, submerging himself entirely within his consciousness. And his perception was much stronger there. If space felt like a stable seafloor that made a home for everything to live, time was like the waves that allowed things to live and grow. With both of them working together, the universe would cease its function. Without time, even if things lived, they would be robotic in total stasis. And without space, where would they live in the first place? Damien based plenty of his knowledge on the books he had read on Earth, since he had already confirmed that they were based on truth. And if that truth extended to the truths of the universe, even nihility could exist. That nothingness that existed before even the concept of existence. If there was one place that existed outside of space and time, it was that. Still, that wasn't his focus. After another entire week he spent focusing on meditation, Damien felt a vibration from his disciple token. Chapter 140, First Lesson. Come to my residence. Your disciple token will lead the way. The message was short, but it was all Damien needed. He had been anticipating the teachings he could get from his new master for an entire week. It wasn't simply due to his new master's strength or status, but the fact that someone with the same affinity as him was going to teach him. This was someone whose comprehension of space was undoubtedly leagues ahead of his. This much could be judged based even just on how Tianyang teleported. Without wasting a second, Damien got dressed and left his residence. The distinction between the three versions of disciples was made prominent even by their position on the mountain. Outer court disciples didn't have their own place. They lived within the Star City, where many of the sect's other functions also existed. This was a way to show that they genuinely didn't have any position in the sect. Even if they made it in, they didn't work to climb the ranks. But if that was what they desired, so be it. The Star Mountain had a massive ancient staircase that spanned its entire length from the very base to the peak. The staircase was made of polished stone and looked like something one would usually see at a shrine. As for its steps, there were thousands, perhaps even tens of thousands of them. After all, Star Mountain was massive. The inner court was slightly higher up the mountain compared to Star City, and the only way for outer court disciples to access it was by climbing the staircase. There was an odd feature to it. Unless one's disciple token had a mark of authorization that allowed the disciple to climb the steps, they would feel a growing pressure with each step they took. It was rumored that by the time one reached the sect master's abode, the pressure could even crush any normal law connection realm expert. This both prevented outsiders from moving unabatedly within the sect and lower status disciples from wandering where they weren't qualified to be. A part of the inner core examination was to climb these steps while bearing the pressure. However, none of this mattered to Damien. He had the authorization needed to climb uninhibited. Reaching the grand archway that indicated the entrance to the inner court, Damien was met by two powerful auras that locked onto his body. Halt! What business do you have in the inner court, outer court disciple? A loud voice came from a gate. Although the pressure did weigh on him, it wasn't nearly strong enough to make Damien feel constricted. Raising his disciple token for the guards to see, he responded, "I've been called to my master's residence." The pressure he felt reduced by a large margin and was replaced by two waves of mana that scanned his token. Obviously, Damien wasn't the only one who could spread his awareness. The two gazes stayed on the badge for close to a minute before receding along with the remaining aura suppression. "All right, you may continue." The gates to the inner court opened, allowing Damien to pass by. The scenery he saw was a massive improvement compared to the outer court. Large pagodas intermingled with the trees of the forest, walkways and fountains decorated the scene. Even if it still looked like a small town, it was much less cluttered than the outer court. Not to mention that the quality of the ambient mana had increased. But Damien didn't pay any attention to this. He just continued walking until he reached the staircase leading to the core court before repeating the same procedure. After another scan of his disciple token, he was allowed entry once more. However, the core court truly stunned him. There were only a few dozen residences within his immediate vision, but they were all grand enough to be the most expensive mansions on Earth. The floor of the mountain was much more lively here as well, with the plants actually seeming to have gained sentience. Damien didn't know why the plants were so tame even after gaining a sense of self, but he assumed that the sect had cultivated them to be so. What took his attention, though, was once again the ambient mana. If the ambient mana at the inner court was a 10x increase in density and purity compared to the outer court, the core court was a 100x increase. The mana was insanely pure to the point where Damien could genuinely feel its weight on his shoulders as he walked. It was like wading through shallow water, except the entire atmosphere felt like that. Damien continued forward, looking around for the residence he was supposed to go to. In the distance, he could see the expansive palace where the sect master resided. Not too close, yet not too far from it. He saw another residence that didn't quite fit the rest of the core court's ambience. It was a small pagoda the size of a 2-story house. It looked simple and comfortable, like something an average family would live in. Yet, that was his destination. It was the residence of the Grand Elder of the Celestial Star Palace. As expected of that old monster, Damien thought as he reached the house. He felt that this setup would fit the playing pig to eat the tiger saying very well, if not for the old man's status within the sect. Without even needing Damien to announce his presence, the door to the residence swung open, revealing a plain room with minimalistic decoration. Welcome, Damien. This is where you will be spending most of your lessons with me, so get used to it. However, we will not start right away. We need to wait for your senior sister to arrive. Damien exclaimed. Senior sister? Well, he didn't know anyone here and hadn't made any enemies, so he calmly waited until she arrived. He didn't need to wait long, though. Within a few minutes, a crisp voice resounded through the room. Master, why did you call me here? You know I'm trying to have a breakthrough in my Een element. Damien felt that the voice was somewhat familiar, as if he'd heard it before. Yet, the tone of the voice didn't nearly match what he had heard last time. Due to this, he didn't expect to see the person he saw when he turned around. The two of them locked eyes, and the woman's gaze immediately chilled. What are you looking at? That was the tone he had expected. It was cold, arrogant, and held a slight tinge of disgust. HM? Well, my master just told me I'd be meeting my senior sister, so I turned to look at her. Damien responded with a deadpan face. This girl might have been arrogant, but he didn't lose out in this department. It was just that he usually tried to push down his arrogance by keeping his eyes on the taller mountains. But he didn't like the way this woman always seemed disgusted by his presence. He literally did nothing to offend her, but he was receiving this treatment? He wouldn't take such a slight lying down. Damien's sarcastic answer clearly pissed the woman off more, and as the two glared at each other, Tianyang smiled in amusement. Damien, meet your senior sister, Shui Ruyue. Chapter 141, First Lesson. Shui Ruyue. It was truly a name that matched her beauty. Her presence was like the moon, and even her name reflected this fact. Actually, Damien had been so focused on her mana and personality that he hadn't taken the time to admire her beauty. Still, beauty wasn't enough to make him change his impression of her. Even if she had looks that even surpassed Rose, her personality didn't hold a candle. Taking his eyes off of his new senior sister, Damien turned back to Tianyang. Master, now that the introductions are over, what are you going to teach me today? Tianyang smiled et Damien's impatience. Calm down. While I am prepared to teach you many things, some clarifications need to be made first. Beckoning Damien to come towards him, Tianyang continued. For different types of meridians, there are different methods that need to be used during training. Some meridians don't hold the flexibility to cater some methods, while others are too flexible to treat roughly. Now, come hold your arm out to me, so I can check the structure of your meridians. Damien walked in front of Tianyang and held out his arm as he was asked. He was well aware of the fact that he didn't possess meridians, but he wanted to see what would happen. His Anuna system was built to evolve with him, so he was sure he could tweak it if he ever found a more practical method. He was also curious what the denizens of this world would think of his system. When Tianyang grabbed Damien's hand, he let a gentle stream of mana enter his body. This mana didn't contain any malicious intent, instead, tracing along Damien's mana circuits and seeing their design. Oddly enough, Damien's void physique had no reaction to this new form mana. Tianyang was almost forced to do a double take when he saw the system running through Damien's body. Countless intricate amethyst veins lined his internal body, creating a second nervous system. Not only did they reach his extremities and all his organs, they even connected to his brain. When Tianyang reached the center of this system, he saw a large pulsing crystal that looked like a second heart. This crystal continuously refined mana and sent it back through those veins connected to it, creating a feedback loop of refinement. Like this, as long as Damien continued improving, his mana would refine itself to a higher level. What is this? Tianyang had never seen anything like it before. One thing he was sure of, however, was that they weren't meridians in the slightest. The smile on Tianyang's face widened. I see. So that's how it is. By this point, Tianyang had already lived for many centuries. It'd be odd for him to not understand what was going on. This kid is more daring than I originally thought. Someone who could inherit the Void Heartsword Law would never be a normal person, but this was a different degree of abnormal. Tianyang was an adventurous spirit back in his prime before he realized his limits and settled down. He wasn't someone who would be content with sitting idly by while time passed around him. Not only that, but he was also someone with a spatial affinity. It would have been impossible for him to reach his current level of attainment if he didn't explore the cosmos himself. He had left the celestial star palace that he grew up in to explore other worlds. He adventured, he fought, and he grew in power to reach his current strength. By the time he returned to the cloud plane, he was an entirely different person with a wealth of experience under his belt. At that time, he had already entered the Lost Sea realm. Being at the peak of the world, he once again settled in at the sect he grew up in, supporting it and protecting it from his post as the Grand Elder. Now in front of him, there was another boy similar to him. A boy whose adventurous spirit could be clearly felt in his aura, who also had the same spatial affinity as him. And this boy was visiting the cloud plane from some other star in the vast cosmos. The difference was that this boy's potential was much higher than his. Even after being a part of this sect that excels at divination for so long, I've always doubted fate. Yet, can this be considered anything else? Tianyang removed his hand from Damien's wrist as his smile deepened. You're quite a bold child, aren't you? He said teasingly. Damien knew exactly what he was talking about. From the start, he was aware he wouldn't be able to hide his origins from someone so much more powerful than him, so he decided it'd be best to be upfront with it. With a large grin on his face, Damien decided to quip back. What could you possibly be talking about? He has the spirit of a cultivator too, daring to act smart even in the face of power he can't comprehend. Tianyang Tog. It was their first true interaction, not counting when Damien first woke up after the disciple examination, and it had a great start. The two of them took an immediate liking to each other. Shueryue was watching the whole ordeal occur from across the room, and her eyes became complicated seeing the smile on her master's face. Still, her thoughts were known only to her. There was an odd thing that could occur when two people with the same affinity met. There was a small chance that they would gravitate towards each other and develop a stronger bond than most. When the affinity was as elusive and esoteric as the space element, this kind of connection could become even stronger. These people could bounce ideas off of each other and progress much faster through gaining enlightenment. Even if Damien's strength didn't match up to Tianyang's, his views and ideologies would be different. Through the intermingling of two perspectives and the exchange of their values, many newer and stronger ideas could be born. Tianyang naturally was aware of this, and he couldn't help but become somewhat excited over the prospect. How many years had it been since he'd made progress? All right then, with this kind of meridians, you shouldn't have any problems with the training I'll be putting you through. So, let's get started right away. Slight undulations leaked from Tianyang's body as he revolved his mana. Sensing this, even Shueryue made distance. Without warning, a suffocating pressure burst out of the old man's body. The pressure alone caused space to ripple, forming slight cracks. However, the small residence remained undamaged. Unlike that of the guards, Tianyang's pressure made Damien feel like an entire planet was being forced onto his back. He was doing everything in his power to hold himself back from kneeling. With his own aura flaring to negate a portion of the pressure he was feeling, Damien raised his head and grinned maddeningly. Let's play then, old man. Chapter 142, First Lesson. Boom. At the moment, two flashes of light were connecting in various locations along the width of the room. Each of their clashes resulted in an explosion that threatened to crack the sturdy floor they were fighting on. From an outsider's perspective, it would be hard to even tell what was taking place to cause the bright flashes. Damien raised his arm, punching forward with a light of spatial mana covering his fist. With each movement, he felt like he was shattering a piece of glass. But instead of glass, it was the spatial layers in his vicinity that broke. The current fight wasn't taking place in the stability of the real plane, but within its gaps. It was previously explained that when Damien teleported, he connected the spatial layers of two different points and stepped through them. But in this fight, he was skipping the essential steps. He stepped in between these layers and tried his best to track his opponent, but he wasn't doing too well. After all, his opponent didn't leave a single trace when he moved. Boom! Boom! Damien continued to throw punches, trying to force Tianyang out in the open, but none of his attacks connected. The old man was simply too skilled at maneuvering through the folds of space. Recently, Damien had almost completely foregone the usage of teleportation whilst in combat, and there was a very simple reason for this. He was unable to control the fluctuations of space when he emerged from within its folds. At lower classes, this didn't matter much since people didn't have enough experience to deal with him even if they could sense the fluctuations, but that wasn't the same anymore. If he had used teleportation in his fight against Long Chun, he would have been forced into a corner much quicker. He wouldn't have been able to react quickly enough, while Long Chun would easily be able to attack before Damien even emerged totally. This was a downside Damien had already accepted, and it led him to stop using the very first skill he earned, his short-distance teleportation. But everything changed when he first met Tianyang. The old man left no trace of himself after he disappeared. No physical clues, no lingering mana, and no fluctuations. This was something he truly admired, as he still hadn't figured out how to do it. While he tried to observe Tianyang's usage of space element, Damien clenched his palm into a fist before rotating it. Space followed his movements, distorting and cracking within a small radius of him. With this, Tianyang's figure was finally revealed. He was sitting leisurely in the air as if the entire fight was nothing to him. You're finally making some progress, boy. But if you brute force your way through this, you won't learn a thing. Tianyang stepped forward, melding into the folds of space and disappearing once again. Damien was feeling frustrated. He had already been at this for half an hour or more, but he wasn't able to learn anything. He knew that brute force wouldn't always be the answer, but he was letting his mind be clouded by his emotions. So, he made the logical choice. Trying to emulate his moves from the forest earlier, Damien willed his emotions to enter the sphere of mana in his mind. Void heart entering this state, he only had one goal: comprehend what Tianyang was trying to teach him. Damien's eyes lost their luster and became entirely emotionless. He slowly relaxed his posture, appearing entirely unbothered. Suddenly, he waved his arm to the right. Bang! A projectile that was flying in his direction at untraceable speeds was flung away from his body. The vectors controlling its trajectory were entirely altered. Looking in the direction it came from, Damien vanished. When he reappeared, he was 29 meters away from his original spot, punching toward the empty space in front of him. Boom! His fist was caught by a much more powerful hand. Although this method can be considered cheating, I applaud you for using everything in your arsenal. Now continue. When Tianyang vanished again, Damien calmly stood and watched with utmost concentration. His movements are light. He wastes no motion while teleporting, not even causing ripples in the spatial layers. Tianyang moved like a fish in water, while Damien was more like a caveman. He figured that his lack of familiarity with movement in space somewhat contributed to his inability to conceal himself. Efficiency isn't the same for every person. I have different means than his. Gaining such familiarity would take years of diligent practice, and that wasn't what Damien was trying to do right now. He wanted an immediate solution to this problem. In my arsenal, the best choice would be vectors. Vectors existed within everything. Even space itself could be said to contain countless vectors that coordinated its movements. When Damien learned vector control, he used space as a medium to manipulate vectors. This time, he wanted to manipulate the vectors of the medium itself. If he could do this, negating the fluctuations shouldn't be a problem at all. The ability to control vectors gave Damien a wide range of options that he hadn't completely explored yet. Among these was the ability to control magnitude. Magnitude quite literally referred to the size or extent of something. Although space was ethereal rather than physical, it was the concept he felt most familiar with. He didn't re-enter the real plane for his experiment, opting to stay within the folds of space. He also stopped minding the fact that Tianyang was still occasionally sending projectiles towards him to disrupt his concentration. He erected his vector field to passively reflect any attacks that flew in his direction. Raising his arm once more, Damien began lightly flicking the air like he was playing an invisible guitar. With each flick, ripples appeared in the space around him. He coated his fingers in spatial mana to create this effect. Slowly but surely, he tried to grasp the vectors that upheld the space in his vicinity. On the other side of the room, Tianyang watched Damien work. For the first few minutes, he still sent attacks to try and challenge Damien's concentration, but they were all deflected effortlessly. Some of these attacks even reflected in Shui Ryue's direction, forcing her to dodge and parry to the best of her ability. Since she wasn't able to see what was happening within the folds of space, she immediately became incensed, thinking it was being done on purpose. The powers this boy possesses are interesting, to say the least. This kind of force used to control trajectories and other forces related to an object wasn't something I learned until very late in my journey. Not to mention, his method is completely different. Tianyang Tog. He watched as Damien slowly lowered the strength of the ripples emanating from his finger, even though the amount of force and mana he used was the same. And his rate of comprehension is also nothing to scoff at. In only an hour, he has grasped a method to emulate my usage of space laws. While Tianyang was deep in thought, he stopped paying attention to Damien, making him miss the time when Damien paused his experiments and looked in his direction. And while he continued to think, Damien vanished from his previous position, appearing silently in front of Tianyang and punching out with all his strength. Bang! Chapter 143, First Lesson. Currently, Damien's figure could be seen sprawled on the floor, virtually painted black and blue. Ugh! Master, was that really necessary? He groaned, his pain evident in his expression. You're the one who got cocky after landing a single hit. Did you think I wouldn't teach you a lesson? Tianyang responded with a smirk. After learning how to use magnitude manipulation to offset and minimize the fluctuations that occurred during teleportation, Damien immediately appeared in front of Tianyang and landed a solid punch. Since Tianyang was lost in thought, he didn't have time to block. His powerful body that was leagues ahead of Damien's completely absorbed the punch, but he definitely lost face during the exchange. And so, Tianyang proceeded to lay down the law on Damien in a manner that he wasn't even able to counter or block. Tianyang would appear out of nowhere and disappear just as fast, beating Damien to a pulp. He didn't even use his raw strength as a Law C expert, only using third-class power to totally dominate the battle. The final result was the current scene. While Damien waited for his body to regenerate, which felt like it was going much slower than it should, he caught sight of Shui Ryue in the corner with a slight smirk on her face. "What are you laughing at?" he quipped, slowly sitting up. Noticing that she was caught, she reverted to her icy expression before responding cluelessly. "What do you mean?" "This bitch," Damien thought. Still, he didn't focus on her for long. His thoughts shifted to the previous exchange. Not only did he learn how to teleport silently once again, which would be immensely useful in battle, But he also gained the realization that he had barely scratched the surface of what he could do with his vector control. There wasn't even a real lesson involved. Rather, it was a showcase of prowess that let Damien learn by feeling it himself. He definitely appreciated this method of teaching, though he didn't think that was all he would receive. At least he hoped so. He wasn't a masochist to enjoy having this kind of lesson too often. While Damien was digesting his gains, Tianyang suddenly spoke up. Do you know what the two main affinities necessary to practice our sex divination arts are? Damien looked up. Why would I know that? I just got here. Not minding the sarcasm in his tone, Tianyang continued. It's a rare thing for someone to appear in the world with control over the two elements naturally. Most of our elders who practice divination only gained small amounts of inherited comprehension from their predecessors. Even Shui Ryue began paying attention at this point. The divination techniques of the sect weren't made available to disciples, so she was naturally curious about their workings. Divination is an odd profession. It allows one to see into the future, but never more than the heavens permit. It can even allow one to gaze into the past or gain a deeper understanding of the present. In summary, there's a reason why the term seers is used when referring to those who practice this branch of arts. The main power of divination is to see through the fabric of reality. Panning his gaze between his two disciples that were listening with rapt attention, Tianyang spoke once again. As for the two main elements necessary for divination, they are space and time. A seer at the peak of their power is said to peer through space and locate anyone or anything they desire. They can also peer through time and decide which path would be best to achieve their goals. This kind of power is always frowned upon by others, since it gives a seer nigh omnipotence in that aspect. At one point in time, people even banded together, attempting to eradicate all those who practiced divination techniques, but they were unsuccessful. Those seers also gathered, forming the beginning of what would later become our celestial star palace. Damien was intrigued by the topic and raised a question. So why is it celestial star palace? What correlation does that have to the seers? Tianyang smiled and answered impatiently. It's simple. The legacy of those seers can only be inherited by a limited number of people, so an entire sect formed on their foundations was close to impossible. But they looked to divination for the answer, and according to legend, they all saw the same prophecy. It was a scene that began and ended with stars, a massive cosmos formed by unknown means. However, before they could witness any more, they met with heaven's wrath. Looking too far into the secrets of the universe, or important events that will change the flow of fate and destiny, causes immense backlash for those who wish to know too much. Of those thousands of seers, around 80% of them immediately lost their eyesight, becoming permanently blinded. Even the most valuable healing pills were unable to solve the problem. The rest who got off lucky were nearly crippled, unable to use divination techniques ever again. It was their punishment from the heavens. And what is this concept of the heavens? Damien pressed. He had heard the term many times since arriving on the cloud plane, and even more in novels he previously read. Yet, none of them explained exactly what the heavens are. You don't even know that much, Shui Ryue interjected with disdain. Even the smallest of children know about the mighty heavens. Where were you raised? In some filthy mountain by beasts. However, before Damien could vent his rage back, Tianyang began calmly explaining. The heavens are everything. They are natural law, the law of the universe, the overseer of existence, and many more. The heavens manifest themselves in various ways that us mortals cannot comprehend. The holographic window that appears before us at birth and quantifies our power is one of the heavens' many faces. Another is the heavenly tribulation that descends when one enters law connection realm. Heavenly tribulation? Damien exclaimed. He didn't need an explanation about those, but he had no idea they actually existed. The system had shown signs of sentience before, being aware of every individual's progress and recording their legends, but he didn't think it'd manifest physically. That's right. Upon entering 4th class, there's an extremely large change that an individual will go through. To deem one worthy of such change, the heavens enact a tribulation for them to pass. If they fail the tribulation, they die. And if they pass, they are allowed to continue their path to strength. Not only that, but it is also fabled that upon entering the demigod realm, one experiences an even greater tribulation to shed their mortal body. It is the final step towards gaining divinity. Damien was in awe at this information. He finally realized how vast the universe was, how much power people could hold. He felt ashamed of himself for being proud of his measly strength in the grand scheme. There is always a peak above the peak. He felt that this old saying was truly apparent, but he swore on everything he knew and loved. One day he would reach the highest peak, the one that looked down upon all creation in contempt. Chapter 144 Mission. Master, do you mind doing me a favor? Damien asked tentatively. He wanted to see something, or rather, he wanted a reminder that he was still weak. Tianyang raised his brow in intrigue. We won't know until you ask. Then, can you release your full aura? I want to feel the true power of a Law Sea Realm expert. Tianyang hesitated slightly, but nodded his head nonetheless. Very well. If I release my entire aura, it wouldn't be a surprise for you to sustain critical injury or even die, so I will release just the amount that I feel you can handle. He then turned to Shui Ryue and beckoned her over. You come too. It'll be a good learning experience. Although she didn't understand why, she still walked over as she was told. With both of his disciples in front of him, Tianyang's face became serious. When it feels like your body can't handle it, release your own aura. At that point, I will be able to gauge your upper limit. Without another word, Tianyang shifted his entire presence. Rather than the teacher and old man he was previously, he now gave off a domineering light like an emperor. Before either Damien or Shui Ryue understood what was happening, everything in their vision became black. The murky darkness filled the entire room, and it seemed to be emanating from a single spot, Tianyang. As he exerted more and more of his aura, the blackness thickened, and the pressure the two felt increased steadily. It reached the point where neither of them were able to confidently stand on their feet anymore. Thump dash. The sound of knees impacting the ground could be heard as the aura suppression continued to climb. Damien still wasn't using his aura to alleviate any of the burden, so his knees could no longer hold on. Space began to crack purely due to the weight of the aura. The sturdy interior of the house that didn't even show signs of damage when Damien and Tianyang sparred earlier began creaking like it was rusty and decrepit. And then the aura flared. Damien felt something he hadn't felt in a long time. It was to the point where he almost forgot the feeling entirely. It filled his being, it froze his body, his mind went blank, and he began sweating profusely. It was the most basic instinct of a human. It was a primal fear that prevailed when all hope was lost. What is this? Damien could no longer think straight. The idea of using his aura to counter the suppression didn't even enter his mind. He was utterly terrified. Shui Ryue wasn't any better. She was also on the ground, shivering as if her body was submerged in the coldest of temperatures. As a member of the Shui clan, one of the 4 great clans, she was someone who was always surrounded by powerful people. She had seen more Law Connection and Law Sea Realm beings than she could count on her hands. Yet, she had never seen them exert all their strength. There had never been an altercation that forced them to do so. There was a treaty in place by the 4 great clans that she never understood until today. It only had one clause. Law Sea Realm experts are not to be mobilized unless a clan is facing threat of extinction. Conflict between 4th-class members must take place in an area secluded from civilization. But she understood it now. If this kind of power was ever mobilized as an attack near a city, that city would be demolished in seconds. Watching his 2 disciples, Tianyang began to slowly walk forward. Escape. I need to escape. Damien's mind revolved, trying to think of a way to escape the scenario, but his rational thinking was impaired. His skin began to crack and blood leaked out of his pores. Without his conscious thought, his aura began to release itself. But it wasn't the usual amethyst color. It was blood red like the time he fought the sea dragon. His irises began swirling, the two colors contained within them battling for supremacy. The scene was like Ouroboros, a snake eating its own tail. But the red color was winning. His cross-shaped pupils spun wildly before elongating into a reptilian slit, his irises becoming completely blood red. His emotions were forced into the mind prison subconsciously, as he couldn't handle the strain they had on his brain anymore. All the while, the pressure kept increasing. Shueryue had already tapped out, using the last of her sanity to forfeit, so all the pressure in the room was being directed towards Damien with pinpoint accuracy. Shueryue watched from the side with lingering fear evident in her eyes. Even if the pressure wasn't directed at her, she could still feel its immense might. Damien felt like an entire cosmos was dropped on his back. He felt like he was carrying the sky itself. But now that his emotions were locked away, his rational mind was able to regain control. Or, at least, it should have been. But the blood-red aura around Damien indicated something different. His teeth and nails elongated into fangs and claws. The muscles in his legs pulsated with power. Two protrusions are trying their best to make their way out of his skull, and the same was happening on his back. Pitch-black scales appeared and disappeared beneath his skin. Tianyang was of the mind to stop releasing his aura a long time ago, but seeing the changes happening within Damien, he continued to press him. He wanted to see where this led, but fate had different plans. Arf! Damien let out a howl of pain. His eyes began bleeding, and with the other changes taking place in his body, it made him look like a demonic being. His muscles spasmed as his body continued attempting to change, but something was holding it back. If Damien was sane, he'd immediately know what it was. His bloodline simply wasn't completed yet. Interesting, Tianyang thought to himself. A beast that even the Void Heart scriptures cannot contain. The boy has been cultivating it within him all this time. Feeling that it was enough, Tianyang began lowering the pressure he exerted. This gave the bestial Damien a chance to rage. Roar! With a guttural roar, he charged at Tianyang. There was no use of elements nor techniques, just pure physical strength. However, just this was enough to cause spiderweb cracks to form in the ground beneath him. His speeds reached an entirely new height that almost rivaled teleportation, appearing in front of his opponent in a flash. But his opponent this time wasn't someone he could mess with. Sleep. Tianyang's hand looked like it only made a slight movement, but in the next instant, Damien was pounded into the floor. The motion was so abrupt that the velocity he gained from his charge contributed to the strength of his fall, breaking through the sturdy floors of the house and causing him to directly fall unconscious. Looking at Damien, whose figure was returning to normal now that he was asleep, Tianyang let out a slight chuckle. I wonder what other secrets this boy is hiding. Chapter 145, Mission. When Damien opened his eyes, he found himself on yet another familiar bed. In the past few weeks, he had already been through this routine more times than he had since arriving at the Cloud Plane. But this time, his memory wasn't as foggy. He was painfully aware of what caused him to enter such a state. First of all, damn, that old man is powerful. It wasn't just the terrifying aura that made Damien say this, though that definitely contributed. The aura he felt wasn't what he expected at all. With his experience so far, he thought that a Lost Sea Realm aura might be enough to bring him to his knees, but he didn't expect it to be enough to instill such primal fear into the core of his being. And that was just the aura he could release without killing me. He remembered the old man's words before they even started, and he now wholeheartedly believed them. If the old man hadn't made his move with his disciples' safety in mind, they would have died without even knowing how. Damien realized that in his journey thus far, all the fourth-class beings he met were friendly. He now had another instance he could consider he survived purely based on luck. The other thing in Damien's mind was what happened to him under that intense suppression. That was like beast mode. He couldn't think of a better word to describe it. It wasn't like his traits became more prominent, but the most prominent parts of his bloodline fought for supremacy while trying to emerge from his body. His horns, scales, eyes, and even the wings that almost came out were all evidently draconic. But his legs and fangs were part of his original wolf bloodline. He had no idea how the bloodline he first gained during his fall in the dungeon could compete with that of a literal dragon, but he didn't question it. In the first place, he didn't have enough knowledge of what was going on to question it. "Oh, you're finally up." A disdainful voice suddenly snapped Damien out of his thoughts, though he did notice that it contained less hostility than before. Standing up from the bed, Damien responded without looking over. "How long has it been since I passed out?" 3 hours, Shui Ryue said. However, her face soon turned bright red for a moment before she turned away. "And put some clothes on, idiot." Only then did Damien realize why he felt so breezy. He was only wearing his underwear, his other clothes getting torn to shreds in the previous events. Oh, Damien didn't think much of it. If he could spend 2 years running around naked in a dungeon of beasts, this much was nothing. Putting on a new set of clothes, Damien turned to look at his senior sister, who he didn't have a good impression of. Still, her decreased hostility did make him consider changing his mind. He would just reciprocate the attitude he received. It was that simple. "Is there anything for me to do?" Shui Ryue shook her head. "Master had some things to take care of, so he left you here. Until he calls you again, you are free to do as you wish." "All right. Until next time, then." Without waiting for a response, Damien warped back to his living quarters in the outer court. Looking at the now empty space where he once stood, Shui Ryue's eyes became complicated. Still, she simply sighed before turning away and continuing her day. A few days passed since Damien's first lesson, and he had spent the time resting in his dorm. For a first time, he felt that he had benefited immensely from his master's teachings. In these last few days, Damien tried to imitate the partial transformation he incurred previously, but to no avail. He could feel a trigger within his body, but he couldn't activate it. He visited the Grand Library to try and understand this phenomenon, but he couldn't find much information. It wasn't that humans with beast transformations or beast bloodlines were too rare, but he didn't have access to get the appropriate information. All he could figure out was that it was normal for humans with beast bloodlines to inherit their abilities. For instance, someone with dragon bloodline inheriting their flame control or breath wasn't too rare. As for transformations, they were a higher level of this inheriting. But for Damien, it was different. He didn't have the bloodline of an existing beast. Rather, he had a bloodline made by devouring those of other beasts continually. It was like he was forging a new path the way beasts did when they reached 4th class. If he manages to heighten his bloodline to its peak, he might even become part divine beast. He mused that this was something anyone with the Evolver title had the privilege of doing. The title was what granted him the ability to practice the evolution system of beasts along with a normal cultivation system of humans. But considering the fact that he never met another Evolver, they must be somewhat rare. After his trip to the library, Damien was once again of the mind to be active. The hard truth of how weak he was on a grand scale made his drive to grow stronger burn all the more brightly. And with that in mind, made his way to the mission hall. Entering the large hall, he went straight to the mission board. There were 3 different branches of missions one could take: minor, mid-level, and major missions. The minor missions were simple collection missions or errands for the sect. Long-term occupations like guard duty were also included in these. To complete the mission quota, one would need to occupy guard duty for an entire year without pause. As for the mid-level missions, there were things like hunting beasts that were plaguing certain areas or killing some wicked cultivators who were terrorizing people. For missions in this level, one was required to complete 10 a year if they solely relied on them. As for the major missions, only 3 a year were necessary to fill out the mission quota, and naturally, their difficulty matched this small number. Major missions were always complicated, eradicating an entire wicked power, aiding kingdoms in overthrowing coups, and other things like that. These requests always came from more high-profile people in society who wanted to get things done without moving personally. These missions were also the only ones that weren't limited to the Central Continent. The Central Continent was essentially the overseer of the entire Cloud Plain, and the major sects had a duty of keeping peace and providing aid when necessary. These major missions were always shared between the 5 major sects, each having their own protocols and areas they managed. And with the scale being so big, these missions usually required a party to complete rather than a single person. But Damien still went straight for these missions. He wanted to participate in something big like this, and was searching for something he could do alone. Helped the Xiang family eliminate their opposition and take the throne. Location: Southern Continent. Strength required. Core formation. Realm reward: 2,000 spirit stones. Damien looked at this one, but he disregarded it quickly. He didn't want to get embroiled in political drama that could come back to bite him. He continued scouring the wall, looking for something more straightforward, before his gaze landed on a certain sheet of paper. Eradicate the wicked power, beguiled devil sect, who has been terrorizing the Xinjiang province. Location: Northern Continent. Strength required. Core foundation. Realm reward: 2,500 spirit stones. Chapter 146. Mission. When Damien reached out to grab the mission, he was met with another hand. As it turns out, someone else wanted it as well. Turning to look at the owner of the hand, Damien was pleasantly surprised. Who would have thought we'd run into each other like this? When he thought about it, it actually wasn't so surprising that they would end up in this situation. There were very few missions meant for core expansion realm, since most that reached this level already made their way to the inner court. And even though neither Long Chun nor Damien was at the core expansion realm, their combat prowess made it so missions meant for core formation realm cultivators wouldn't pressure them the same way. Indeed, the black-haired man responded, "It seems fate continues to push us together." Damien merely smiled at this. He still wasn't entirely convinced about the existence of such a thing as fate. "So, what are we going to do about this?" Damien asked, gesturing towards the mission. Our duel ended in a tie, so it's no use fighting over it. At the end of the day, it was meant to be taken on in groups, so why don't we do it together?" In fact, Damien had the same idea. He just wanted to prod at Long Chun and see if he was of the same mind. He just hadn't expected Long Chun to be so forward with it. "All right then, I've been wanting some excitement, so this should be fun." Damien grabbed a sheet of paper off the wall, and the two of them headed towards the registration desk to see one of the elders. When a mission hall elder saw the mission the two of them planned to take, he looked at them like they were a bunch of fools. "You know this mission is well above your puny levels, right? If you go, you will inevitably die." "It matters not," Long Chin said. "We chose this mission well aware of the risks. A warning now means nothing." When a mission hall elder looked at Damien, he also nodded, expressing his agreement. Sighing, the elder took out a stamp and pressed it onto the paper. "All right then, I won't say anything else. The mission has been claimed by you and will remain that way for the next 6 months. If you haven't returned by that time, you will be declared dead." Damien and Long Chun nodded at the elder before leaving the hall. The rest of the information they'd need will be directly transmitted to their disciple tokens. "Oh, that reminds me. Did you end up finding a master?" Damien mentioned. "Right. I did find myself a master. Her name is Elder Xiao's son, and she is a genius with the sword. I believe that under her guidance, I will be able to learn much." Damien nodded. Even from their first interaction, he could tell Long Chin's interest in the sword. Meanwhile, for him, it was just a means to an end. He never chose to be a sword cultivator. If the first weapon he found in the dungeon was a spear, that would have been his path instead. But he didn't hate the sword. It had effective reach and also cutting power. It was basically the most balanced weapon. That's why it was also the most commonly used. Anyway, let's meet back up tomorrow in the same spot. After that, we can make our way to the Northern Continent. Long Chin nodded before splitting up from Damien. He clearly wasn't a man of many words, and Damien respected that. It wasn't like the two automatically became friends after a single duel. Both had their own pride and goals. It could be said that their relationship was more one of mutual respect, which was why they took the mission together. After warping back to his dorm, Damien withdrew his disciple token to check the mission details. Eradicate the wicked power, beguiled devil sect, who has been terrorizing the Xinjiang province. The beguiled devil sect is a mid-sized power in the western region of the Northern Continent. In recent months, they have been becoming more active Using their vial means to terrorize the Xintian province. Their focus is devil arts, which consume the life force of others to grant them power. The art has a side effect of turning them into bloodthirsty beasts, struggling to retain their sanity if they do not consume life force. It is suspected that this struggle has become more severe recently, causing the disciples of this sect to wantonly kill innocent civilians at a much more frequent rate for their life force. The Xintian province is ruled by the Shan clan, whose strength is almost on par with the Beguiled Devil sect. But if they move, they will lose too many experts in the crossfire. The Shin clan has hired help from the sects in the central continent to raid and demolish the wicked sect, putting an end to their deeds. After that, some more information about the general power structure and strength of the Beguiled Devil sect was listed, along with more information they would need when the time comes. From this, Damien could grasp one thing with certainty. This world was truly ruled by strength. It was mentioned that the rate the Beguiled Devil sect disciples were consuming the life force of the innocent had increased, not that it had started. It was clear that the wicked sect had been plundering life force from the common populace of this region and others for quite some time, but the fact that they were generally indiscreet made it so the major powers didn't care much. Everyone was selfish, and that selfishness was even more pronounced in the cloud plane. Now that the activities of the wicked power were brought to light, they were forced to deal with it. Otherwise, they'd lose credibility in the eyes of their people, and in turn, this would make them lose face and power. These were the two most important concepts to cultivators, whose pride tended to be higher than the heavens. But Damien wasn't any better. Although he understood that these righteous powers were only representatives of good on the surface, that wasn't his business. He cared for strength, and he cared for those close to him. He was reminded of Rose at this moment. Ever since they separated, he hadn't been staying still at all. It was a part of his personality to constantly move, but perhaps he was also avoiding a certain feeling he recognized. It was loneliness. He had gotten so used to sharing a bed with Rose and seeing her in the morning when he woke up. He had gotten used to the idle conversation they would always have. Even if he had Zara, who he talked to and joked with frequently, it was different. Zara was closer to a little sister to him, while his bond with Rose was something more special. He knew that pushing her away was his own decision, but that didn't mean he didn't regret it. He was running from his problems like he always did. That's all there was to it. Shaking his head, Damien got rid of those depressing thoughts. Starting tomorrow, he would be on a new adventure. He just needed to put his focus on that. Chapter 147, Supreme Fairy Paradise. A few thousand kilometers away from the Celestial Star Palace, there was an area that looked like a natural heaven. There was no visible human interference in the area, and even beasts that were ever present within nature were absent. It was a pure ecosystem of thriving plant life. The trees reached for the heavens, being tens of kilometers in height, their foliage blocking out almost all sunlight that tried to pass through. Yet even with the lack of sunlight, the plant life below them thrived. Lush green grass taller than the average human covered the jungle-like terrain. Vines swung from tree to tree, connecting the entire ecosystem, and beautiful flowers bloomed in every direction, painting the ground in a myriad of colors. Within this unblemished environment, many green and white motes of light could be seen. But if one was close enough to make out their features, they'd find bodies that were oddly humanoid. The only difference was that these creatures had crystalline wings on their backs that fluttered with their every motion. They danced and frolicked in the air without a care in the world. And naturally, all these creatures were female. As they danced and played, some of these creatures migrated through a certain area within the jungle, the air around them shimmering as they did so. It was as if they passed into another world. And indeed, the changing of the scenery around them attested to this fact. Rather than the continuation of the beautiful jungle that should have been there, they entered an area filled with large fertile plains and beautiful architecture. These buildings spanned for many kilometers, painting the sight of a beautiful city that was even bigger than the Star City that resided in the Celestial Star sect. The buildings in this city looked as if they were made of the most polished glass and marble, giving the illusion of complete transparency. Yet, oddly enough, no matter how hard one tried, they wouldn't be able to see into these buildings. And at the very end of this expansive city stood a palace that didn't lose out in the slightest to the one on Star Mountain. And while that palace gave off a mystical aura that enhanced its profundity, this one was more ethereal and lofty. Lining the streets of this city, one could see women of all different origins. They chatted happily and enjoyed the safety of their home while going about their daily lives. Just like the ranks of those fairy-like creatures, there were no men among them. This was the supreme fairy paradise. It was a haven for women who wanted to be surrounded by their own, away from the struggles that plagued a patriarchal society. This sect was actually one of the leading powers in abolishing that system, with women gaining great power that stands equal to those men at the top. The Supreme Fairy Paradise actually had a very cordial relationship with the Celestial Star Palace, with both having a woman at their head and advocating for power to be given to those who earned it, regardless of gender. At this point in the Cloud Plains history, women didn't suffer as much when it came to this sort of problem, as many capable women have risen through the ranks and proven their qualifications. But in the grand scheme, there were still many problems to be solved. The number of fairies and jade beauties among the ranks of the Supreme Fairy Paradise wasn't small at all. After all, beauty didn't come accompanied by status. Those whose background couldn't protect them from those young masters of larger clans always migrated towards places like this sect, gaining them protection as well as a place to gain strength for themselves. Personal strength always mattered more than background, and this was the main goal of most who joined this sect. Of course, being a major sect, not everyone within it was there for such noble reasons. Some were simply progressing their own selfish agendas, as was the norm in the Cloud Plain. Within one of the beautiful crystalline buildings in the city, two women could be seen holding conversation. They both had looks that rivaled the top beauties in the sect, yet they had only recently joined. One had blue hair and matching eyes, while the other had pink hair and ruby eyes. Their features were defined through many years of training, and the muscle they had built through combat only served to heighten their natural beauty. The disciple examination for the Supreme Fairy Paradise took place in another random location, with those who passed being teleported to the sect afterward via artifact. Its contents weren't anything special, almost mirroring that of the Celestial Star Palace with only a few changes. It was natural considering the relationship the two sects had. As for Rose and Elena, they were easily able to pass, especially when they worked together. Not many of the new cultivators entertaining the sect stood a chance. We've been here for a few weeks already, but we haven't done anything eventful. I was really hoping I could advance to 3rd class soon, Elena said with a sigh. You can't be blamed for this, though. The sect elders have been using this time to observe the newest batch of disciples and choose who they wish to foster. Rose comforted. That's true. I heard it's not just our sect that's doing this. There must be something big coming around the horizon, right? There's also that secret realm entrance that is supposed to take place. There must be some sort of event after that which requires a lot of talented people. Unlike the Celestial Star Palace, who kept their motives hidden, the Supreme Fairy Paradise was quite open with their disciples about the elders' decisions and discussions. Naturally, there was a reason for this. As the name implies, the sect was much more secluded from worldly affairs compared to the other 4 great sects. The women in the sect rarely left its confines, and although there were certain rules in place enforcing this, it was mainly due to their own decisions. How about we take a mission, then? Rose suddenly suggested. Elena fell into thought. Missions here worked in a similar way to those in the Celestial Star Palace, and they were some of the only opportunities the women of the sect had to leave its premises. Yeah, a mission will be best right now. However, we know nothing about the world yet. Let's just take some mid-level missions for beast hunting so I can catch up to you guys. Rose nodded. This was her goal as well. She had been viewing Elena as a rival since their first battle before infiltrating Nibelheim, but they were never truly able to compete. This was because Elena hadn't reached Rose's level yet. No matter how hard she tried, in a serious competition, she wouldn't stand a chance. It was simply the difference in league that a class change brought. Although it wasn't too defined between 2nd and 3rd class, it was still a qualitative change. Making this decision, the girls promptly left their residence and headed for the mission hall. Chapter 148, Supreme Fairy Paradise. Walking down the streets of the sect, the girls took their time to enjoy the view. The peaceful atmosphere here was something they particularly liked, and due to the fact that they had only recently joined the sect, they didn't have to worry about any conflict. Not to mention, neither of them had accepted a master yet. It wasn't that they were picky about it or that no elder was interested in them. It was just that the number of geniuses who joined the sect during this disciple examination was too great. This led the elders to take careful consideration of their choices of disciple. The competition was especially fierce. However, none of the girls fought each other during this vetting process. They didn't want to make a bad impression on their potential teachers. When the girls reached the mission hall, they went straight to the section indicating mid-level missions. Rose didn't particularly need to partake in anything like this yet, but she wanted to support Elena. The two had decided to stick together even when they were apart from Damien, who was the main connection point between them. They were stronger this way, and the bond they had forged in the almost full year they had known each other wasn't shallow. While looking over the missions, however, they couldn't find anything interesting enough to grab their attention. Kill a tyrant hawk and bring back its egg. Location: Shin Mountain Range. Strength required. Elemental Comprehension Realm reward: 300 Spirit Stones. Kill a venomous eclipse snake and bring back its poison sac. Location: Shin Mountain Range. Strength required. Core Formation Realm reward: 600 Spirit Stones. The missions relating to beasts all had the same premise of killing the beast and bringing back a certain item or ingredient in its possession. While these were an easy source of Spirit Stones for them, it wasn't their goal. Elena was infinitely close to reaching 3rd class, with her level being 95, but a single beast wouldn't do the job. Even if she could stay within the Shin Mountain range and hunt other beasts to reach her goal, she wanted to maximize the benefits. Feeling curious, Elena went over to the section for major missions. These were much more riveting and even captured her excitement. She saw some missions that had to do with overthrowing coups, and even saw the one Damien took in the northern continent to eliminate a wicked sect. However, these weren't the ones that caught her eye. Aid the Yulon province in repelling a large beast tide plaguing its citizens. Location: Yulon province. Strength required. Core Formation Realm reward: 1,000 Spirit Stones. A beast tide is perfect, Elena thought. Not only would there be a plethora of experience for her to gain, but she would also get a much larger amount of Spirit Stones than any mid-level mission would provide. Tearing the paper off the board, Elena met back up with Rose and showed it to her, who naturally had no reason to refuse. All right, this mission will be taken by others as well, so we won't reserve it for you. However, your participation has been accepted. A fairy will accompany you as a guide, so be sure to meet her on your way out of the sect. After getting the stamp of approval from a mission hall elder, the girls left the premises. The Supreme Fairy Paradise didn't just get its name from the all-women nature of the sect. It was also due to the fairies they shared their home with. These fairies tended to be playful and carefree within the jungle area, but they were a completely different beast outside. Their small stature and delicate appearance have fooled many a greedy cultivator who has tried to capture them, but their power wasn't a joke by any means. The fairy race was inherently close with nature, and mana is as natural as one could get. Due to this, even the weakest fairies were created at the elemental comprehension realm. That's right, fairies weren't born, they were created. There was no way for a race that strictly bore females to conceive in the first place. Instead, fairies were born through natural accumulation of nature mana and plant life. For example, the fairies that shared their home with the Supreme Fairy Paradise were representatives of the towering trees that made up the jungle. Trees were odd beings even in a mana-filled world. Even plants could gain human form if they cultivated to the appropriate level, but it wasn't like that for trees. They could gain sentience, but due to their unusual natural lifespan, the process was extremely slow. Besides that, trees were stationary and without the ability to gain experience naturally. Plants could become carnivorous, or take advantage of the symbiotic relationship they had with animals and bugs to gain experience. However, trees didn't have this privilege. Still, they were able to maintain their standing among the population of sentient flora due to their ability to project consciousness onto other beings. In this case, the fairy race became their representatives. As the fairies grew in cultivation, the trees would grow with them, and as the trees passively absorbed mana and converted sunlight into mana, the fairies' mana pools would increase. It was a true symbiotic relationship. The Supreme Fairy Paradise also did what it could to protect the ecosystem that was cultivated in this jungle. It was the reason the entire place lacked beasts, the only creatures besides their population being regular animals. The fairies weren't ungrateful, so they also helped the sect. With the relationship spanning since the origin of the sect, the bond these fairies had with the maidens of the sect was generally unbreakable. There was even precedence of a maiden and fairy becoming close enough to form an equal contract like the one Damien and Zara had. In this way, they would become the closest one could be without sharing an intimate relationship. Being guides and protectors for the disciples that left the sect was also something the fairies took upon themselves. The core formation and expansion realm fairies tended to take this job, as the ones in the Law Connection and Law C stages actually had the option of gaining an elder or advisor position within the sect itself. A day quickly passed by as the girls made their way to the entrance of the sect. Once there, a shining light rushed in front of them. When the light died down a bit, the figure within was revealed. This small fairy had shining blonde hair and green eyes, almost looking like a miniaturized elf. "Hello, girls. My name is Jia," the fairy said while happily fluttering around them. "The mana around you is so excited. You must be special people." The girls couldn't help but smile, infected by her cheerful attitude. "My name is Rose, and this is Elena. We'll be happy to work with you on this mission." Dia smiled happily as they continued talking, leaving the premises of the sect. However, they didn't end up in the same jungle, instead being teleported to a random location. As the girls continued chatting with Dia, they made their way to the location of the Beast Tide. Chapter 149, Coincidence? The waves of the cloud sea ebbed and flowed peacefully, seemingly unperturbed by the countless struggles and fights taking place under its surface. Occasionally, the scaly or smooth backs of the beasts that reside within it would peek out before once again submerging. However, the calm environment was soon broken by two streaks of light, one black and the other red, speeding across the air above it. The powerful auras they emitted caused the waves to tumble tumultuously, but they were long gone by the time it happened. Currently, Damien and Long Chun had almost reached the shores of the northern continent, having traveled for many days without rest. This wasn't a problem for Zara, and apparently, Long Chun's beast felt the same. Damien had only found out about it on the day of their departure, but it should have been obvious considering how his partner on this mission was the scion of one of the four great clans. He had a draconic beast that looked like a fire attribute variant of a sea dragon he met when he was first crossing the Cloud Sea. Its species name wasn't as presumptuous as the snake from before either. Ironically, its given name was Little Flame. As the two men and their beasts continued moving across the expansive sea, the outline of a massive landmass came into their view. The western continent Damien first appeared and was covered in vast plains and deserts with sandy shores. The central continent had cliffs and an array of different terrains, and as for this northern continent, it was covered in a blanket of white. Snow as far as the eye could see, with the shore being more of an ice cap than anything else. This was the first impression of the northern continent. It didn't take long for the two to land on the White Plains and take a small break after their long journey. The Xinjiang province is much farther inland than this. According to the map from our disciple tokens, it should take another 3 days' travel at this pace to reach it, Long Chun said as he surveyed the surroundings. As someone from the central continent, not to mention one of its top powers, he had never felt the need to leave its ground. This was the first time he had ever left, and the first time he had seen snow before. It was obvious that he would take a moment to admire it. 3 more days isn't a problem for us. But we should hurry in case the raid already started. If we miss it, we might automatically fail this mission, Damien mentioned. Along with the general details of the mission, they received information that the Shun clan that ruled the Xintian province was executing a raid on the beguiled devil sect soon. However, no specific date was mentioned. If the raid started before they arrived and the wicked sect extermination was completed, they traveled all this way for nothing. Zara, can you continue? Damien asked with concern. She had been flying for over a week without pause already, and he didn't want to push her too far. Not to mention, she might have to fight in the upcoming raid. However, Zara was quick to ease his concerns. I can even fly for weeks without getting tired, she exclaimed while raising her head, trying to look tough. Damien chuckled a bit, but nodded his head anyway. All right, since the strongest wolf in the world can fly for so long, I don't need to be worried. Seeing that Long Chun had also mounted his beast once more, Damien gave the okay, and they once again set off flying. Meanwhile, Rose and Elena also arrived at their destination. The Yulong province was closer to the eastern coast of the central continent, under the jurisdiction of the Long clan. However, the Long clan controlled too much area to personally oversee every province, so they delegated the duty to their subordinate clans. As for this region, it was managed by the Wang clan. The Yulong province itself was nothing special, with similar scenery to the other areas around it. The eastern region of the continent was mostly plains and forests, which is why it was plagued by beast tides more often than others. The current tide was centered around Jia City, near the edges of the province. This city directly bordered one of the massive forests, which made it something akin to a first stronghold against the constant tides that would exit. As for the source of the tides, nobody was able to figure it out. Many third-class beasts would partake in the stampede, making it obvious that those in the same class would die if they tried to investigate. And this notion was further solidified by the fact that any third-class individual who entered the forest always failed to return. As for fourth-class beings, they had bigger priorities than things like this. Beast tides were too common and had a various number of factors that could trigger them, so it was pointless to investigate any specific area. Rose and Elena materialized outside the gates of Jia City with the help of their fairy companion, Dia, and directly entered its walls. With their robes as supreme fairy paradise disciples, no other identification was needed. After all, impersonating one of the 5 major sects was nothing more than courting death. Once they entered the city, however, the first thing that greeted them was the smell of blood. It was thicker and more pungent than anywhere else they'd been but a single place, the Nibelheim Research Center. Actually, the feeling of familiarity between these two places didn't end there. The cultivators that tended to their wounds on the sides of the roads had clear indications of corrosion on their skin, and the smell of blood slowly became infected with something else as well. I have a bad feeling about this, Elena said as she warily glanced around. This mission might have been classified as a major one, but this sort of environment wasn't something the sect would usually send their disciples into without warning them first. In fact, even Dia looked slightly perturbed. Her nose wrinkled at the smell and the atmosphere, and disgust was evident on her face as she glanced around. Luckily enough, she was small enough to go unnoticed by those around her. Rose narrowed her eyes as she observed the surroundings. Unlike the other two who simply had a faint feeling, it was different for her. A cultivator's intuition couldn't be ignored. With the heightening of their league with every rank up, even something like intuition always stemmed from a foundation of immense perception ability. But nothing was absolute without proof. Proof which presented itself in the form of ethereal strings in Rose's vision. Red strings were love, blue strings were trust, yellow strings were wariness, and gray strings were neutral. These were the main colors that Rose would see on a day-to-day basis. But in her vision right now, it was a field of black. Black strings that connected to every wounded cultivator in the vicinity and led to an unknown place. She hadn't seen these black strings enough to be certain about their purpose, but she had a faint guess. These black strings, they were death. Chapter 150, Coincidence? Welcome to our Dahlia City. It didn't take long after Damien and Long Chun arrived at the city for someone to come greet them. Unlike the situation on the girl's side, everything here was still tame. As the two men arrived further towards the center of the continent, the snowy plains gave way to a more mountainous region filled with large landmarks of ice. These natural landmarks were shaped in such unique formations that they truly seemed man-made, but it was clear that it wasn't the case. As for the cities in this region, most of them were built into the rough mountain terrain or within the safety of the deep valleys between them. The northern continent was subject to a perpetual winter as well as winds that further decreased the cold, making it difficult for mortals to live here. As for those that did, they came from tribes or lineages that evolved over time to be accustomed to cold. Due to this, the population of this continent tended to have a more rugged and muscular build, regardless of age and gender. Even the woman in front of the two men at the moment was packed with muscle and boasted a height similar to theirs. Still, these features didn't ruin her beauty. After a small introduction, the woman led the two to a large building in the center of the city where the lord of the province resided. When they arrived, they noticed that there was already a large crowd formed. These people had various different uniforms indicating the powers they came from, making it clear that help wasn't only requested from the central continent. However, the two of them were the only people present from the 5 major sections. The others were from various smaller powers. Even the beast that stayed next to them indicated this fact. From the front door of the residence, a large man walked out. He was essentially a giant, being roughly 7 feet tall with a body that would put those strongest men on earth to shame. He wore a cloak and pants that seemed to be made from the hide of some beast, but even these couldn't hide the massive muscles beneath them. This man was Shun Li, the patriarch of the Shun clan. Good evening, everyone. Let me start by saying thank you for your willingness to help our Shuntian province in its time of need. His voice was booming, not even needing mana amplification to reach the ears of everyone present. He continued with light pleasantries for a few minutes before his face became serious. In recent times, the Beguiled Devil sect has become more and more brazen. Not only that, their disciples seem to be crazed. It isn't a matter of sustenance nor greed that seems to drive them, but pure insanity and primal desire. Before, our Shin clan did what we could to quell them, but didn't exterminate the source, fearing the repercussions that would come with such actions. But now we can no longer hesitate. Before coming, Damien already knew that the reason the Beguiled Devil sect was allowed to exist was due to the selfishness of those who ruled the region, but it seemed he had slightly misjudged. Although conservation of forces and not wanting to lose power were indeed selfish reasons, Damien expected it to be some sort of scheme rather than a blatant action. Shun Li's upfront acceptance of these actions painted him in a new light, not just to Damien, but to many others in the crowd as well. Schemes and ploys were common in a world where strength is king. Greed for power and status was a natural thing. However, most would rather die than lose face by admitting to it. Shun Li seemed the opposite. He admitted it with confidence and still stood by his decisions, showing no ulterior motives in his admittance. The northern continent was the most separated from the other 4 when it came to cultures. It was the only one that had to deal with the harshness of perpetual freezing. The number of beasts here was much lower than any other continent, and those that did live in this harsh environment were much more powerful than those who didn't. Due to this, food supply wasn't something easy to have. Neither was raising an army of powerful warriors. Most conflicts in this continent were between humans for various reasons, but at the end of the day, they amounted mainly to power struggles and overpopulation. Shun Li's decision was selfish, true, but his selfishness didn't come from greed or personal benefit. Being a good leader in such an environment forced one to partake in such actions. Not many had the information to come to this conclusion, so only a minor amount of respect was earned. But for Damien and Long Chun, who came from such a prestigious institution, how could they not know? Both of them have deep looks toward Shun Li, paying much closer attention as he continued his speech. The Beguiled Devil sect is a mid-level power like ours, so it's sure to have at least one law connection realm expert at its head, maybe even more. Unfortunately, we've never seen the sect master in person. However, it matters not. My people will join this raid with all of you, so it should be more than possible to finish it off. Causalities are all but guaranteed in an operation like this, but as long as we move with purpose, we should be able to minimize the damages. And since none of us know or trust each other well enough to have synergy, let us operate on one simple rule. Don't get in each other's way. The raid will take place in 2 days' time, so make any preparations you need before then. After that, we meet again at the south gate of the city. I will see you all then. With his final words, Shunli returned to his residence, leaving a crowd full of hushed whispers in his wake. I guess we have 2 days to kill. Any plans? Damien asked as he turned to Long Chun. None, he shook his head. None of these people are worthy to form relationships with, so any talk is unneeded. I will take rest for the next 2 days as I wait. Damien nodded, but a slight grin began to form on his face. Would you rather rest or finish what we started during the disciple examination? Long Chin's eyes flashed as he recalled that fight. It didn't take long for his fighting spirit to start burning. Very well. However, we are on someone else's territory right now, so we hold back, unlike the last time. Damien quickly agreed. He didn't want to pass out for another 3 days anyway. It was such a hassle to wake up after an incident like that. He had experienced it twice already since he arrived here, and he didn't plan to experience it again. With them having made an agreement, they quickly left to the outskirts of the city to begin their rematch. This time, with a much lighter tone than before. And that's it for this part. Thanks so much for listening. If you loved it, hit subscribe so you don't miss the next one, and drop a comment letting me know what story you want to see next. See you in the next part.